Hi, good afternoon, America. Brian Glenn, Vanessa Broussard. We are live in Schnecksville, Pennsylvania for yet another President Trump rally. Vanessa, first of all, we've got a beautiful day here in Pennsylvania. I've told you the history of me in Pennsylvania is not good. It seems like every time I come out here, the weather is a factor. But today we got some brisk wind and some cloudy skies, but other than that, it's great.
Yes, it's a great day here in Schnecksville, a population of less than 5,000 people, and I believe every resident is here today. The line is long, and we're going to get to that here in just a moment. But yes, it's very windy here today. People are dressed for the weather conditions, but you know, the line is long. What do they say? The line goes on forever and the party never ends, but it's really the road goes on forever. But this line literally goes on forever. So no matter if it's windy, cold, the sun's out, they're here. And they're excited to see President Trump tonight in Schnecksville.
Yeah, it's great. We actually had to walk quite a ways to get to the last person in line, and since then it's already formed. We're going to talk about that and a whole lot more, but first let's talk about one of our partners. It takes people, companies to make this broadcast go. I want to thank our friends over the Birch Gold Company that have partnered up with us once again. We look at inflationary rates. We could talk about that here in a little bit as far as how much more you're paying under the Biden administration and just how life is so much tougher and harder under the Biden administration. The Birch Gold Group want to help you get through all of your savings challenges. Simply text the word Trump to 989898 and get that free information kit on gold, silver, and precious metals, because they are not only A+ from the Better Business Bureau, but they can also, they've got thousands of testimonies. So Vanessa, we've been talking about securing your future, and you can obviously do that from a traditional IRA into a gold-backed IRA.
Absolutely. The Birch Gold Group, they will contact you. They'll send you a free information kit like Brian just mentioned, and they'll also have a representative call you to come up with a plan that best fits your needs and your plans for the future. So if you're hesitant about it, that's okay. Still give them a try. Nothing is set in stone. They can talk to you about it and then move forward from there if you want to do so. But easy to do. Again, just text the word Trump to 989898. As you mentioned, great ratings with the Better Business Bureau, 5-star ratings with all of their customers. They are very loved and very loyal, and they want what's best for you and for America. So again, try out the Birch Gold Group. Text the word Trump to 989898.
There you go. All right, so we got out here a few minutes ago. Right here was the very end of the line. And folks, I said this walking up. I think I've done hundreds of Trump rallies since I've started with Right Side. This is in the top 5 of probably the longest lines I've ever seen to the front entrance.
Right, and when we pulled up, we just see people. This is wrapped around. It's actually the speech tonight. The rally tonight is going to be at a fire station outside, grassy conditions. You know, we're in a field, but the line just wraps around, and from the eye's view, the naked eye, you can't really see where the line ends. We had to walk around and find out for ourselves. And it just went on and on and on. But we made it. We're here. So that just goes to show you how many people are here today. Thousands here already ready to see President Trump speak tonight.
All right. So let's go ahead and walk. This is what we're famous at doing, is showing the crowds. And Mr. President, if you're watching right now, these people are waiting for you. Let's walk, go down here. How are we doing? Doing good? Doing great. We're looking for the very last person in line right now. Of course, it keeps getting longer and longer. Yeah. So we're going to keep walking. Like we said, we're just about an hour outside of Philadelphia, Pennsylvania. So this is a nice little country suburb, I would think, of that area. But this is very much Trump country. And if we kind of look at historically how Trump has performed in Pennsylvania, is this Trump country or what? This is Trump. Absolutely. Absolutely it is. How are we doing? Good. All right, we're going to keep walking through here. So traditionally they have done really, really well. And every time I come to Pennsylvania shows up. All right, I'm kind of officially looking for the last person in line as of right now. And it looks like it's you guys right here. Where are we from?
Garminsville, right here.
There we go. This is Trump country without a doubt, isn't it? That's right. President Trump, every time he comes to this area, huge crowds turn out for him. All right, so as of right now, let's kind of show the people at home what we're looking at. This is the end of the line, but this line goes completely around this entire grassy area, this parking lot area. And I don't know if you can show that, Alex. You can see the line over there, but you can also see the building. From what I'm told, on the other side of that white building is actually where you have the bike racks, which people go back and forth. So, Vanessa, these people, without a doubt, they're in for a long day standing in line. But from what I've been told, it's unlimited how many people they can hold inside.
Absolutely. And, we mentioned the crowd, the lines outside, but there's actually people sitting in their cars, too, waiting to wait for the line to move, Brian. And so it's very windy, and the wind is definitely making it a little colder out here today. So people are staying in their warm cars. So even though the line is very long, there's still more people waiting.
Probably sitting in the car to get out.
Yes. I want to flip this camera around because look at this big crowd walking up right now. That goes to show you how many people are still coming in hours and hours before President Trump is set to speak this evening. Big group of people making their way in. It was actually hard to find parking as well. Parking lots are full. Press parking was even full when we arrived here today, so we had to park elsewhere as well. But Pennsylvania is definitely ready for President Trump. We're excited. I think it's about 2 weeks now before their primary, Brian. And so they're ready to get out the vote. They're ready to see the president tonight. And it's a big rally, his last one before he goes to court on Monday in New York City. And these people here are giving him that energy to keep up the good fight.
Yeah, they're concerned about things like the economy, our border, the weaponization of the Department of Justice and the FBI, and these wrongful lawsuits that's been brought against them. And that's what they're worried about. And I often say, I don't even feel like President Trump at this point even needs to do a rally, because every time he goes to court, his approval ratings go up.
Yes.
The fundraising goes through the roof.
Yes.
And the American people see what's happening to him, and they're backing him. And I was with President Trump when he went to Chick-fil-A the other day out in Atlanta, and the enthusiasm in Chick-fil-A and outside was incredible. And so, this is a political movement. It's a phenomenon what is happening right now in this country. It's really amazing what's happening. This political figure, you got a president who, never been in politics prior to 2016, wins the election, turns this country around with the America First movement and this MAGA, this thing they really criticize all of us for putting America first. He gets an election stolen from him. We see what the Biden administration has done, and the enthusiasm and the support this president has is, I think, more than 2016.
Absolutely it is. It just gets bigger and bigger, and the movement is getting stronger and stronger as days go by, as we head into November. And I'm smiling and laughing, Brian, because this line is getting so long so fast. Take a look behind us. You can turn around and see just how quickly people are arriving here in Schnecksville. Again, a small town about 1 hour north of Philadelphia. And you saw the cart with the hats. I'm sure they're going to sell a lot of those today, Brian, because it's very windy. Look at this little girl right here. So cute. Hi, what's your name?
Abby.
Abby, how old are you?
8.
Is this your first time to see President Trump?
Yeah.
Are you excited?
Yeah.
What do you love most about President Trump?
I don't know. I like a lot about him.
I do too. It's hard to pick just one, right?
Yeah.
Right. So I like your little flag. Are you going to wave that for him when he steps out on the stage tonight?
Yeah.
Okay. Where are you from?
Pennsylvania, Gilbertsville, Boyertown. Wait, what am I?
Gilbertsville, Pennsylvania.
Okay. Are you mom?
Yes, I am.
Okay. Tell me how important it is to come out and bring the little ones and teach them early.
I think our country depends on it, for the little kids to be able to not only experience his presidency, but to learn that this is the best way for America.
It really is. And so bringing her out here today, it's got to make you happy as well to know that you're teaching her right from wrong.
She's even a bigger fan than I am.
Wow. That's awesome at just 8 years old.
Her little t-shirt on.
Let's see if we can show it for the camera. The camera right here. I love it. Super cute, very patriotic. Thanks for coming out here in her Trump hat. Says, yes, I'm a Trump girl. Get over it. I love it. Thanks for coming out. Have a great time tonight. All right, Brian, and that's what it's all about, the little kids coming out and learning early.
Hey, I've often asked these kids, even when they come out during the week, who's skipping school for this, and a lot of them, like I did. No doubt about it, she wants to spend this Saturday. Let's get on this side of the line and we'll walk, and we'll cut through here. And the line is opened up right now, so you can tell they probably have the gates open up, going through all of the mags, the security measures, which is a big part, obviously, of an event like this. So that is an indication, since this line is now kind of moving, that they have done just that. But we'll stop and talk to a few people as we walk through here. So many issues on the table right now in this country, not only the economy, we've got the border, a major concern. Yesterday, and we can play a little bit of this later, Speaker Johnson and President Trump got together at Mar-a-Lago to talk about election integrity and talk about the effort to make it where we have a federal law, basically, where you've got to show, you got to be a U.S. citizen to vote. It sounds very common sense to be able to, show an ID to prove that you're a U.S. citizen to vote, because in Texas, in 1 week, they had 277,000 new registered voters in Texas. That's 277,000. Now, if you compare that to other states, they only get roughly maybe 100, maybe 150 new registered voters in any given state. For Texas to have such a huge, massive new voter sign up in 1 week is an indication that they are literally signing up illegals to vote in our elections. We'll get people's thoughts here in just a second on that. But we'll keep walking. And as a reminder also, like, share, comment in this broadcast. It's real important that we get, not only we show the crowds, because I often say, could Joe Biden pull anything like this in a crowd? There's no way.
Legend. Come on. Never. Never.
I was watching a cable news channel earlier, and they were talking about the support of Joe Biden, and the woman said, we've got two people from president, and both are not supported by Americans. I thought, what in the world is she talking about? Look at this line.
Look at this. This is wild. I mean, he is coming to Scranton next week, but there won't be a line like this. Yeah.
Well, appreciate Joe's got to go. God bless you.
Joe in the hotel.
Okay, Joe. All right. But I often say the support that Trump has in Pennsylvania and really around this country is it's insane. I can't think of any modern political figure that can show up and get this many people to come on.
Joe won though, right? He won.
Oh yeah, Joe won. 84 million votes. He won. Yeah. But
no one likes Trump.
I'll get it. No one loves Trump. I mean, look at this.
15,000 people here.
I got to ask you guys, once President Trump gets in office, what is he doing on day one?
What does he do on day one? Close the border, absolutely. Close the border, deport all the illegals.
Get the illegals out.
Yeah. Oh yeah, let's see.
Get the illegals.
Yeah. For sure.
Send everybody
A lot of
back.
people have said, they want to make sure that we kind of look into who broke federal crimes and prosecute them. And
Who's the first one to go? Lock his ass up. Lock his ass up.
Very spirited people here. Thank you very much. You guys will get in. Vanessa, what you got?
All right, I have two veterans here with me. They served in the Army. First of all, thank you so much, both of you. I'm going to get you together if that's okay. Thank you both for your service. Love the Army, love all the branches of the military. Tell me your name and where you're from.
Terry DeCamp. I'm here from North Whitehall.
Michael Quinn, Pottsville, Pennsylvania.
All right, let's talk about Biden's military. Do you see the same military that you saw when you served?
No, definitely not. Definitely, our service members today have so much demanded on them, and they're required to know so much more than in previous decades. And then you go in, you throw in all the extra requirements that Biden and his folks have put on these soldiers. It's insane. I mean, it's just dangerous and insane.
Let's talk about what's going on overseas and what our military men and women are going through. Your heart has to go out to them.
Of course, my son has been in the Air Force 8 years already, serving at Luke Air Force Base, active duty. He's been deployed multiple times for fictitious wars to get corporations profits, and me and him were sent to the same thing. I was in the initial invasion of Iraq in 2003. They told us there was chemical weapons there. I was with the 112 Signal Battalion from Fort Bragg. There wasn't nothing there. We found no chemical weapons. It was a big lie. So I'm against Joe Biden's the military they're creating. Some of my brothers and sisters that stayed in still are getting out right and left because they have to sit in with inclusivity training and all kinds of trash like this. That is not strengthening our military one bit in my
And let's focus on that right now, because they're learning saying this stuff, that doesn't help you on the front lines. That's where our focus should be, not on inclusive training.
Well, I'll tell you what you first have to understand, probably the most diverse workforce in the world. What makes our military one of the greatest forces for whether it's peacekeeping operations or any other operations is the fact that we don't see color, we don't see religion. We're a brother and sisterhood. We never had an issue with discrimination in any unit I was ever in, and all of a sudden they start saying there's systematic.
We didn't have a race problem in the military until we had Obama as a president.
Even then, I mean, our military is so good at going into places that have issues with genocides and whatnot, because we are a diverse group. I'll tell you, and I know this is probably a little long, when I was in Yugoslavia, I'd go out on a patrol. You'd go down to an area where you'd see a little brown-haired kid on one side, a little brown-haired kid on the other side. Both of them are different sex, and they would cuss each other out and point fingers at each other and wish each other would die. We would roll in. You'd have a Korean sergeant, a black guy, a white guy, a Hispanic guy. They'd see us. They see us sharing our food. They see us joking around. They learned from that how we could get along, but with them, as similar as they are, couldn't. And they changed. By the time we finish a rotation over there, you'd see those kids playing together. We'd give them water balls that turn into squirt guns, and they'd chase each other around. But so we go from all that hatred to something peaceful like that, and only the United States military can do that. When you start labeling them as systemically racist, that is a shame on whoever even points their finger at our military. Our military is the greatest in the world, one of the most diverse forces in the world, and I was proud to serve.
I'm proud that you did serve. Let's talk about what happened in Afghanistan. The mainstream media didn't hit on this much. They talked about it and then moved on with the next news of the day, but I think that it should be talked about a lot. All of our equipment left in Afghanistan. How does that...
Why do I got to pay taxes? Take it from all this shit you left there. I mean, come on. That was ridiculous. The way that was handled was absolutely horrible. Nobody agrees with it. None of us here, none of the veterans. Absolutely terrible. Biden has no brains. We all know it. That's why we're all here. And he's ruining our military. It's horrible what he's doing. There's people that, I even convinced, sadly, a younger cousin of mine, I'm like, don't even join. Now's not the time to join. It's really not. And that's sad that I had to do that. But I'm like, maybe wait a couple years. Let's see how this next year turns out. So. And
it's really sad when it's come to that. And hopefully we can get
all the money for Ukraine and everything else. And there's my poor mother with dementia that my mom and dad, they had 401ks. He was a carpenter his whole life, construction. My mom was a beautician. And I had to move back home to help them struggling to pay for her bills. But if I just come and walk across the border, maybe I can get $2,500 a month, to help out. So, I mean, we see that happening, and we're so angry and upset of that. Like, why are we paying taxes? I don't get it.
It's a slap in the face to our American people and also to our veterans. And if you're watching at home and you support our veterans, you're not hearing it from me. You're hearing it from two right here who are telling you what it was like versus what it is now, and they want change for our military and keep it the strongest in the world.
Officers.
Yes, absolutely. So good to see y'all. Yes, the people here are thanking you. We thank you from the bottom of our hearts. We love our military. President Trump loves our military.
Yes, he does.
Keep up the good fight. We're supporting you.
Thank you, Donald Trump. We got your back, Trump. We love you. Woo!
That's an amazing interview. And Vanessa, there's so many people right now that are just like him, that are frustrated, that they're having, their parents struggle with going into those golden years of retirement because they're dealing with the bull crap that's going on right now with the economy, and it's
like you just mentioned,
those are real stories. That's not
his sick elderly parents are struggling when we're sending all of this money to Ukraine. Our military is struggling because, like he just said, you had a president who is African American, Obama, who, to me and to the military, they feel like he's the one that brought all of this divisiveness. And so there's this divide all of a sudden, instead of trying to combat racism in America, that's now at the forefront, and it's bringing it back in a sense when we should all be as one. And Brian, I've told this story when I make speeches, and I'm actually in Jasper, Texas, small town Jasper, Texas. I covered a 9/11 memorial a couple of years ago, and I told the crowd there, we actually had some firefighters from New York come to this ceremony, and I told the crowd that that was one day where we were all Americans. And when these first responders ran into the World Trade Centers and they were trying to save people, it didn't matter your skin color, it didn't matter your religion, it didn't matter your ethnicity, it didn't matter who you were. They were trying to save Americans. We were all Americans that day, and that's how it should be every single day. We should be helping our neighbors, no matter the skin color, and don't let the mainstream media or the current administration divide us. That's what they want. This side of the aisle wants to bring us together. You hear it from the people here. We see it. We know it. You heard it from military. This man who serves, that he went overseas, and he said it takes the U.S. military to go over there and say we're all one. No matter what country you're from, we're all one. We're all the same. And they start getting along. So don't let what you see on TV and TikTok and Instagram and mainstream media and the press conferences at the White House with the press secretary, don't let any of that divide us. That's what they want. Remember what happened on 9/11? And that day we were all Americans. And don't let a catastrophe let that be the only day where we are. It should be we're all Americans every day of the year.
Yeah, okay. Just like we all united to watch the eclipse, and we're all Americans on that day, but when it comes to saving this country, we have one side that wants to destroy it and one side that wants to save it. So I wish we had the same unity as we did with staring at the sun. I do want to take a time just for a second. If you want to get away to the Ozarks, now this is pretty cool.
Yes, I do. Tell me about it.
This is the first time that I have read this, and I'm going to go ahead and read it because I want to make sure I get all the details straight. This is one country. This is an Ozark cabin getaway. Now this is pretty cool. Now check this out. One country is giving away an all-new Ozark cabin. One lucky winner and their crew will unpack a new life in a beautiful, wait for it, $1.5 million, 3-bedroom, 2-bath, stone fireplace. Sign me up here. Just take the mic. I'm wanting to go right now. And also just gain access to an abundance of naturally known hiking trails, waterways, and just some hunting grounds. It's all ready for you. The information for that is on your screen. They have already given away $8.9 million and counting, $1 million rather, and counting. So don't miss your chance. You could be the next lucky winner for this one country Ozark cabin giveaway. It is insane what they're doing now. But go to the website, onecountry.com/RSBN. You'll get an additional 300 bonus entries on this.
That's nice.
That is fun. Become a One Country member and get an automatically entered for all active giveaways every month. So once you join, every month you are automatically entered to win on this. I think this is one of the coolest things that we've done.
300 extra entries if you do /RSBN?
Yes.
Oh.
You sign up for a monthly active member. So go check it out. The information is on your screen. If you want to get away, why not get away to the Ozarks? It's a beautiful part of the country. Definitely worth you checking out and enter in that. That is the website there is onecountry.com/RSBN. Okay.
Or 300 extra entries.
Yeah, I like that.
That's nice.
Let's go ahead and walk some more because we have a long way to walk. Vanessa, if we don't walk right now, we're never making it to the front.
We're definitely getting our steps in today.
Yeah, so
if
let's
you're
go
counting,
ahead.
We're going to do
we'll
all
show
right
everybody
today.
that's in line, and we'll talk about some of the things that's on deck today. We have an interview that President Trump and Speaker Johnson did down at Mar-a-Lago, talking about securing our elections, talking about keeping this country free and safe and fair elections. We just want transparency in our elections. It's pretty easy, right?
Absolutely.
Yeah. And do we think illegals should be able to vote? Is that something we should just go ahead and hand them a voting card when they come over? No, of course not. But that's exactly what is happening in Texas. We are registering to vote hundreds of thousands of illegals, and hopefully, they will prevent them from voting. But that's what Joe Biden's trying to do.
Yeah, no, I shouldn't allow that.
Yeah. All right. So, what's the biggest concern for you guys? You guys live in Pennsylvania.
Biggest concern.
What has been the biggest challenge with the Joe Biden administration in your community?
Well, my biggest concern is definitely the illegal aliens coming in from the border, the needless crisis on the border.
Yeah. It's made its way into your community here.
Well, it's not so much, but I'm concerned that it will, is the thing, and certainly, in the bigger cities you have the problem. We live out in the country, so we're in pretty good shape yet.
Imagine, is your daughter?
This is my granddaughter.
Hi.
Nice to meet you. So, first time to see President Trump?
Yes.
Yeah. In your little circle of friends, is everyone a Trump supporter at your age? Yeah. Well, that's actually a good place to live. That's a good thing. I didn't think I was going to hear that. First time to see President Trump. So, what are you looking forward to today of hearing from him? Anything in particular?
Not really. I'm just excited to see him.
A lot of people just want to see him, Vanessa. It's all about seeing the greatest president of all time. That's all, just a little excitement for that. Well, thank you so much for coming out here and standing in line. You're almost there.
Yeah, so you look like you have something to say. How much do you love President Trump?
I vote, but it's my boy, Trump is the man. That's why I'm here.
What do you love most about the president?
The way he's so strong about everything.
He's like Superman, right?
Yeah, well, he said Superman, man. No, but yeah, he's definitely, he needs to be up there. At least he's speaking the truth. That's our people. Yeah, it belongs to us,
When you see what the left is doing to him and all these court cases, how does that make you feel?
Man, it's sick, man, because, let the man do what he's got to do, Don't take the under guy, and drown him out like that. It's just not fair, He wants to run the country. He's going to do it right because nobody else is doing it. And it's going to be like that for years, and it's been like that, So.
We've got to save this country, and President Trump can definitely do that, right?
Exactly.
100% he can.
What do you love most about President Trump?
He wants to take America back, bring the jobs back here, all of it, build the wall, the whole 9 yards. He's got great ideas, and they need to let him drain the swamp, get rid of the corrupt.
Are you from Pennsylvania?
I'm from New Jersey.
What's it like in New Jersey?
Trump all over. I have it on my van, and people beep every day I go down the road. Very few give me the you-know-what, but so I got.
We just pray for those people. We pray for them.
Absolutely.
We just want the government to stop being so corrupt. And that's why they're making it so difficult for him, because they're the only ones getting rich.
You look at some of their salaries where they're making maybe $110,000 a year, but they're multi-millionaires, and you're thinking, this doesn't add up. The math isn't mathing in this situation.
He didn't take a paycheck when he was president, did he? No.
He donated his salary.
All we can do is hope and pray. Hopefully this is his year. So.
Well, make sure November will be here before we know it, so we have to save this country. Thanks for being out here today. You look very warm. I'm jealous right now. If you have one of those extra, we'll just cuddle up in a group hug, bear hug. Good to see you. Thank you. All right, Brian. People from all over. We had people just now from New Jersey here to support.
Look at the population around this area. It is massive. You've got the Philly, you've got the Jersey, you've got New York. So you take a 300-mile radius, this whole kind of part of the country.
Right.
There's a lot of people here. So let's just keep walking.
The line is curving. So
let's keep walking. If we don't walk, we're not going to get there. Let's keep walking. The line does curve around. And we're just going to keep walking.
Real quick, if our camera can show this, I love these stickers. I may need one for my vehicle, so maybe they're selling those here today. But definitely love seeing this.
Well, thanks for showing the word. We're live on the air right now. Thanks for watching. All right, we're going to keep walking. But the bottom line is, Vanessa, this is a huge population of the country, and you typically think of New York and a lot of people. How you doing? A lot of people in the Northeast being a very liberal area, but there is a lot of conservatives.
I'm going to stop real quick because I don't know who this is, but I'm very jealous of them right now. Is there a person under here? Oh, hi! What is your name? What is it? Paisley. Are you nice and warm? I am so jealous of you right now. Do you love President Trump? I do too. And then we have a little one here. Who do we have here? If our camera can get around and see the little bitty one. And who is this?
Oakley.
Oh my goodness. How old is Oakley?
9 months old.
9 months old. This is the definition of babies for Trump right here. Little Oakley out. She's smiling. Hi. She is excited too at 9 months old, Brian, to see President Trump. Okay, we're going to let you get back under your blanket. We don't want to keep you cold here. I saw a big stump here and wanted to make sure. There we go. So jealous right now. Bye-bye. Good to see you.
She had the right idea, didn't she?
Absolutely.
All right,
we didn't get the
right
memo,
How we
but
doing?
that's okay.
He's got the truck. This is the tailgate.
tailgate guy.
Tailgate guy. Well, we like tailgating.
How you doing?
How you doing? Brian Glenn, Right Side Broadcasting. What's your name?
Vincent Franco.
All right, what you doing here?
We're coming to see Trump.
Yep. Obviously not. It's not obviously not your first time, right?
Huh? No, it's not my first time. We're coming all the way from Long Island, too, New York.
A lot of Trump supporters in Long Island, right?
Absolutely.
I was just mentioning that this part of the country, you generally sometimes think it's very liberal, right? But it's not. It's a ton of conservatives.
Absolutely, yeah. I mean, we're all over the place, but a lot of times the media doesn't show that.
Of course they don't. What should President Trump do on day one when he gets in the office?
Close the border.
Close the border and start drilling. Drill, baby, drill.
Baby drill. Yeah. How has the Biden economy affected you the most?
It's affected my business, fuel costs. I mean, materials and stuff. Yeah, a lot.
If you're in construction, I'm sure that probably hits you pretty hard.
Yep.
Yeah. How about energy prices as far as fuel, heating? What was your average heating bill this past winter?
It's more than tripled. Yeah. More than tripled and stuff. So.
There you go.
But yeah, Google Biden hogtie. You'll see me all over the news.
Is that a safe Google for me? Is that kind of?
Yeah.
I mean, I want to put that in my search engine right here.
The truck's right over there. That's all over the news.
Yeah, I saw that. Well, God bless you guys coming out. You know, you'll get to the front maybe by Monday, but you know you're on the way up there. Yeah, you'll be there. You're fine. Thank you very much. I appreciate it. God bless. Thank you.
All right, Brian, I was told if we don't keep walking, we'll never make it to the front of the line by the time President Trump gets here. That's just how long this line is. And as we walk, I want to remind you to check out freetrumpbook.com. It's Saturday. Go ahead and get your free Trump book today. freetrumpbook.com. All you have to do is pay a small shipping and processing fee, but that's it. I was actually sitting at home last week, Brian, reading it to little Marty, and he was flipping through the pages, looking at all the pictures. This is great. He's not reading, but he sees the pictures, and I tell him all about it. And so he's soaking it all in.
Can he say Trump yet? Can he say Trump?
You know, he hasn't said his first words yet. He said mama a few times.
It might be Trump
it
one.
Better, you know what? If it was Trump, I'm already a happy mama, but I would be a really happy mama if he said Trump. But anyways, go ahead and get your free Trump book. Good for kids of all ages. Good for the adults, too. I even enjoy reading it. Again, that's freetrumpbook.com. Small shipping and handling fee, but the book itself is free. We are on the move right now. We're going to take a little shortcut right here.
Well, you know what? I said this at the top of the show. If you're just now joining us, welcome. We said that I put this in the top 5, probably the longest line I've ever seen for a Trump rally. I think I've seen a few. Definitely people have turned out today, and we're so glad to, hey, how we doing? Good. This is definitely Trump country. I was just saying, I mean, this is not Joe Biden at all. Exactly, yeah. It's insane the amount of people that's out here today, Vanessa.
We are going to squeeze through right here as we make our way up the line that goes on for a very, very, very long time. And I love how people get creative with their attire too. You'll see all different kinds of shirts, hats, you name it, at these rallies. People really do get creative with their slogans, their sayings. All patriotic, all America first patriots here at a President Trump rally.
Hey. Thank you.
Hey, where are you from? Tell me your name and where you're from.
Sandy Yupa. I'm from Point Phillips, Pennsylvania.
Maria Todaro, Easton, Pennsylvania.
All right, and you obviously love President Trump, don't we all?
Yes, we do.
So tell me what the vibe is like in Pennsylvania as we head into the primaries and then November. What are people saying?
We're worried
Trump
about
all the time.
All the time. We're worried about the voter fraud. We got to pull it out in Pennsylvania. Yes.
So what are people doing on the ground to make sure we do have a fair election?
Voting, getting the word out, sticking together like this, like a family. Today has been all about
local
family
elections.
events.
Yep. All of our smaller politicians. Oh, yeah, definitely.
Are you seeing a bigger push now to make sure the elections are secure than you did in 2020?
Absolutely.
More eyes they're going to be watching this time. Can't put anything past us. Nobody's going to sleep on election night this time.
Nope.
No, we're not.
All nighter. So when I'm up all night on election night, I know for sure you're going to be up all night on election night too.
Absolutely.
Absolutely.
Yep.
Like 16 and 20. Absolutely.
No. Nope.
Do not sleep on election night. All right. So is this your first Trump event?
No, my second.
My first.
Oh, you're going to have a great time. And sometimes he does a little dance at the end. I don't know if you've seen the Trump pump, but it's really fun. We look forward to it at the end of every rally.
Oh, we're hoping
great.
so. Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you. All right. Brian, and you hear it from the people here in Pennsylvania. They're from here. They say what they're worried about in November is election integrity, but they say just like what you see out here, they stick together like a family, and nobody is going to sleep on election night this time like we did the last time. We're going to be watching.
And I've said that before because I think what they did in 2020 surprised everybody. And we, since all of the Senate hearings, which, by the way, I was the first person, I want to say this real quickly. Doug Mastriano was the first elected official in Pennsylvania, anywhere in the country, to call for these public Senate hearings over all the election discrepancies. So shout out to Doug Mastriano. At the time he was running for governor, didn't quite make it, but he was the first person to say, wait a minute, this election didn't go the way we think it should have went, as far as not because we think Trump should have won, but the reasons why, all the discrepancies. So shout out to Doug Mastriano for doing this. Like, hey,
hey, here's the real tailgaters over here. They're having a great time.
And hang on a second. And this is when the show went south. As soon as I walked over here.
Hey, the real tailgaters of Pennsylvania have arrived. I don't even want to ask if you're having a great time because I know you are. Okay, well, you all have a wonderful time. I know you're staying warm.
I kind of want to shotgun a bear or two is what I want to do, but that's for another day. But we appreciate it. You guys come. Nice boots too. I love it. No, they're having a good time. But see, that's what it's all about. Like, well, we're kind of live on the air. So right now, what's your name? Where are you from?
My name is Sherry Bookman. I'm from McCountry, Pennsylvania.
Wonderful. First time to see President Trump?
Yes. And I'm
I love first timers.
So excited.
Yeah. And your little circle of friends are they are right there.
They're all
Trump supporters, right?
Yes, absolutely.
Nice. You guys having a good. Where were you walking to? You just walking?
I was just walking to
see
my friends.
Oh, there you go.
She's got her White Claw. Everybody, this is the section right here.
Did I not get the memo out here or something?
But this is the section.
My goodness. All right. Well, what should President Trump do on day one, by the way? Let's talk a little bit of policies real quick.
Day one, he is going to take over everything, and he's going to make America better again.
I like that. Better. Close the border.
Close the border. Yeah. Absolutely.
I would agree with you on that. All right, cool. I don't know where to go from here. I'm kind of
having too much fun. I'm a little.
I'm kind of stuck in the White Claw over here. We're gonna.
Friends over here.
This is when the show really got interesting here for a second. All right, so how we doing? All of a sudden, yeah. This is her first time to see Trump. First timers as well. Second, yeah, second.
Yep, we saw him in Westchester back in 2016.
So when someone tells you that Joe Biden won the 2020 election, you say what?
My shirt that you can't see says "too big to rig."
And that's really what President Trump says. He needs to have the massive turnout, so it's too big to rig. Is this pretty much the feelings across this entire state that you can tell?
Boy, I hope so. I hope it is. I hope so. Big cities, though.
Yeah. It's across the country, isn't it? Yeah. I think it's interesting to point out that this gentleman said, truckers see it all. They see it all. They go across the country. They see the signs. You're seeing more Trump signs than anything.
More Trump signs than anything. There are no Biden signs, and if they are, they're hidden.
That's true. There you go. All right. Well, we're going to keep walking because we're on a 3-day hike to the front, in front of the line. We'll see you guys later. All right. There we go. Keep America great. I love that. I love it. Well, that's why these people are. I've often say, Vanessa, where's the excitement for anyone?
Right here, dude.
There you go.
That's right here, dude.
Right here's the excitement. We can't wait to get inside.
That's a nice setup right there. I like
Very much, sir. How you
Loving
doing?
it. I'm loving it.
I'm loving it. Yeah, he gets
Love
the.
your station. Thank you for
I
the
appreciate
coverage.
it. Thank you,
I appreciate it. You guys
The
are
truth,
on.
the most important part. The truth.
That is the most important part.
No shit.
Yeah, but we were just talking about, like, I don't see the 84 million Biden voters. I don't see them anywhere.
Because they don't exist, dude. They don't exist. They exist on the media and on a chart.
It's all
That's the only
paper.
place they exist, dude.
How do you make it legal? How do you make it illegal? And how do you keep control of it? Because we need to.
Yeah. Real quickly, this is the first time I've asked this question. Fetterman, how did he win?
Listen.
Because it's like one of the monsters. No, he didn't win, dude. They planted him like they planted all the rest of the Democrats that get in there, that feed in the same stuff that needs to get done, what their agenda is, and he's just another one of their cogs. So.
And I have to admit, I'm from Pennsylvania, and I don't understand who the people were that voted for him.
Yeah. Likewise. I mean, I'm in Texas, and I know Ted Cruz wins because I know what he stands for. But Beto wants to grab your AR and change everything. And I'm just like, who votes for these people?
Yeah, it's sad. It's sad. Sad.
It's not
But the biggest problem is you guys, and not you, but your station, but the other stations pushing the propaganda.
Yeah, they do.
It's horrible.
I was watching earlier, and the host says that we have two people running for president that overwhelmingly has zero support amongst Americans. I'm like, how can you say that? Do they see not the thousands of people that show up?
Yeah, it's sad. It's sad.
They're
We
lying
don't
to
have
us.
elections right now. We have selections. So until we get this corrected, and we get it corrected for 24, if we even get to 24, thank you, Trump, for making this happen. It's got to get done, or else we're just going to be in criminal elections for the rest of our lives, and then we're all done.
Well, it's funny you say that because I think that what Trump did is inspire a lot of people to run on their local levels. They got fed up with what they saw, even in their city councils.
We have a local news station, and I said to my wife today, I said, just watch what happens now. They put Trump's rally, and a millisecond later, 35 indictments. Yeah. It's so prejudiced. It's just sad.
That's what they always do.
Yeah.
It's not working because every time he gets indicted, his fundraising goes up, his polling goes up, and people that have been agnostic to politics see what's happening with the weaponization of our FBI and DOJ. They go, well, heck, this is not right. And so he even wins those guys over. We got to keep walking here. We got to keep walking. We got to keep walking here. All right, thank you.
Can we piggyback?
They'll never notice.
Yeah.
They'll never notice.
Wait, you want me to piggyback you? My goodness. I'm strong, but I'm not that strong. All right. I love you.
Plus the fanny pack. I love the fanny pack.
Pennsylvania's great. I love it.
I'm enjoying myself here today.
The polls what?
No, I worked the polls election day, and last election there was an issue with the machines, and they had to have company fix them because it was putting in the wrong candidate. And that's what I'm worried about, Biden cheating again.
I don't want to get sued. I agree.
Okay.
I got a lot of money, but not that much.
No, I don't either.
I believe you.
No, well, it's a fact. I mean, so it's scary.
Let me ask you a question. Have you seen a spike in people that want to volunteer and be a poll watcher this time? Because in 2020, we know what they did. Now, is everyone's aware of the go away, we're going to put plywood in, let's turn you around so people can see it real quick. Plywood in the windows, don't poll watch, things like that. Are you seeing people volunteer to be a poll worker?
I don't really know. I know that we went for training the other day, and it was a lot of people there.
Good.
So,
Good.
yeah.
You should get involved. That's what we need to do is watch this election.
Absolutely, because it's scary. If we stay the way we're going, our country's going to be very messed up.
Yeah. We're a nation in decline, is what President Trump says. God bless you guys. Thanks for coming out. We're going to keep walking. We're on a 3-day hike, Vanessa, to the front of the line.
We're going to make it there eventually.
We're going to make it there.
All right,
eventually.
So the line continues and continues and continues. And there we are, all aboard the Trump train. Can we get a big choo-choo?
That's it. I like that. Look. Oh, my goodness, it's right side. That's right. You know what? Well, we're live on the air if you want to give a shout out to somebody at home?
Yes, can I?
Yeah, go ahead. No, I got to hold the microphone. Here we go.
Mom, get in.
Who are we saying hello at home?
We are going to say hello to Aaron Schaefer, Matt Schaefer, Caitlin Arroyo, and Rick Stefanelli.
There you go. Nice. There you go. I'm sure they're great people. I'm sure they're great people.
And I'm
Thank
sure
you
they're
so much.
Trump supporters.
And thanks for watching. Yeah, I would imagine.
Hello, everyone. Hi.
Yeah.
Hi. So you're seeing people of all ages here. So a 9-month-old here.
Yeah, but
today.
Under the Biden administration, a 9-month-old would be able to vote because that's what they believe in.
Yes.
So if you put him from Mexico, he's going to get the front of the line to vote. So that's about what it is right now. This is a good shot here. Okay, you see how far we've walked so far. Okay, we've wrapped around. But look, once you go around, there's the other side, and from what I've been told, the cattle, the bike racks begin, and that's where people will snake back and forth. But my goodness.
The sun's out. This is nice. I like when the sun. Let's go, Brandon! Let's go, Brandon. Absolutely. So, yes, we still have a trek, as you can see. And, we talk about it all the time here on RSBN. We always show the crowds. That's what we do. President Trump likes to see what it's like at his rallies before he arrives. And this is it, folks. You can see how far we walk. Like Brian just mentioned, we still have a long ways to go. And then way over there is still more people. And then where I'm standing now, you can see it even goes up the hill to the white building over there. So we're walking, and you're walking with us at home. Thanks for being here on Right Side Broadcasting Network.
Vanessa, I think that might be the first time we had Miller Lite and a White Claw pretty much in the same segment.
Yes.
But hey, they're having fun.
They're
here
having
on a
a great time. It's cold out here. I hear, Brian, that alcohol may warm you up some. So if they chose that over coffee, great. Or hot cocoa.
Right side, that's right.
Good to see. We love you too.
We
More
love you.
kids
Thanks
here
for watching.
today. Let's look at the kids. I love showing the kids. Hey, he's got a stick he's playing with. Young Trump fans here today. Good to see you.
I love kids out here,
I do too. It's all about teaching them young. They're not going to, they're not going to learn this at school, unfortunately. So you have to, you have to bring them to a Trump rally, or you have to teach them the Pledge of Allegiance and our national anthem at home, because they're not going to learn it anywhere else.
They're not going to learn it. I mean, these kids in
like
school,
you like to say, Brian, on the University of TikTok.
You're not going to learn anything on the University of TikTok. I can promise you that. They're not going to teach you to love this country and basically how we were founded and the value system that we have. When you talk about nations that have, when you talk about nations for a second, this is a good place to stop. When you think about nations and how they thrived and how they were formed, the United States was really one of the only states that was formed on Judeo-Christian values. When our founding fathers wrote everything down, they used biblical principles. Our rights aren't given by the government. They're issued by God. They're granted to us by God. So, and that is one thing, in my opinion, that the left wants to separate you from God, because they can separate you from God and they can take place of that. Then you look at them as being the person or organization that grants you your rights. That's why they attack us so much.
Absolutely. And so we cannot let go of our God-given rights that our forefathers set in place for us. We are one nation under God, and we're going to fight like we can to keep it that way. But Brian is spot on. When they started taking prayer out of schools and prayers out of public places, that's when we started seeing a decline in this nation. It was the beginning of what could be the end. And so we cannot let that end come. We got to keep God first, because without him, nothing is possible. And so the left wants to take it away. Like you just mentioned, they want us to depend on them and not God. And so these people here know it.
They
know it, and we're not going to let it happen.
Nope. That's why they're here. Another.
All right.
Okay, we better
I'm
go
following
this.
you,
Let's
Brian.
go this way. I just want to make sure we don't get. This ground is a little uneven. I want to make sure we don't fall.
I'm following you until you step in a pothole. Then I'm going around.
Yeah. So I'll be the one that falls, and then you get the heads up on that. This is amazing, though, and like you said, I've never seen a political movement like this, because even when any prior Republican left office, even when Barack Obama, who was the most beloved first African American president ever, duly elected by a majority of white people, even when he left office, you do not remotely see the support.
Absolutely.
I mean,
not.
it's President Trump.
It's President Trump. It's the MAGA movement. It is something that this country has never seen before, and I'm not sure if this country will ever see anything like it ever again. This MAGA movement is so powerful, and that power is just going to keep getting stronger, and it's just amazing to see. I love this little, I guess, a dummy right here.
Well, someone took
you
a
never know what you're
parking
going to run
cone
into
and
at
turned
a
it into the
Trump rally. Biggest idiot Dems ever nominated, Biden. Come on, man.
Come on, man.
Okay, we're walking down a hill now. Let's make sure we're safe and sound.
Let's squeeze through here real quick. All right, this gives good perspective. You can shoot
Yes.
back that way. You know, there's a lot of people out here. I mean,
It really is. It's good to see. Like, I feel like this is
right.
a telltale sign of what November is going to be like. It's
Yeah.
going to be outstanding, amazing. If this is just a portion of what it's going to look like at the polls,
See, here's
and if
the
all
deal.
goes well, like it's supposed to go, he's a shoo-in.
if these people show up for election day, this election's over.
Yeah.
Just like they showed up in 2020. We all know they showed up in 2020. You just don't see it. I mean, I use the common sense smell check. At the end of the 2020 election campaign season, I would look around and see massive events like this, and then I would see Joe Biden standing in a middle school gymnasium and a bunch of hula hoops, everyone, together. And I thought to myself, there is no way this guy wins the election. There's no way, because there's no one supports him. After 4 years, I know damn well nobody supports him, and these polling numbers are just skewed. Look, people that are so entrenched in hating Trump, they're never going to vote for Biden, because they can't swallow their pride that they're on the wrong side of truth, to be honest with you, and they're on the wrong side of common sense. So they're going to poll like they are, but I just pray on election day some of these people just come to their senses and vote for the policy, not necessarily the man if they don't like the man for whatever reason, but vote for the policy.
I agree with you. You would think that's what they would vote for to begin with, but some people just don't like mean tweets, and I love them, and I can't get enough of them. So post more, President Trump. We love it, and then all of these people here love it as well. And again, President Trump was in Georgia just a couple of months ago, and Biden was there as well. And if you compared the two events, I mean, it was night and day difference. There was hardly anyone, maybe a couple dozen at Biden's event, and President Trump had an overflow crowd outside because the inside of the arena was standing room only. Couldn't fit any more people inside because it was at max capacity, so they had to set up a screen outside so all of the thousands of people outside could watch President Trump giving his speech. So I think, like you said, these polls, who are they polling? I've never been polled.
I think they know it. I think they know they're getting beat. And so you see the lies or the misinformation being spread harder and harder. They're going to double down on this. I'm still not convinced, to be honest with you, Vanessa, that Joe Biden is your nominee from the Democrat Party, because they know he can't do this. We all know this. He can't do this. But who else can on the Democrat side? I'm not even sure anybody can at this point.
No, and I agree with you.
So-
Who are they going to bring in at this point to compete against President Trump? They just don't have a good lineup, and so
They don't.
that's that. We want to remind you that Birch Gold Group, if you want to save for your future, the economy is tough. Bidenomics is not helping any American families right now. It's just not working. But what is working is gold investments, and you can do that with the Birch Gold Group. Don't let what's happening in our country keep you up at night, give you anxiety about saving money and what your future may look like. That's where the Birch Gold Group comes in. All you have to do, it's very easy. Just text the word Trump to 989898. Someone from the Birch Gold Group will call you and send you a free information kit, and they'll come up with a plan that's just best for you. And look, I know a lot of times, a lot of people right now, Brian, they just don't have a lot to invest. And when they hear investment, they may think, oh, I need thousands or tens of thousands. And that's not the case.
Great point.
You just, if you just want to start out with $100 or $200 or even less, I really don't know how low you can go, but I'm sure even if you don't have much, I'm positive they can help you out. You have to start somewhere. And so let them help you grow your future. That's the Birch Gold Group. Text the word Trump to 989898.
There you go. Excellent point on the investment side. That's a good point. You got to start somewhere.
You have to start somewhere.
Go ahead.
I'm seeing a snowman. I mean, it's cold, but do you see the snowman being brought this way? Is that
bring in? You never know what you're going to find out here.
The things you see.
Yeah. I tell you what, we can walk a little bit up this way if you want to, because I know that once we go inside there, I think we might actually meet the end of the road here. But if you're just not joining us, welcome. We're live here in Pennsylvania. The doors open here shortly. The program actually starts at 5:30. They have speakers beforehand, and then President Trump is scheduled to speak at 7 p.m. So 7 o'clock tonight, President Trump, 5:30 program, and these people are fired up out here as hello, how are we doing? Well, we love you too. I don't know your name, but I love you. All due respect to the husband, probably. Nice to meet you. Brian, nice to meet you. Why are we here today?
See Trump.
Trump, yeah. First time?
Yeah. Well, no, not the first time. No, just trying.
How bad do we need President Trump in office?
We need him bad. Yeah. We need him bad.
America great again.
Yeah. It's got. I mean. Yeah, I know. Who would thought we'd get so bad in 3 years? I mean, it's just only been 3 years. I actually got bad in the first 90 days when he reversed all the policies. But I've never seen a nation in decline, and President Trump so accurately defines it as that. It is a nation in decline.
It is. It is. That's why we're here to support him.
Good. Yeah.
Yes.
We're great. We're having a great time. We can't wait to get in.
Everyone's in line. I mean, this line goes 15 miles that way, and there's people having a good time. They love it. It's just got a very much of a. It's got a. I saw somebody on Fox News actually had a reporter out here, and she goes, "It feels like a concert. It feels like a festival. People out here with."
We're a line that's not part of the border.
Yeah, it's true. Yeah, this is the only other line in the country. The first line's the border. Yeah, we're not in Del Rio, Eagle Pass. Well, we appreciate you guys coming out here. Thank you so much. Thank you very much.
Good job. Good job. Because we're all like-minded.
That is true. That is true. We love this country.
Such a comfort to talk to people.
I agree. It is because we all have this common love of country.
And it gives you hope.
It
gives you hope.
That's good. I like that. Go ahead, Vanessa.
All right, I want to show this man here. I love your outfit.
Thank you.
Tell me a little bit about it.
Thomas of Wales. Danny Thomas, Marlo Thomas, Dave Thomas of Wendy's. They're my distant and past relatives.
Oh, very neat.
And I got the good looks.
Sometimes it happens that way.
Thanks.
Okay, well, I really like the get-up. First time to see President Trump?
No, ma'am. I had seen I had seen him up in Wilkes-Barre when he was at the Santana Center 2 years ago.
Okay. And so what is it about President Trump you love most?
I love the most? He saved America. He will save America. He will save the world.
And that's absolutely right. He is the man of the people, and he puts America first, but he is the man of the people all over the world. He loves peace. There was peace in this country and also in the world when he was president.
Here. All the accords that he got, peace deals, all the trade deals he got for us, that were unheard of. Yeah.
Where are you from?
Allentown.
You are from Allentown. Okay, so Allentown, this is a small area. Do you think this is Trump country?
Absolutely. When you get out of the town. So I truly live in Schnecksville and outside of Bath. After my place burned a week before the lockdown, so I got thrown out in the cold, and I'm in a camper again. Yeah, I lived with Ruthie for a year as a normal house, but yeah, the people are more friendly, they're more rural. You don't see any
craziness,
right? Any crime, any Biden signs.
That's we love Trump USA, and this is where we are here today, and the people here are out in full force. We're glad to see you again. Stay warm, and I'm sure you will in your outfit.
Thank you.
Yes. All right, Brian.
Well, that's People are coming from all over the country, and I was talking to somebody off camera that was from the South, and so people would drive. I mean, they understand, like, this is what that woman said earlier. We all have the common love for this country, and we all want to basically get out, support the country, support President Trump, and I think it's just a great thing that we're all here today. And if you're just now joining us, Vanessa Broussard, Brian Glenn, as we're live here in Pennsylvania, to unpack some of the programming, we're going to transition inside around 4:30 or so, and then we'll do some interviews up there. The program starts at 5:30. Now, this is just my professional opinion here. With the mass amount of people they got to get in here, it's a lot. It's going to take a while, I think, to process the security through all of these to get people in here. So if that program is delayed some, it would not surprise me. Not saying it's going to, not saying it should. I'm just saying there's a lot of people here, Vanessa.
There are a lot of people here, and you're absolutely right. It depends on how many mags were sent, and if you're unfamiliar with what a mag is, that is what you go through at the airport. It's a security screening, and if they only have 2, they better open the line soon. If they have 5, they may be okay. But it all really depends on just how much security equipment is here. And with a crowd like this, you need more the merrier, so we can get these people in quickly.
Slow down a little bit. We're speed walking at this point, and we're going to miss. But it gives you an idea that when you come out to these rallies, and I love first timers, Vanessa, because when you're a first time rally person, you take all of this in. You go, my goodness, this many people. I remember when Scott, that was with us a couple weeks ago. It was the first rally he had ever been to. And he says, my goodness, this many people show up to, I'm like, yes, this many people show up to a rally. This many people are upset about the direction of our country, and this many people support President Trump.
Yes, and we give you a feel for it when we're here the best we can, and show you the crowds and talk to the people and show you the lines. But it's that energy you feel. You get this renewed energy, like there is hope for America. And so I want you to know that. Take that message here with you today, that there is hope. And when you come out here to these events and you feel that energy, people are ready for November. They're ready for change. They're ready for President Trump to serve another 4 years in office as they chant USA. We'll take a listen in.
Yeah, I mean, that's what you get. I mean, you don't see anyone rallying behind. I often wonder, what does the left rally behind? Like, what is the one thing they rally behind? Because you don't see they don't see love of country. You don't see that. But you may see rally behind Ukraine, and we're going to talk a little bit about that here in a little bit as far as the support or lack of support to fund Ukraine. And the truth be told, and we'll talk about this a little bit more inside, but Ukraine is on the brink of collapse. And think about it this way. We have continued to pump in hundreds of billions of dollars into Ukraine. Now we want to put another $60 billion in Ukraine. If a house is on fire, why would you keep putting money in a burning house? Ukraine will collapse, mark my word, in a matter of weeks, not months. When you're putting amputees back on the front line to fight. Think about this for a second. They're literally putting amputees on the front line to fight because they're running out of military age men. How you doing, guys? Hi. Good to see you. They're running out of military age guys to fight on the front lines.
Right, and I don't have that answer, Brian, other than, it's just chaotic to me that you're right. We're sending billions of dollars over and over and over again to a country that needs more than just money, I believe. I mean, they need help in so many different resources, but America needs that. We talked to our military, our veterans here just earlier, and we have our own
well, that's what I'm
military.
saying. So the Democrats rally behind every other country but this
us,
one.
right.
And I think that's one of the main things that separates us is we love this country. We wish, we want to promote world peace by all means.
It's all common sense, what you should love naturally. I feel like they're forcing these what am I saying? Ideas down our throats. They're making up stuff. It's every day. I feel like, are they sitting around a dinner table and thinking, okay, what kind of crazy idea can I come up with for tomorrow? You know, what the right loves, what conservatives love, is just everyday freedoms. That is common sense freedoms.
Standing up for the Constitution. They don't
Yes.
care about the Constitution. In their opinion, is a working and breathing document that you can change. It's not something that's fixated that you cannot change. That's what they believe, and so that's why they don't really take this country serious.
Yeah.
They want to change They want to. Actually, Barack Obama said it back in 2008. He said we're going to fundamentally change this country. That's what he said in 2008. And I thought to myself, what does he mean by that? You want to fundamentally change this country? I don't understand what that means. I don't want to change anything about this country. I think we're the greatest country on earth, but the left continues to want to just change everything. So,
yes.
All right.
Not for the good either.
No, not for the good. All right, just on the other side of 4 o'clock here, local time, just to unpack some stuff here. We got, of course, the gates are slowly opening, I would imagine. That's what's, it's going to take a while to process everybody. If you're just now joining us, yeah, we're here. We're live in Pennsylvania. We're on the ground. What's that? Latinos for Trump. Let's talk about that. Now, I heard, and you live in the area, right?
I'm up in the area. I'm also known as Freedom Jesse on social media.
Okay, Freedom Jesse, tell me this. I heard that this county has one of the highest per capita population of Latinos in this county, in the state. Is that true?
That is correct.
Okay.
That is correct.
Tell me what the status is as far as Latinos for Trump. I mean,
so here's the situation. So as hardworking Americans, a lot of the Latino community has actually moved forward and realized that we need America, that we want to protect our borders, that we want to make sure that America is safe. So I believe that today is no longer about a culture division. It is about, are you a patriot? You want your country safe? You want to have lower gas prices? Do you want to have things going for your family? You want to feel safe? And so that's why the community, the Latino community, the black community, are moving forward to support President Donald Trump.
Yeah, I was with President Trump at Chick-fil-A the other day in Atlanta, and it was on a predominantly black college right there in Atlanta. Overwhelming support. His numbers are way up from what they were in 2020.
I served as a police officer with the state of Pennsylvania, and I'm a businessman, and I know that my business flourished in the 4 years that President Trump was in charge. Unlikely when President Biden came aboard, our business actually almost went out of business because things got so expensive.
What should President Trump do on day one?
He should reverse anything that President Biden did and should secure the border and should start putting America first, which I believe he will do.
We've talked to a lot of people that immigrated to this country legally. They're very upset at the ones that seem like they just jumped the head of the line and came in illegally and they got all the benefits. What's your thoughts on that?
Well, I believe that like every other country wants to secure their border, we need to secure ours. And if you need to come here because of asylum or anything like that, you need to go through the proper channels. Otherwise, we're going to have chaos and we're going to have anarchy.
Cost of living here in Pennsylvania, tell me about it.
It's expensive. I mean, today I have a family of 8 people living in my house. My daughter lives back with us because she cannot afford to live on her own. And to go shopping, it used to cost me $400 to $500 4 or 5 years ago. Today it costs us $1,000 in food. So it has certainly gone up.
There you go. Well, I hope everyone shows up on election day, because they always say, let's swarm the polls. Let's make it too big.
Hopefully they don't cheat. Yeah. Hopefully he'll be honest.
Yeah. How's your governor doing, by the way?
No comments on that one.
I mean, I really have not kept up. We can keep walking. I haven't kept up with what this state is as far as your governor's doing. I know it was.
I was a Capitol policeman in Harrisburg, and I was there when Rendell was there. Honestly, I don't know what they're doing for the state, but certainly I was part of the Latino convention. I was one of the speakers of the Latino convention, and it became more of a democratic Latino convention. It was politically driven. So I don't see them doing much for the state. I think that they need to change. The Pennsylvania needs to really go back to its roots of looking out for Pennsylvanians, and that's not happening.
Thank you for your time. Appreciate it. Very well spoken there on the Latinos here in this area.
We're just getting breaking news here to the RSBN studio, Brian, about Iran launching an attack against Israel. That has just occurred. Iran has launched an attack against Israel using dozens of drones, we're told. So here we go. Buckle up. On the brink of World War III. We knew it would happen, and it has definitely taken place.
Yeah. How you doing? That is something that if you remember This time last week, the U.S. State Department released a warning that an attack on U.S. or Israeli forces was imminent. Well, if you watched the news this morning, and we got U.S. warships that were right there on the Strait of Hormuz moving in that area, it does not surprise me at all what you just read. And let's read it one more time, because I know that we were walking and talking. I want to make sure we get this straight. Go ahead.
Iran has launched an attack against Israel using dozens of drones. So that attack has taken place right now. Just remember, President Biden has sent billions of dollars to Iran recently. So yeah, an attack against Israel, one of our best allies.
Okay, now let me stop you right there. We have a bill right now is in the House to fund Israel and Ukraine, and what really has been going on is a game of politics, because they want to include funding to Ukraine with this funding package to Israel, and they've, instead of separating it, because I really think it's two separate interests there. Many people do not want to fund Ukraine, but they're trying to basically piggyback it on the back of this Israel funding package. This is huge news. This is what's been going on this Biden watch. So not only do we have a conflict in Ukraine with Russia, and we've got a proxy war with Russia through Ukraine essentially, but now you have a potential conflict, and it's been going on for a while, but it's escalated to a point where now we are on the verge of World War III. President Trump talks about it a lot, and that Joe Biden's foreign policy has been non-existent. You can go back and look over his 40-plus year career. It's been horrible, and this is another example of it.
I'm just, while you're talking, I'm listening, but my thoughts and prayers are definitely going out to the people of Israel. This all is nonsense. It's stuff that should not be taking place. It's wars that should not be happening. And if President Trump was in office, this would not be happening right now. But this is actually happening right now. Again, thoughts and prayers to the people of Israel, one of the United States' biggest allies. But it's very unfortunate to see that we have talked about this for months, and people need to wake up. A man that we are interviewing earlier mentioned, we are in a nation. It was a veteran. We are in a nation so worried about what bathrooms we're going to use and what color hair we have, and should a man participate in a woman's sports, and all this nonsense, and DEI, and all this, crap that should not be at the forefront of what's really taking place, the real problems in our country. But that's what the media wants you to see every day. We have real problems in this country, and we have real problems in this world, and you need to pay attention, because the mainstream will talk about it a little bit tonight, and then they're going to brush it off. But people are dying and losing their lives, and it won't be long, Brian. We're going to be sending our brave men and women overseas to fight this crap that should not be taking place right now.
Yeah, I just got a couple buddies that messaged me as well, so just to confirm that Iran has attacked Israel. But this is what we're looking at, because this is a world in chaos, and if you think at all that this would still be going on if President Trump was in office, then apparently you don't know President Trump. This is serious business. This is what, in my opinion, okay, this is where the election becomes not about the southern border now. It doesn't even become about the economy. It becomes about sending our sons and daughters over to the Middle East to fight a war against Iran. And we do this whole military complex thing all over again. And this is so overwhelmingly unpopular with the base of any involvement with this. But this is also timing on the FISA, because what they kept telling you is if they don't have the FISA renewed, if it doesn't get renewed and get extended, that we're going to lose the ability to basically, make sure that terrorists don't attack our country. So the timing of this is a little suspect, because this is exactly when they're going to say, see, we need to make sure we can, we have the authorization to spy on potential terrorists. This is our country right now. This is a country in decline, as President Trump often says, and it really does worry me, because if you're in the military right now and you're watching what's going on, and you have someone like Joe Biden in the White House, it would scare me that I'm going to get involved in a war in the Middle East that doesn't necessarily reflect or affect anyone here. I'm not saying that the nation of Israel doesn't have a direct, relation to us, but this is just another war that we're going to get dragged into.
Absolutely, and I wish I was a fly on the wall in the Situation Room right now, and it's just like a scene out of Dumb and Dumber, a clown show of
That's good.
some people who are sitting around a table. I don't know, what do I do next? This is what is running our country.
Yeah. Well, we got a lot to talk about today. Obviously, when we get inside here in about 15
we'll
minutes.
We'll keep you updated on the situation. We'll be watching our feeds as new information comes in. But pray for the people of Israel. Pray for our country. Pray for our world, because there's a lot of chaos going on. People are losing their lives. Children. Look what happened. That mall shooting that happened. We'll talk about that a little later on, where I think a 9-year-old has been injured. It's terrible to see, kids getting injured in these attacks, families being ruined, and if you think you're safe, think again, because they're coming after us, and with the open border and terrorists in our country and running wild and rampant, and we don't know where they are, they're going to be where you least expect it. So always keep your head on a swivel.
When you have Christopher Wray, the head of the FBI, telling everybody about how important it is right now to secure and make sure we don't have any terrorists in this country, I'm going to say, well, you've had the southern border wide open for 3 years. We know they're coming in this country. You're just not stopping them. I do want to talk about our friends over at OFP Farms. Now, we've had these guys with us on the broadcast before. It is some fabulous products, and it is made with quality goat milk products, which it was new to me.
I remember the first conversation you had. You thought it was actually milk that you drank. Right?
I was really like, this is new to me,
yes.
Having goat milk products, but what I understand, it does produce some of the best lotions and moisturizer stuff for your skin. So, for someone who needs all the moisturization on my skin as possible, I definitely need to check these guys out. But every product is made with premium ingredients in small batches to maintain the quality. And the OPF Farms is a patriotic, America first, God first based company. Now, you can just stop right there. Whatever you're selling after that phrase, you're buying.
Absolutely, because they're America first, they're gone first, they're patriots just like me and you. So go support this company. Rave reviews. The ladies love it, the men love it. I hear all the time people just talking about the different products they get from there and how much they love it and how much it just does for their skin and makes them feel better.
It helps heal the skin from damaged and damaged skin.
Summertime's coming. You need it. We're standing in the sun right now.
I've looked in the mirror several times. I definitely need this. I will be jumping on this website. I don't have any yet. Go check it out. Don't forget to use the promo code RSBN at checkout to save big on this. So the information's on your screen. Look, if you're it's kind of a predominantly female-based product, I would say, to a certain degree. That's who overwhelmingly buys the skincare products. But guys out there, we gotta make sure our skin's moisturized as well.
Do you know what I started doing? And this is perfect for this company. I started buying products, and they don't have to be very expensive. They can be inexpensive. So maybe you can go buy, if they have individual soaps or lotions on there, maybe buy 5 or 10 of them and just keep them at their house. And, of course, use it for yourself. But I keep things like this, Brian. So, if I'm going to lunch with a girlfriend, I'll bring her a little gift. Or, hey, I got this from one of our sponsors. This is for you, and let them try it out. And you don't know how much that means to friends whenever I show up at lunch or dinner or just, going to their house or whatever, and I bring a little something, and they love it. It makes their day. So that's also a great idea. This is a great company for that. If you're having a girls' night or a girls' weekend or a bachelorette party,
that's it.
Bring me all the things for skincare and,
And you'll take it. Okay,
Yes.
Before we walk up to the front, we're going to go in here in a few minutes. I do want to read a tweet here. This is from Colin Rugg. Break-in Iran has launched an attack against Israel with dozens of drones, according to Axios. Now, President Biden was even forced to cut his vacation this weekend short and has returned to the White House. Shortly before the attack, Israeli Defense Forces announced a state of alert notifying all schools and education institutions would be closed. So,
President Biden, we're sorry you had to cut your vacation short while there is war going on overseas. We're so sorry you had to get out from underneath your umbrella on the beach with your lawn chair out, reading your book. That's very unfortunate, but you shouldn't even be on vacation.
Yeah.
We have crisis on our homeland, on our own turf. We have crisis abroad. We have crisis all over this world. Why are you on vacation so much? Go to work.
Yeah. Okay.
And that's my 2 cents.
There we go. All right, let's keep walking ahead. We're going to go
Stay
in
at work.
At the bottom of the hour, we're going to transition inside and maybe cut to a. We've got we had a great interview or a great press conference
Mad
yesterday.
at cutting my vacations short.
Well, when you get up to be 183, you need to have all the vacations you need. How you doing? So this attack does not surprise me. The timing does not surprise me. When the U.S. State Department comes out and warns that an attack is imminent in the next week or so, and then it was doubled down today in the next 48 hours, and then here we have late afternoon here on the East Coast when you have something happen that does this. None of this surprises me at all about what is going on with Israeli forces and under the attack from Iran. And this is something that all America should pay attention to, because this once again gets us dragged in to another military involvement and this conveyor belt of money going straight to Ukraine. That's your tax dollars. Speaker Johnson right now is still pledged to basically send another $60 billion to Ukraine. So that is in addition to what we've already sent. So once again, you've got this aid package held up for Israeli forces and an aid package waiting for Ukraine. And that's something that I think a lot of Americans that have paid extraordinary taxes, high taxes, this is not what they want right now. They don't want their tax dollars going over to fight all these foreign wars. And I think that's something that we all need to think about the next time we go to the voting booth in November, because not only is this country up for a vote, but really world peace is up for a vote as well. That's exactly what's happening.
It really is. Absolutely it is. Thank goodness for the vendors out here, Brian, because I bought the last scarf just now.
Hey, let's flip this around. It gives you a good view of kind of where we've been. It kind of goes down the hill that way, and then of course the parking lot to my left, your right, all the cars, that the line kind of snakes around that way as well. Just turned out to be a beautiful day here in Pennsylvania.
Really
a little cool and windy for my taste, but the sun's out. Good people in Pennsylvania, and I'm not just saying that because they're looking at me right now. They're great people in Pennsylvania. They will come out in force for this. Every time we've done a rally in Pennsylvania, it has been a massive turnout.
That's because Pennsylvania kicks ass.
All right, what he said.
And that guy is correct right there. Right on cue. I like that. Pennsylvania. How you doing? Doing all right? We having a good time?
How long have you been standing in
I
line?
was just going to ask him, how long have you been standing in line?
Since, I don't know, how long have you been standing? 1 o'clock, yeah.
Not too bad.
3.5 hours.
Yeah, 3.5.
All right, we're just bending our knees a little bit so we don't pass out. We're doing that. Doing some squats over here.
We're holding each other up.
When we get inside. I don't know.
You'll be good. What should President Trump do on day one when he gets in the office?
Build the wall.
Turn everything around.
Yeah, really build the wall, turn everything around.
I say go after the deep state, but that's.
Well, I think he has plans for that. And when people say, "What is the deep state?" I'm like, the deep state, the very people who spied on President Trump's campaign, spied on, still are, and of course the FISA being renewed, they still will. They'll spy on all of us, by the way. But you know what? If they want to spy on anybody in Congress, they got to contact them and say, "Hey, we're gonna spy on you." But if they spy on you, me, or all of us, they can do it without telling us. That is not right. And God bless some of our Congress people that actually voted against that. And but anyway, you're about to get in, I promise you, before we know it. That's interesting when they say the deep state. People that aren't familiar, and there's a lot of people watching this right now, Vanessa, they go, well, who is the deep state? And the deep state is that kind of layer in our government that the rules, the policies don't apply to them.
All right. So let's see. What are you watching?
The live stream.
There's Brian.
Yeah, there he is. Yeah.
So you were watching us before we walked up.
Yeah,
What's your name?
William.
Thank you.
William. Yeah.
Where are you from?
Schnecksville.
Right here in Schnecksville. How old are you?
12.
Is this your first Trump rally?
Yes. Yes, it
how
is.
excited are you?
Very.
Tell me how much you love Trump. If he's watching right now, what do you have to say to him?
That he's one of the best American presidents. Yeah.
If not the best, right?
Yes, the best. Yeah.
So what do you love most about him?
He's not liberal. I don't know. I don't know.
Yeah, he's not liberal. So that just pretty much sums it all up all together. So we're not going to just go down the list. We'll just say because he's not liberal. What grade are you in?
Sixth.
Sixth grade. So good to have you out here. Thanks for watching RSBN. Thanks for being a fan of President Trump. And when you turn 18, right, don't forget to go vote. That's going to be his birthday present, getting registered. All right. Thank you. Have a good day.
Well, there's no telling by the time he gets to vote who that person is. Because what does the Republican Party look like when President Trump is not around? Like, say he serves his 4 years. He can't obviously run again.
I worry about that all the time, Brian.
No, it's a question that a lot of us need to really think about, because what does the Republican – how are you doing, sweetheart? Doing all right? First rally. Okay, I'm going to talk to the first rally. First rally.
My aunt is in Florida watching you right now.
Okay, what's your aunt's name?
Jane and Dan.
Jane and Dan? Where do they live in Florida?
The Villages.
The Villages. We've been to the Villages many times. So we've had events there with Matt Gaetz and Marjorie Taylor Greene, and we've all kind of been down there. Villages, they got to love Trump down there, right?
They do. They do. Yeah. My parents are there too.
What's the Trump doing on day one?
Reversing everything that Biden did.
Close the border. So
drill.
Drill, baby, drill. I know that President Trump often watches this broadcast on his way down, and so by now he knows what to do. Reverse everything that Joe Biden put in play, close the border, drill, baby, drill, right? And drain the swamp. Deep state.
That's a big one.
Yeah, I can't do that. Yeah, I would agree on that. All right. I don't know where we're at this point in the line right here. Iris, how you doing? We're out here having fun. Yes, ma'am. Good to love you.
We love you. Thank you.
All right, so
thank you.
We're up here. Thank you very much. You know, these are the people that have probably been here like all day, like literally from this morning, because news reporters. We're not fake news. I look funny. Do I look? What? Go get him. Okay, now hang on a second. Hang on. This is a
Brad loves this stuff right here.
No,
we need to make sure that we.
No, this actually gives. This is called Freedom Water. It's called Freedom 2.0.
RSBN.
This says drink this water or move to Canada is what it says. So you got to drink this water or move to Canada. So hey, what's your name? Where are you from?
My name is Roger Rabbit.
How many beers have you drank today?
I don't drink, sir.
Okay, this is sober.
I'm on probation.
Oh, okay. This show just gets better and better, doesn't it?
I did 10 years in prison.
This show gets even better. This is great, isn't it? What? Hang on a second. Hang on. Pose it. He's been doing this all day.
Entertaining us all day.
He's great.
His name is Danny.
So Danny is the man, apparently. He's been. What time did Danny get here today?
Well, we've been in line since 1.
Okay, you've been in line since 1 o'clock. Is this Danny's first Trump rally?
I'm thinking it probably his last.
It's probably no.
Let me tell you something about Trump. Okay, he's the best, man. Okay, he did the best that he could do from people that he had to go forward on.
I agree. So for the first,
if you got some shit in the back, if you got some shit behind you, you can't say I did it, right?
Well, for the first 2 years, hang on a second.
He had been in office for 5 years.
Hey, Danny, hang on a second. For the first 2 years, he had a Congress that wasn't working with him.
Water. My mouth is dry.
You can have it if you want to.
I like taking shit from people.
You ain't taking my water. Danny, I love you, man. He's good. Danny's on stage until 9 o'clock tonight. Buy your tickets. Tip your waitresses. Danny will be here. He's a great guy, isn't he? Right. I love you too, Danny. There we go. Let me tell you something, Vanessa. We meet a lot of people out here. We just met the craziest Trump supporter I think we've seen so far.
I've never met anyone like Danny. I
think Danny likes to put on a show.
I can tell.
Well, the lady said...
Oh, my goodness. I thought this was going to be the front of the line.
We got to go all the way around. Okay, so we're probably minutes away from tossing to a commercial and going back inside. And we're probably about 2 minutes away, actually. And let's... we do want to make sure everyone's following us on social media. Vanessa, how can they follow you?
You can follow me on Truth Social, very easy, at Vanessa, Vanessa. That's on Truth Social. I'm also on Instagram at Vanessa Broussard News. And then you can also find me on X,
There you
Vanessa
go.
Broussard, formerly Twitter, but now X under Elon Musk.
I still call it Twitter. I can't get over it.
Yeah, it's just it
It's
is what
just
it
so
is.
stupid.
Yes.
Just the name alone.
So yes, Truth Social, Instagram, X. I am there. So yeah, please give me a follow today. And I also posted earlier, Brian, as we head into May on X, that you know what I'm ready for?
What?
A good Trump boat parade. So I basically put it out there today on X. Let me know if you're hosting one or if you have one in the works.
Yeah,
we need to know about a good
this
Trump
guy.
boat parade.
RSBN, where are you guys out of?
Alabama. Alabama. All the way up here. Thank you. Oh, we love Pennsylvania. Thanks for having us.
So if you've been with us from the beginning, you may be a little dizzy right now because we have gone around and around and around.
How you guys doing? Good,
at
good,
this.
good. This is something else. I don't even sure where we're even walking at this
Let
point.
me tell you something. I come from Texas. Brian, you do too. And I have seen our men in Texas love to lift their trucks, right?
Oh yeah,
I have never seen a truck lifted.
Yeah, we're.
That's what we're about to show you. So stay with us for
Thank
that
you.
because that
Thank
is
you.
one.
Thank you.
How do you even get up there? Ladders?
I don't
Has
know.
to be.
I don't know.
Oh,
but that's. We're probably
we
going.
might have to try. I might have to get up there and
Yeah,
try
may
this
have
out
to.
in a little bit, Brian.
Why not? How you guys doing? You're watching us online. Thank you very much. You know, it's amazing when you walk by all these thousands of people, and there's a lot of people watching us right now. They're watching us live. This is the one way they can stay in touch with what's going on. This has got, so we can technically say, so if you guys have watched us at home, we started this a long time ago, about an hour and a half ago. We've walked the entire line, and I would imagine even right now, it's even longer than it was from when we started at 3 o'clock here local time.
Brian, I want to get up on this truck.
Well,
How are they doing this? Let me like.
they have a
Let's see.
step.
It's like a little elevator of
If
sorts.
Vanessa wants to get in the truck, then well, I guess we'll get in the truck.
So take a look at this truck. How lifted. This is Automotive Welding DNC. Who owns this truck? Zach's on the phone. Okay. He's on the phone with his mom right now. Zach, we're with Right Side Broadcasting Network. No. I saw your truck from way back there. I was telling our viewers that I'm from Texas, and in Texas, our men love to lift their trucks, but I've never seen a truck lifted this high.
Oh, Texas is always bigger than Pennsylvania. We're just trying to bring the South north.
Oh, there you go. That's not a bad idea. Yes, if you could do that, then Pennsylvania would be in good shape. Do you get this thing down the road like this?
I do not. It is not street legal. It's only for off-road use only.
What if I wanted to? Yeah. Brian, I told you I wanted to. Here we go, everybody. You're going to come with me. Do not try this at home, ladies and gentlemen. So I just climb on up?
Climb on up. It's like an elevator.
Oh, boy.
It's just you're not in a box.
And then what do I hold on to?
Dear life.
There we go. Dear life. Okay. Smile for the camera. And then I would just jump. I'm not going to, but then I'll just step over and then have fun. Oh, okay.
Stock interior and everything.
How tall is this? How high am I right now?
To the roof rack, it's 11 feet.
11 feet in the air. Can we get a wide shot of this? This is a massive truck. So what made you, when you off-road, I need details because we do a lot of off-roading in Texas too. So as you bring the South north, how fun is this to off-road in?
It's unbelievable. It's like riding a roller coaster in your own backyard. It's incredible. You never have an adrenaline rush until you go off-roading.
Yes, and so I bet you get a lot of attention in this thing.
I tried to.
How long have you had it?
It's been built for about 2 years now. We use it a lot for the off-roading industry, but we also raise money for kids with cancer and autism with it.
Very good. That's what I want to talk to you about. So how can people help you out with that?
If they could follow us on our Instagram and Facebook, and when we go to events, if they could show the support and, do donations to the cancer fundraiser and autism. We're always trying to make kids smile and make dreams come true.
How can they follow you on Instagram? What's your handle?
We have QR codes on the front of the truck. You can follow us at Carnage Mega Truck. That's the truck's name. Or you can follow me. It's Zachary Elbert. We're connected with all social media. Come out to certain events. You can watch us jump the truck and play in the mud and just make kids' dreams come true.
All right. Well, I'm going to play around on this big bad boy because I'm not sure if I want to get down just yet. So while I do that, make sure you go follow them on Instagram, on all social media platforms. Help the kids with cancer, right? That's what they do. So it looks all fun. They go off-roading. They have a great time in the mud. They're having a great time here today. But at the end of the day, they do serve a great cause as well and help them meet their goals and helping the children in our country who are suffering from cancer. Okay. Well, I have fun on this big bad boy. We're going to take a quick commercial break. We're going to go inside as well, and we'll be right back here with you live from Schnecksville, Pennsylvania. Great time out here. We'll see you right back here on Right Side Broadcasting Network.
Welcome to the Right Side Broadcasting Network. We're not like the other media outlets out there that cut and edit what other people say. In 2015, we were created by our founder, Joe Seals, to cover President Donald J. Trump's speeches and rallies, to which we continue to do to this day. We've also covered important conservative events like CPAC, TPUSA, March for Life, and many other important events and hearings around the country. We were made for people like you, everyday Americans who are tired of the mainstream media, who are tired of being lied to, manipulated, and fed an agenda. Our goal here at Right Side Broadcasting is to allow you to see the truth, giving our correspondents and commentators a wide latitude to speak their minds. You won't find anything like this in the mainstream media. Your support through your donations, locals, and supporting our advertisers allows us to continue to cover important events around the country each and every day. So, from us here at Right Side Broadcasting, thank you for supporting us and the right side of history.
What's up, guys? My name is Jaden Hurd, and I have a Christian show called Let It Be Heard, where we analyze culture and current events from a biblical perspective. I highly recommend you guys check us out. We now have episodes every Monday, Wednesday, and Friday. And basically, what happens is we react to videos, we have talking points, we have on guests, and it's very exciting. Come check us out on Rumble and the RSBN channel. God bless you guys.
Parents and grandparents, the 2024 Kids Guide to President Trump is here, and it's free. As a bonus, your child gets a free issue of Everbright Kids Magazine and Activity Book, and a free video lesson. Order now at freetrumpbook.com. That's freetrumpbook.com.
You're probably wondering who we are. I'm Patrick, and that's Chase, and this is our next giveaway.
We're giving away this 3-bedroom, 2.5 bath in the heart of the Ozark National Forest. You can win this cabin or $1 million cash.
Go to onecountry.com today, sign up.
Today, sign up?
Or sign up tomorrow.
Sign up today or tomorrow. No, you want to sign up right now.
I'm excited to announce we're having a huge MyPillow spring sale. And here's a few examples. Buy one of our MyPillow 2.0s, you get another MyPillow 2.0 absolutely free. Made with cooling technology, the best pillow ever just got even better. And this just in, 9 brand new colors and styles of our Percale bed sheets. They're made with the finest long staple cotton, and now you can save 50% or more. That's as low as $24.98. And for the first time this year, I'm bringing you our My Slippers and Sandals for as low as $25 a pair. So go to MyPillow.com or call the number on your screen. Use your promo code to get your MyPillow 2.0s. Buy one, get one free. Percale sheets as low as $24.98. My Slippers and Sandals as low as $25 a pair. And for a limited time, when you order $75 or more, your entire order ships absolutely free.
Hi everyone, RSBN CEO Joe Seals here. You know, it's not too often that you hear me on the air anymore, and you know if I do, it must be important. I want to tell you a little bit about OFP Farms, a new sponsor here at RSBN. They're a family-owned and operated, patriotic, America First goat farm. and they provide quality goat milk products for everyday use. Their large collection of goat milk products are enriched with vital nutrients of essential vitamins, minerals, and fatty acids to help promote optimal skin health. And let me tell you, these folks at OFP Farms are the real deal. They sent us a sample box for our family to try. I actually insist on this before I take on any new sponsor here at RSBN, because if it's not something that I would personally use or recommend to one of my family members, we're not going to put it out on the air here at RSBN and recommend it to you, the viewer. My wife and I open up this box, and it's filled with everything from OFP Farms. We have lip balm and the bar soap and the lotion. This stuff smells incredible. My wife is crazy about it. All she wanted to talk about for the next couple of days was OFP Farms. You might want to take it from me on this one, that my wife is an extremely difficult woman to please. So when she goes on and on about something, it's probably worth your while to take a look at it, ofpfarms.com. But we're not just talking about stuff for the ladies. There's a wide selection of products for men as well. It's not just soaps or lotions or lip balms, but they also have a wide selection of magnesium products that really do help with the pain after a long day of work. So really, check them out, ofpfarms.com. Use the promo code RSBN at checkout for 15% off your entire order. That's ofpfarms.com, ofpfarms.com.
Well, thank you very much. It's an honor to have you at Mar-a-Lago, my $18 million house on the ocean and the bay. And it's one of the problems we have. We have a court system that's very corrupt. We have a border that's open. We have a lot of problems in our country. And we have an election problem, and that's really what we're here to talk about today. Speaker Johnson's going to be briefing you on what we discussed, what we agree on. But I would like to demand that our border be closed, because we have millions of people coming into our country. Millions and millions of people are pouring in at levels that nobody's reporting, nobody's going to talk about. But I believe you could have 15 million already in. Some are terrorists. They come from jails and prisons. They come from mental institutions and insane asylums. They come from all over the world, not just South America. They're coming from all over the world. Venezuela announced that their crime is down 67%. Because of the fact that they've taken the gang members, the leaders and the members, and they've deposited them very nicely into the United States of America. That's just Venezuela. It's happening with the Congo. It's happening with countries all over Africa, Asia, South America, all over the world it's happening. Our country is like a dumping ground, and we're going to have it stopped. And Biden should do it immediately. He should close the border immediately. He needs no legislation. He doesn't need this gentleman. He doesn't need anybody. He can do it. I did it without any legislation. I had the best border we've had in ever recorded history. He can close it immediately. If he would have left, we had stay in Mexico, remain in Mexico. We had catch and release in Mexico, not here. We had everything. It was perfect. It was a great situation we had, and now we have the worst ever. I don't believe in the history of the world there's been a border like this, but we probably have 15 million people, and they come from places that you don't want to know about, and they're going to be big problems, and it's getting worse. It's migrant crime. It's a new category of crime, migrant crime. And I just demand, as a citizen, I demand the border has to be closed. Our country cannot take it. No country could take it. It's not sustainable by any country. And we want to also mention election interference, and we want to talk about election integrity for a little while. But basically, that's what we're working on. And I'll introduce the speaker, who you know very well. He's doing a really good job under very tough circumstances. And I appreciate he came to Mar-a-Lago. We have a great conference, and there's a big turnout because people want this to be healed. They want our country to be healed. They want our country to be united. And I think most people are united on the fact that they don't want people pouring in from prisons and jails and mental institutions. They don't want that to happen. They don't want it to take place. And it's not going to happen for long. And that's why I say that November 5th is going to be the most important day in the history of our country. That's the election. It's going to be the most important day in the history of our country. Thank you very much. And Speaker, thank you.
Thank you so much, Mr. President, and it's good to see you all. We're so delighted to be here with our former and future president. in this beautiful facility. Mar-a-Lago is famous around the country, and we're grateful to be here. With President Trump as our nominee in the party, we are very much looking forward to that historic day in November, because we are going to grow the House majority, we're going to win the United States Senate, and we're going to win back the White House as well. The American people need us to do that. They're excited for that day, and November cannot get here soon enough. The Speaker of the House, when we're not in session, the Speaker is required to go around, fly around the country, and be with all of our candidates and incumbents all around. I've been to 23 states now in the last several weeks, and everywhere we go, one of the first questions that people ask about is this issue of election integrity. The border is the #1 issue in America. There's never been a political issue that scored so high in the polls as a matter of concern. And it doesn't matter where anyone lives, because as we say now, every state is a border state. They're deeply concerned about that. And election integrity is tied to the lack of border security. President Biden has created a catastrophe, and he did it by design. We documented 64 specific executive actions that he took from the day he walked into the Oval Office, and that his agencies took under Secretary Mayorkas to open the border wide, to invite everybody from around the world to come here, including hardened criminals and dangerous persons. And the result, we all know. The official number is 9 million encounters at the southern border alone, just since Joe Biden took office. But the actual number is probably close to 16 million illegals who have come into the country because they desired it, they designed it, they engineered it to be that way. His actions did that. He ended the Remain in Mexico policy under President Trump's administration. They reinstated catch and release that had been practiced under the Obama administration. They stopped building the wall. They did everything exactly the opposite of what this president had achieved. And that's why we have this catastrophe. It has all sorts of terrible effects on the American people. We know that fentanyl is the leading cause of death for Americans age 18 to 49. We know that violent crimes are being committed on innocent Americans now. Lake and Riley and many others who are now losing their lives because these dangerous people are in our country, and it must stop. And the American people are demanding that it does. And it doesn't matter which political party that any American is in, they have the same desire. They want safety and security, and we can supply that. But among the problems that flows from this open border catastrophe is directly related to this threat to our election integrity. Why is that? You need to understand something really important about federal law. Since 1993, the National Voter Registration Act, we call it the Motor Voter Law, allows people to sign up to vote when they get a driver's license. If an individual only asserts or simply states that they are a citizen, they don't have to prove it. They can register that person to vote in a federal election. And you see, states are currently prohibited. Believe it or not, the states are prohibited from asking someone to prove that they're a citizen. The federal voter registration form just has a check-a-box, and if you do that, you're good. The states can't allow it. Well, we think that's a serious problem. And so what we're going to do is the House Republicans are introducing a bill that will require proof of citizenship to vote. It seems like common sense. I'm sure all of us would agree. We only want U.S. citizens to vote in U.S. elections. But there are some Democrats who don't want to do that. We believe that one of their designs, one of the reasons for this open border, which everybody asks all around the country, why would they do this? Why would they allow all this chaos? Why the violence? Because they want to turn these people into voters. Right now, the administration is encouraging illegals to go to their local welfare office to sign up for benefits. Well, guess what? When you go to a welfare office, they also ask you if you would like to register to vote. And so many people, we think, are going to do that. And you know what? The numbers are so high. There's so many millions of illegals in the country that if only 1 out of 100 voted, they would cast potentially hundreds of thousands of votes in the election. That could turn an election. This could be a tight election in our congressional races around the country. It could, if there are enough votes, affect the presidential election. And so that's why House Republicans are going to act. I'm going to announce to you today, here standing alongside President Trump, that we will do everything within our power to ensure that we do have free and fair elections in this country. If we don't have that in a constitutional republic, we have nothing. It's the basis of who we are as a nation, and we owe that to the American people. And so what we're going to do is introduce legislation to require that every single person who registers to vote in a federal election must prove that they're an American citizen first. You have to prove it. That will be a new part of the federal law and a very important one. Our bill will establish new safeguards. It'll put us on par, by the way, with virtually every other democracy around the world that also prohibits non-citizen voting. And this is a critical thing for us to do at a very critical time. Our bill also will require states to remove non-citizens from their existing voter rolls. That's a big problem, too. And it will provide access to databases from the Department of Homeland Security and the Social Security Administration to help the states administer this. As the entity that is responsible for regulating federal elections, Congress has this responsibility. We cannot wait for widespread fraud to occur, especially when the threat of fraud is growing with every single illegal immigrant that crosses that border. This is something most Americans are deeply concerned about. The latest poll says 78% of the Americans who are polled say that preventing illegal immigrants from voting in our elections is a top priority. In every place I've gone around the country, whether it's out west, Midwest, Long Island, Deep South, it doesn't matter. Everybody is concerned about this. We have a job to do. Here's what you need to look for, and I'll turn it back to the president. When we put this bill on the floor, you're going to see a record vote by Republicans and Democrats. You'll see that the Republicans stand for election integrity. And then we'll be able to ask this very important question of the Democrats. They're going to have to go on record. Do you believe that Americans and Americans alone should be the ones who vote in American elections? We're about to find out their answer. And I think that will be a very interesting one for everybody to see. Mr. President, thank you again for hosting us today. I'll turn it back to you.
Thank you very much.
Yes, sir. Thank you. Yes, sir.
Beautiful. Thank you. Do you have any questions? We're getting along very well with the Speaker, and I get along very well with Marjorie. We have a Speaker. He was voted in, and it was a complicated process, and I think it's not an easy situation for any Speaker. I think he's doing a very good job. He's doing about as good as you're going to do, and I'm sure that Marjorie understands that. She's a very good friend of mine, and I know she has a lot of respect for the Speaker. We're looking at it right now, and they're talking about it, and we're thinking about making it in the form of a loan instead of just a gift. We keep handing out gifts of billions and billions of dollars, and we'll take a look at it. But much more importantly to me is the fact that Europe has to step up and they have to give money. They have to equalize. If they don't equalize, I'm very upset about it because they're affected much more than we are. The Ukraine situation would have never happened if I was president. Would have never, ever happened. And everybody says that, including Democrats, that it happened is such an outrage. Millions of people are dead right now, both sides. Millions of people are dead. Cities are blown to ashes. You'll never rebuild those cities. That's certainly not like they were, so beautiful. And this is something should have never happened. October 7th should have never happened in Israel. Should have never happened. What happened there was outrageous. Iran was broke when I was president. People weren't buying oil from Iran. They weren't allowed to. If they were going to buy oil from Iran, then they weren't going to do any business in the U.S. And I said it to China. I said it to everybody. They weren't doing business. They were broke. They didn't have money for Hamas. They didn't have money for Hezbollah. It would have never happened. October 7th would have never happened. It did happen, and now it's a disaster, and it's only getting worse. So it's very sad. No, I stand with the Speaker. We've had a very good relationship.
Mr. President, while you were in office, you said that you would sign a federal abortion ban if Congress sent it to your desk. Why should Americans trust your word that you would not do it now if you were reelected?
Because we don't need it any longer, because we broke Roe v. Wade, and we did something that nobody thought was possible. We gave it back to the states, and the states are working very brilliantly, in some cases conservative, in some cases not conservative, but they're working, and it's working the way it's supposed to. Every legal scholar, real legal scholar, wanted to have it go back to the states, Democrat, Republican, liberal, conservative, and we're able to do that. You know, what we did was give it back to the states, and now the states are working their way through it. And you're having some very, very beautiful harmony, to be honest with you. You have some cases like Arizona that went back to like 1864 or something like that, and a judge made a ruling, but that's going to be changed by government. They're going to be changing that. I disagree with that. Oh, excuse me, please.
A follow-up. Over the last few decades, Mr. President, you have both considered yourself pro-choice and pro-life. Which one is it?
Well, you know exactly which one it is. And when I was in New York and when I was a Democrat also, just like Ronald Reagan, Ronald Reagan was a Democrat. We sort of followed a very similar path. But if you look at what we've done with Roe v. Wade, we did something that everyone said couldn't be done, and we got it done. And I give great credit to the Supreme Court and the justices for having the courage to do it. What they did is very simply give it back to the state. And I'll tell you, the Democrats are the radicals on this because they're willing to have abortions in the 7th, 8th, 9th month. They're even willing, and you can call it what you want, but you go back to the governor of Virginia, the previous governor of Virginia, the Democrat governor of Virginia, where he talked about execution of a baby after birth. And you can say what you want, but that's extreme and that's radical, and nobody should have that, and it has to be ended. Please, go ahead. Go ahead, please.
Mr. President, do you think the motion to vacate rules should be finally changed, or do you think that it's just creating chaos right now?
Well, it's unfortunate that people bring it up because right now we have much bigger problems. The country is we're a nation in decline. We're a declining nation. We have tremendous inflation. The inflation's coming back at levels that nobody thought they really would have. If you look at the categories of inflation, they have the worst categories. Many categories are not included. And if you included that, your inflation number would be substantially higher than it is now, and it's already at records. So inflation is back. And a lot of bad things are happening in our country, but that's the least of it. You've got Russia you could end up in a world war between Russia, Ukraine, and all of the chaos, and that's something should have never happened. It would have never happened. What's going on with Israel, October 7th, and what's going on with Israel could end up in a world war. We have a president that can't put two sentences together. We have a president that can't find the stairs off a stage. We have a president that doesn't know what the hell he's doing. And we could end up in a world war. We have just a little bit less than 7 months before November 5th. But that's an eternity when people are incompetent. Go ahead, please. Which one? Well, I'm not a big fan of FISA. I looked at it and I studied it and I know it probably better than anybody. They spied on my campaign. You do know that, right? And they did lots of other bad things. I'm not a big fan of FISA, but I told everybody, I said, do what you want. They put a lot of checks and balances on, and I guess it's down to 2 years now, so that it would come due in the early part of my administration on the basis that we live up to the polls, because all the polls, we just had another one come out, we're leading by a lot, but it comes out quickly. I said, you do what you want, but I'm not a big fan of FISA. I think it's terrible. Yeah, Bob? Yeah, I would testify, absolutely. It's a scam. It's a scam. That's not a trial. That's not a trial. That's a scam. If you read Jonathan Turley, if you read Andy McCarthy, if you read the legal, they said there's not even a case there. That's election interference by the Biden administration. They actually took their top guy, one of their top guys, put him into the DA's office to run it, and it's a shame. What they have done is incredible. It's election interference, and it's got to stop. It's a third world country. This country's never done it. But you read Jonathan Turley, you read Andrew McCarthy, you read the legal scholars, every single one of them said that whole thing is a scam. It's not even a crime. And what they're doing is a crime. They are criminals. All right, Bob? Yeah, well, jury selection is largely luck. It depends who you get. It's very unfair that I'm having a trial there. It's very unfair that we have this judge who hates Trump and has tremendous conflict, as you know, tremendous conflict. Nobody can believe that this judge isn't recusing himself. The conflict is at a level that nobody's ever seen before. So I have that, and I have venue. We have all these things that we've asked for. They don't give us anything. It's a witch hunt that takes place in New York, and that is taking place, and it's very bad for New York, and it's very bad, for the judicial system in New York. I don't know. I'm testifying. I tell the truth. I mean, all I can do is tell the truth, and the truth is that there's no case. They have no case, and again, you have to read the scholars, read all of the legal scholars. I haven't seen one legal scholar that said this is a case. And in fact, even you people said, oh, gee, that's too bad. This is the first one. All of them are scams. They're all about election interference. We have a president that doesn't know where he is. He can't speak. The whole world is collapsing. The world is on fire. They have no respect for our country anymore. And the only way he thinks he can win is by doing this, trials of Trump. We have Fawny in Atlanta, who's been so discredited now. That was a setup with her boyfriend so they could take trips and take a lot of money out. And that's something that should be dismissed. Not just the prosecutor dismissed, the case should be dismissed. Every single one of them said, look at what happened with Biden. He gets off scot-free. With 50 years of documents and classified information, he gets off scot-free. And I'm still fighting that trial. The whole thing is a disgrace, and it's a disgrace to our nation. Yeah.
Have you spoken with Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu?
Yeah.
How should the United States respond in the same way?
I don't want to say who I spoke to, but for the president of our country to actually put out a warning that he thinks that we're going to be attacked or they're going to be attacked, that's pretty pathetic. They wouldn't be attacking Israel if I were president, that I can tell you, and they never did. They wouldn't be attacking. Iran was in no position to attack. They had no money. They were broke. But now they have $221 billion, and they have Iraq, who has $300 billion, and Iraq has become a subsidiary of Iran. With all that we've done, with all of the fighting, all of the death, look at what happened, how incompetent the whole thing is. But I don't want to say who I spoke to, but I think it's a very, very dangerous period. This is a very dangerous period of time in our nation, and a big reason that it's dangerous that we have a president that's grossly incompetent. Thank you all very much.
Speaker Johnson, why did you come here today? Speaker Johnson.
I'm excited to announce we're having a huge MyPillow spring sale. And here's a few examples. Buy one of our MyPillow 2.0s, you get another MyPillow 2.0 absolutely free. Made with cooling technology, the best pillow ever just got even better. And this just in, 9 brand new colors and styles of our Percale bed sheets. They're made with the finest long staple cotton, and now you can save 50% or more. That's as low as $24.98. And for the first time this year, I'm bringing you our My Slippers and Sandals for as low as $25 a pair. So go to MyPillow.com or call the number on your screen. Use your promo code to get your MyPillow 2.0s. Buy one, get one free. Percale sheets as low as $24.98. My Slippers and Sandals as low as $25 a pair. And for a limited time, when you order $75 or more, your entire order ships absolutely free.
Welcome back to Schnecksville, Pennsylvania, Trump country, for a big rally today here in the great state of Pennsylvania. I'm Vanessa Broussard along with Brian Glenn. We've been with you for hours now with the crowds. Now we're inside, and there are thousands of people waiting to get inside these gates to see President Trump take the stage this evening. Hey, if you want a getaway, I think we all need one right about now. How about the Ozarks? That sounds fine, right? That sounds great. Well, one country is giving away an all-new Ozark cabin. One lucky winner will receive this great prize. They'll unpack a new life in this beautiful $1.5 million facility, 3 bedrooms, 2-bath cabin. Take advantage of ideal amenities for an Ozark getaway, including a stone fireplace, stay warm and cozy, an open floor plan, spacious living areas complete with 2 stories of covered balcony space overlooking thousands of acres of Ozark National Forest. Doesn't that just sound nice and relaxing? Well, it could be yours. Gain access to an abundance of nationally known hiking trails, waterfalls, some of the best views you'll ever find in America. Well, the Ozark National Forest also features some of the best fishing and hunting grounds in North America. Well, the winner will have an option to take away cash also. So if you're not interested in the cabin, you can take an option of taking $1 million in cash instead. My goodness, one country has given away $8.9 million and counting, so don't miss your chance to be the next winner. So here's the best part. Not that that's not great. But for your entry,
this is awesome.
Yes. Go to onecountry.com /RSBN. So onecountry.com/RSBN. The information's on your screen. So the really, 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 really good part about this is if you put /RSBN, you get 300 bonus entries. So your chances go up by 300. So go to onecountry.com /RSBN to get 300 bonus entries. This Ozark Cabin giveaway.
I'm in.
Oh my goodness.
You know, we've done a lot of cool stuff, you know, products and stuff on this network. That's kind of cool. I like
It is really cool. Yeah.
Let's shift gears just slightly because we know what's dominating the news right now. It's probably dominating on social media as well. This attack that Israel has been under by Iran and other countries. I'll get the very latest. This is according to CNN.com. Iran has launched dozens of drones towards Israel. Now, these are basically, from what I've been told offline, are almost like suicide bombs that have indiscriminately just go into that area. Now, right now, the Iron Dome is in play right now. It is being actively deployed, so they are starting to, with some degree, stop some of these missiles from actually landing there on the ground. But the dozens have been launched from Iran. Now, I want to point out that this is the first time that Israel has had a direct attack from Iran, and so we said this. It's been said many times that, and it's even in the Bible, as far as that Israel will be attacked from all around, and that's exactly what's happening right now. I'm just trying to get the earlier. Iran seized a container ship earlier in the day from the Strait of Hormuz with 25 crew members on board as well. Eyewitnesses say that Israeli settlers surrounding Palestine towns are attacking residents right now as well. So you've got a lot of civil unrest on the ground there as well. So
it's heartbreaking.
Obviously, if you look on X, World War III is trending right now. This is directly what President Trump has been talking about for a long, long time, that we're on the verge of World War III. And I will say this, earlier, Speaker Johnson talked about an Israeli and a Ukraine aid package that's tied together. Now, a lot of people in Congress was wanting them to separate the two because an Israeli aid package and a Ukraine aid package should not be together. But this, in fact, would be one aid package that combined funds for both those separate countries. So if we start this, Vanessa, what's going to happen is we're going to supply aid to Israel, which I am all for at this point. But at the same time, we're also going to give $60 billion to Ukraine, which is a crumbling nation, which, in fact, we're just burning money over there. We're burning U.S. tax dollars. So you've got this humanitarian thing that we're dealing with people being under attack. We also have I would say a fiscal chaos, a crisis going on. So, obviously this is going to dominate the news. Indefinitely at this point. I would imagine that President Trump has worked that in his speech. I would think at this point. Previously, obviously this just happening, so I would imagine the president is going to talk about that tonight, Vanessa.
Yeah, and don't downplay what's taking place over there, because this is a huge deal for the Middle East and also for America as well, because it does affect us, of course, and it will in the long run. As you mentioned, President Trump has been saying that this was going to happen, that we are on the brink of World War III for a very long time. The left has said, they claim, President Trump's going to bring World War III. President Trump brought peace. We saw that for 4 years. It's President Biden, who was on vacation today, who was told to get out of his relaxation chair from his nap, stop snoozing. We have missiles, drone attacks over Israel right now, so he was forced to go back to the White House and actually work. So it's President Biden who is the cause of all of this, and his administration as well. This is what they want. This is what they love. They have sent $8 to $10 billion to not Israel, to Iran, over the last couple of months. So they're funding this. They're allowing this. Now, Israel is one of our biggest allies, Brian, and they're being attacked, like you said. It says it in the Bible that they will be attacked from all sides, and that's what we're seeing today. And, you look at Ukraine, you look at Russia, what's going on between Russia and Ukraine, you look at Iran and Israel, what's taking place there right now as we speak. And a lot of people on social media right now, Brian, they're concerned about their 18-year-olds, their 19-year-olds. Will they be drafted? Because that's what's going to have to probably take place. That's what Biden wants to do. He wants to draft your children into the service. We've talked to veterans here. Our military is depleting. People are dropping like flies. They're getting out because of the woke agenda of the Biden administration forcing on our military. And so we may have no choice but to have a draft because people are dropping out so fast, Brian. So it's just chaos, world chaos. That's what this party is all about. That's what they want. They're liking it. They're enjoying it. We need peace at home in our homeland and also overseas in the Middle East.
Well, and then you've got the domestic terrorism threat that we face because of this open border. So we know for a fact that there's people in this country that have been on the terror watch list. So, the times that we live in right now is something that I don't think, even going back to where we had President Bush saying that they had weapons of mass destruction, which ended up being a pile of crap as well, that we got pushed into the Gulf War, and we got pushed into conflicts on that side of the world. This is the beginning, I think, a new chapter of history, not only in U.S. history, but in world history, because this conflict that is potentially going to escalate into over the next, several days, or even could be several hours, is something that we have probably never experienced before in our lifetime, for sure, and many people that are watching this right now. So we just thought we'd spend a few minutes and talk about that. As things develop, obviously, we will be informed of it, and obviously we'll let you know about it as well. But we're live here in Pennsylvania. Vanessa Broussard, Brian Glenn, in a very breezy Pennsylvania, a little cold, I'd say that. Also, I want to note that the doors opened up not too long ago, and already the seating area in this space is just about done. It'll be filled. By the time everybody takes their seat, it's full. Vanessa, you know how many people is out there.
Yes.
I'm not sure where they're going to go from here.
It's just going to be a standing room, overflow crowd, and they're just going to have to, I don't know what they're going to do, but I hope they have a plan in place, because we don't even know if they'll get everyone in by the time President Trump speaks. And they're moving. They have five MAGs at security, which is what you go through at an airport, and then they have their Secret Service there, making sure everyone is safe when they come in. But 5 is a good number to have, but I don't know if for this crowd that's going to be enough, Brian, because there is miles and miles of supporters here today for President Trump.
Well, we talked to a lot of them out there, and obviously, Vanessa, they expressed, I would often ask, what should President Trump do on day one? And overwhelmingly, they said close the border. Speaker Johnson, you just saw the interview a few minutes ago before we came on. Speaker Johnson and President Trump got together and said, hey, this is what our plan is to make sure that everyone who votes in this next election is actually a U.S. citizen, right? We're a registered voter and we're a U.S. citizen, because you've got states like Texas that have seen an extreme spike in new voter registrations, to the point where you almost have to say, Vanessa, where are these people coming from? And I'll wait for it. They're coming from our southern border.
They are coming from our southern border, and you just don't have 200,000 people registering to vote in 1 week. That just doesn't make sense. I mean, that is, the light bulb goes off that something isn't right here.
Something's not
right. 200,000 people all of a sudden just decided one day when they woke up, I want to vote. No. And so, Governor Greg Abbott has spoken about that and tried to ease some concerns there about that message going around that there are hundreds of thousands of possibly illegal
And that was just
voters.
1 week. I mean, there's no telling
In
when
one
the next
week,
report
yes.
comes out.
And so there's no doubts that, in my mind, that there's going to be a way to somehow flip this election because they're scared. They're scared of the MAGA movement. They're scared of President Trump. They're scared of, saving this country because they clearly want to demolish this country. And so we'll see what happens, Brian. But a lot of people are worried about election integrity and what's going to happen in November.
Yeah, and when you look at the southern border, Vanessa, who's responsible for that? Well, of course, it's a Biden administration, but more specifically, Alejandro Mayorkas, which was impeached in Congress, led by Marjorie Taylor Greene. That's her articles of impeachment that she dropped and really got behind and got the committees to basically review everything and pass through the committees to get voted on. Of course, passed on the floor to get voted. But see, that was supposed to be brought to the Senate last week, but then House Republican from the Senate said, wait a minute, we need a little bit more time to work on this. Ultimately, this thing's going to die in the Senate. That's almost guaranteed. There's not a single Democrat that is not going to vote just to block this. So this is just procedural at this point, Vanessa, but I think what's important is if we're able to have this Senate trial for Mayorkas, at least that the mainstream media will cover it for the most part. And so people that might not have tuned in to our network or anybody else that might have been focused on that, they'll see just how destructive the Biden administration has been with the border. So I think if anything, this is just a great messaging that we can have towards people that might not have followed it. So I applaud our Republicans in the Senate, and hopefully that we can get some exposure on this. But ultimately, realistically, and we both know this, it's not going to get past the Senate.
No.
It's going to die on the floor
Yes.
there. But at least we got it passed to the House, we brought it to the Senate, and the American people can find out what's going on.
Right, and see that, at least we tried, and at least that the effort was there to do something about the people who are responsible for the southern border being wide open, and that is Mayorkas. Brian, I'm going to switch gears here just for a second. I have covered many hurricanes on the coast. And the wind gusts on the coast. I almost got knocked over just now. Did you see me? I just take a step forward to
I don't
stand
want you to
my
get
ground.
knocked over because you got it.
And I'm watching the women behind us. Everyone is. These are some whipping winds. The lights over us are swaying, and it's brutal out here wind-wise.
Some pretty good gusts, about I'd say 35, 40 miles an hour.
Yeah, I was looking at the phone
time.
earlier at the forecast, and it was saying
said,
up to 40. Yeah.
Oh, up to 40. All right. Let's talk about our friend Mike Lindell, who basically has more than up to 40% off in what he does. Look, we talked about election integrity, and of course, that is number one issue in America as far as when it comes to the election. And no one has done more for election integrity than Mike Lindell. Believe it or not, it took a guy who sells, got to start selling pillows out of the trunk of his car and built a multi-$100 million company, was the leading the cause for election integrity. But he has done just that. But he's got a fine product. He's got dozens of products, actually. MyStore.com got thousands of products. Go check it out. MyPillow.com/RSBN is the website. Don't forget to put the promo code in. I recently purchased a mattress topper.
Okay.
I've got one daughter in college. I've got another one that's going off to college. So those are two important things, because when you get to these dorm beds, quite frankly, they're uncomfortable, and you need to make them tolerable. So if you got somebody going off to college, these mattress toppers are great. If you've got some, comfortable. If you need some slippers, I'm telling you, the My Slippers are one of the best you can wear. I wouldn't wear them today because it's a little bit too cold.
Yes.
But I was jokingly telling Mike Lindell at the last rally, and he said this on the air about how comfortable the My Slippers were.
Uh-huh.
And I said, hey, when it warms up, I have no problem wearing My Slippers the entire broadcast. I don't care if I'm wearing a suit or not. I will wear them. But you go check it out. MyPillow.com. That's MyPillow.com. Promo code RSBN.
Yes, and they also have $25 sales on a lot of their products right now, so you'll get that $25 sale plus the discount with the RSBN code. So go support Mike Lindell. Go support his fight for election integrity, and you can do so by going to shop on his website, mypillow.com.
Yeah, I want to talk about what I call the Chick-fil-A effect.
Yes.
And this past week, President Trump, stopped in Atlanta for a fundraiser, but before he went to the fundraiser, he went over to Chick-fil-A, and it was on basically a college campus, a majority African-American college campus. And I think what's great about this is he shows up unannounced for the most part. I mean, they have security in place to make sure that everything is safe. But the genuine response that you get to see from people about President Trump is immeasurable. You can't put a dollar amount on what that video and what that imaging is worth in terms of a campaign. And the love that President Trump got from everyday people, not the people that pay for tickets to go to a fundraiser, not for people who pay to go to a gala or anything like that. These are just everyday Americans, right, that aren't involved politically. They love this man. And I really think the Trump campaign benefits more from going to some of these businesses unannounced and getting genuine responses, because what it is the mainstream media has to cover these events, right? They're a part of. Whoa, watch out! Hang on a second.
Brian just saved me from a light kitten knocking me out.
There we go.
He's also a bodyguard, everyone. I
double as a bodyguard as well. No, not at all. Don't apologize. You have wind gusts out here. No need to apologize. No need. But what's interesting to point out is that they cover these events, and I think this Chick-fil-A moment of basically showing everyday people a great American franchise, the Lord's Chicken, if you will.
Yes.
I think it's a great thing, and so if I could recommend anything to the Trump campaign, it would probably to do a little bit more of those, because the media exposure, the earned media you get from that is incredible. It's incredible.
And that's the real deal. Those are the real American people at
they loved
work,
them.
and they loved it. And you see this African American community, which the left tries to brainwash that President Trump or the Republicans or conservatives are against them, and that you can look at the numbers and listen to the people. The people know better, so they can try to brainwash us all they want, but the people know, and it's clear when he visits the Chick-fil-A there that they love him. We love him. Everyday Americans love them.
Well, he asked what he specifically did for the African American communities and black colleges, and that's what the topic came up, that while Trump was in office in 2016 to 2020, he did more for African American colleges than anyone in the history. They need money. He would say they would come into my office and ask for money. They're not getting the funding. President Trump provided funding for these colleges. So Vanessa, that's what they related him with, was helping people that needed assistance in these colleges. And so Joe Biden has dropped the ball. He has pandered to the African American community.
Right. The only thing that he thinks is going to win college students over in the African community as well is we'll pay off your student debt. We'll just write a check and add more to the national debt, and I hope I'll get all your votes because I'm going to pay off your debt. So when it comes, that's an easy fix for him, just to be like, oh, I'll earn your vote that way. But when it comes to actually helping you, he's not doing so. And he's not helping the American taxpayer at all, because somebody has to pick up the tab. It's just nothing's ever free. Somebody's paying for something. So that's just an easy fix for him to earn votes. But, you were talking about these stops like this at Chick-fil-A, Brian, and I was actually looking on X just a moment ago on our way in, and there is a sign at a Burger King here in Pennsylvania for President Trump. Under the Burger King sign, it says, President Trump, stop here, a Whopper on us for free. So they're hoping that these companies are hoping that it takes off. Everybody wants President Trump to stop by their office. or their company. Why would they not? I mean, that's
Great
good
marketing for
good
them.
marketing, good PR, good. That'll definitely get the word out there. So, so President Trump, if he can just make these small stops everywhere, it's good for business.
I think it's huge. Let's give an update real quick in the Middle East. I'm getting a report that drones are being launched from Iran, Syria, Lebanon, and Yemen. Up to 509 strikes so far are drones that have been launched. Basically, these suicide bombs is kind of what they are. 509 as of right now. So we got. We'll keep you updated on all of that. But you talk about what he's really done for people, and of course, Joe Biden will play that very highly produced video of him sitting at a dinner table with a black family, trying to come up with a conversation with the kids about playing, basketball, and just having this moment that was so forced that it looks horrible. It's like bad acting, and it's so forced to make it look like he cares. And of course, we all know the phrase he said, "You're not black unless you vote for Joe Biden." It's that type of messaging.
Who says that?
Well, it's someone who doesn't understand.
Now that's racist. That is racist, because anybody that is not racist would not even think to say. I would never think to say, if you're not black, you wouldn't. You're not black if you don't vote for me. That is. Look, if you're looking for racism in America, look no further than the White House. That is where it begins.
Yeah. Let's talk about our newsletter. You're going to get the latest updates on events that are going around and things that are most concerning to you and your family. Check out our newsletter. Go to rsbnetwork.com/newsletter. You can click on it and fill out a couple forms there. You get a newsletter delivered right to your inbox, right on time, and with all the, without all the filler that you're used to with other newsletters, we deliver one that has all the facts.
Yes, so get yourself signed up today. I always love getting an email from RSBN, our newsletter. It gives me all the updates and what we're covering for the week as well. So rsbnetwork.com, sign up for our newsletter. And if you can, while you're there, please donate. It's because of you and our great sponsors that we're able to cover all of these events. So every dollar helps, keeps us on the road with President Trump as we head into November. So we thank all of you who have donated so far, and we encourage you to keep on donating so we can stay on the campaign trail here at Right Side.
When you look at the disconnect, when you said, how can they do that? Well, Biden is so disconnected, and his team is so disconnected from reality. But I'll go a step further. The media is disconnected from what the reality of what Americans are going through. And here's my case in point. Today, when all of this chaos was starting to unfold, we were starting to get indications that this strike was imminent. I tuned around all the alphabet channels, and the only thing they could talk about was Trump, 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 stop Trump, court case, Trump, 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 stop Trump, Trump, threat to democracy, Trump, 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 Trump. That's all it was. Meanwhile, the real problems of America aren't being covered at all. It's the struggling of the average middle class American, and even the basically people that are living in poverty right now. It's the crime. It's the open border. It's the things that really affect us. It's not these court cases in New York City. It's not the threat to democracy, which, by the way, Democrats are the ones that are trying to take their political opponent off the ballot by tying them up in court. That's the real threat to democracy. It's not President Trump. So there's a disconnect in our media, and you and I have been in media for a long time. I cannot recall such a blatant, divisive, biased coverage on anything than right now. And I remember when Barack Obama was in office, I was working for a station in Dallas, and if I tweeted anything that was factual about President Obama, matter of fact, I did something called #unconstitutional. He did something in regards to immigration. I was like, well, that's unconstitutional. I was told to take that tweet down, that we did not criticize our president. And I said, well, wait a minute. I'm just blatantly openly saying facts here. Vanessa, when did it get so bad in the media that you can't even openly criticize a sitting president, but then they're allowed to weaponize their signal and go after their political opponent, which is basically Trump? It's open season on him, but they protect the left like no other.
Oh, I have one very similar, a story similar to yours. I was in mainstream whenever President Trump was in office, his first term, and Melania Trump, the First Lady, invited some families of the military. The military members were serving overseas, so she invited the wives and their children to dinner at the White House. And it was a beautiful photo that she had put out on Twitter at the time, and it showed the families with the kids, her hugging the children. And again, their fathers are serving overseas, and they're hosting a dinner for these families at the White House to meet the first family. How wonderful is that? So back in those days on Twitter, there was a likes section, and it would show everything that I liked, every post that I liked. And so I liked it because I think that's wonderful to do, right? I mean, it's beautiful to recognize these families of those who are serving. I got called into the office for liking that post from the First Lady and told, just be careful, just watch what you're liking because, our viewers can see that. And I'm thinking this was not a controversial topic. This was not about any policy that was, in Congress at the time. This was our First Lady inviting families to the White House whose loved ones were serving overseas. Nothing controversial, but I still got called out for it because it was Melania Trump.
Yeah, that's the world we live in, and there's the emotional whiteboards in newsrooms that you write down. Here we go. Let's turn our attention to the front of this.
Pastor Roberto Albino to lead us in today's invocation.
Good evening, Lehigh Valley. Do we have any patriots in the house tonight? We're going to start this rally off the right way, and that is by giving all honor and all praise to our Lord and Savior, Jesus Christ. Come on, make some noise for Jesus. Amen. I want to start us off with a verse. This is not a piece of scripture that is new to any of us. In 2 Chronicles chapter 7, verse 14, it says, if my people who are called by my name will humble themselves and pray and seek my face and turn from their wicked ways, then I will hear from heaven and I will forgive their sin and heal their land. Join me as we go before our Lord and Savior, Jesus Christ. Almighty and sovereign Father in heaven, we come before you today in humility and recognition of your faithfulness and your goodness. We exalt and praise your holy name and ask that you would bless our time together. God, that your grace, peace, and presence would cover and fill us. For without you, Father, we are and have nothing. And if there would be anyone in this gathering that has never known you as Savior, let them repeat these words. Lord Jesus, I repent of my sin. I believe that you died on the cross and rose on the third day. And I accept you today as my Lord and Savior and commit my life to you. God, we ask and we thank you for Jesus Christ and the work of redemption that has forgiven us and given us access to your presence. Bless, protect, and guide this campaign. Bless, protect, and guide President Trump, his family, and all who surround him. Let your wisdom, your favor, your grace be abundant in his life, and shut down the plans of every enemy that seek to cause harm and hindrance. Let your peace and protection go with every candidate, every elected official present here today. Lead and convict them and fill them with strength, patience, and perseverance. God, we ask your blessing over the great state of Pennsylvania and declare that you are not yet done with America as you raise up a generation of empowered believers that will stand for life, for truth, for righteousness, and justice for all people. So God, we give you thanks, praise, and honor, for you and only you are worthy of it. In the powerful, precious name of Jesus, and all God's people say, amen. God bless you.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome to the stage former Patrol Sergeant and U.S. Marine Corps veteran David Allershaw to lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Hoorah!
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome to the stage Carol Sexton to sing our national anthem.
Is that good? Is it on yet? Okay, it's on. Wait, it's still. All right, ready? Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hail at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming. And the rocket's red glare, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say, does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the free and the home of the brave?
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome to the stage former Project Vamos director, Josie Hill.
Oh my God, ay Dios mío. What a privilege and honor to be here. I am Josima Hill. It's such an honor to be here. I'm very grateful, and I hope all of you can understand my accent. I'm going to give you a little brief story about myself. I came here to Pennsylvania, United States, 20 years ago from Puerto Rico. Any Puerto Rican? I came here with no money, no family, no English, and a 2-year-old baby girl. I was running away from a violent domestic case. Without telling my big Christian family, I was moving to a new world with nothing. I was scared and embarrassed. Now my daughter, she's in college to be a nurse. My son, who's 17, he's going to vote in November Republican, and he's going to be joining the Marine Corps. We want to contribute to this beautiful country. Where in the world a hard worker mother can be successful? Nowhere. Only United States of America. I wanted it to be an independent, strong woman and mother, a successful professional, where I can continuously be learning, teaching, inspiring, and motivating others that come here to the land of the free to live and plan their American dream. After so many years of hard work, I was lucky to be involved in the legal field, in financials, and now I'm in politics, helping great candidates to help us and save America. There's a crisis at the southern border that has been brought on by the Biden administration. Since Biden opened the southern border, more than 13 million immigrants have flooded the country. Biden broke the record for all-time records. That's right. They flood the illegal immigration, and that's taken a lot of dollars from American citizens like you and me. Now he wants to push to use Medicaid funding for sanctuary cities and states struggling to house and care for illegal immigrants from the southern border. When we have too many homeless veterans in the streets, when there's so many people that come here in the legal way, spending money and waiting to be here, they're wasting a lot of money of them, and we have to fight for that. We want them to go back and help our people, all of you. So I want to encourage all of you to please go in your community, talk to the people that are legal here, make them vote, make phone calls, and help to win 2024 Republican and help the President Donald Trump to win. Thanks.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome to the stage former president of the Pennsylvania Independent Oil and Gas Association, David Marks.
My man. My name is David Marks. I'm from the Mon Valley. That's Pittsburgh, baby. I want to talk about the energy landscape here in Pennsylvania and what we need to preserve this industry so that it continues serving us with low prices and good jobs. First, some quick facts. Pennsylvania is the nation's second largest natural gas producer after Texas, producing more than 7.5 trillion cubic feet of gas every year. Pennsylvania is the third largest coal producing state, and it's the second largest coal exporter to foreign markets. Pennsylvania ranks second after Illinois in electricity generation from nuclear power. But since 2019, natural gas has surpassed nuclear energy as the largest source of in-state electricity generation. Over half of Pennsylvania households use natural gas as their primary heating fuel. And the state's 49 gas storage sites, the most for any state, are used to meet winter demand for the Mid-Atlantic and some parts of New England. Pennsylvania is the second largest net supplier after Texas of total energy to all the other states. Pennsylvania's fossil fuel industry has been important to our nation in the past, right now, and in our nation's future. Now think about this. Practical developments for serving a growing economy require an approach that includes everything that works right now, plus the technologies that transition us into the future. That's common sense. We use what works now while we improve on it. And yes, there's bumps along the way as we improve the process, we know that. But today, the public also demands that industries become better stewards of the environment. And industry has delivered. The EPA reports that since 1980, air quality has improved. Carbon monoxide emissions are down by more than 74%. Nitrogen dioxide reduced by more than 70%. Sulfur dioxide, that's some bad stuff, off by 93%. The EPA is telling us this. The government's telling us this. And carbon dioxide emissions, CO2, for all vehicles during the same period, 43 years now, are off by 31% and still trending down. President Biden is pushing a transition to a green economy. But the EPA says we're already getting greener without borrowing trillions of dollars. If it ain't broke, don't fix it. Don't force electric vehicles on us. Let us choose what works best now. Let us choose what we want while we improve on the technologies for the future. Biden tells us that green industries can deliver the same jobs as fossil fuel-powered refineries and power plants. What? Running power plants and refineries requires a lot of workers. How many jobs would Pennsylvania lose under Biden's Inflation Reduction Act, which, by the way, has only increased inflation? Biden's plan hopes to create more than 200,000 jobs over the next 10 years here in our state. But what Biden doesn't tell you is that the good jobs in natural gas and coal go away. They'd be replaced with taxpayer-subsidized energy justice jobs and in environmental justice jobs, whatever that means. I don't want one of them kind of jobs. Biden's plan moves tens of billions of taxpayer dollars into what are called green technologies and forces companies that want subsidies to do more of their manufacturing in the U.S. Well, some of that on the surface sounds good. None of it nets well for Pennsylvania. President Biden visited the Philadelphia shipyard and told that he's thinking about climate jobs and union jobs. And one particular ship's components will be built by 9 unions across the country. How does a bunch of temporary jobs in Philadelphia help us develop energy jobs across the state of Pennsylvania? How does that work? Biden hopes that workers who lose their jobs from the transition will find a place in the green economy. Hey, but we already learned that the EV industry is a net job loser for us, and it's a net job gainer for China. This is a hard sell across Pennsylvania. Can Biden's Inflation Reduction Act produce as many good-paying jobs as the ones we're going to lose? Did you know the new companies are locating in other states? The ones that are getting these subsidies, 8 out of the 10 of the companies that just started up last year taking this money are not in Pennsylvania. If you have a job that's connected with natural gas or coal, or if your job depends on Pennsylvania minerals for manufacturing, then you can understand the damage that will be done to Pennsylvania if Mr. Biden would phase out natural gas and coal. You see, after the equipment is built and installed, solar and wind almost runs itself. Job losses naturally follow. According to the Department of Energy, energy jobs in the U.S. grew by 3.8% in 2022. That's the last records they have, right? But half this growth was green energy jobs. Remember, once it's installed, most of those jobs go away. The green economy can't replace job losses from refineries and power plants that require 24-hour, 365-day staffing. And it can't deliver the same energy. It can't. It's proven. We have some serious headwinds with Joe Biden. Energy's only one. Inflation is on the rise again. American companies that struggle to get a foothold in China-dominated solar can't compete with cheap labor in a communist dictatorship. Thousands of Pennsylvania families have for generations made a living in oil and gas and coal. My family did. Now Joe Biden wants these workers to find different jobs. I said in the beginning that I would tell you what we need to best develop energy here in Pennsylvania. We need Donald Trump. Donald Trump understands energy. Donald Trump understands real job creation. He understands competition and American ingenuity that produces energy from all sources in a cleaner, more abundant, and less expensive way. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome to the stage State Treasurer Stacey Garrity.
Hello, Schnecksville! Are you ready to make Pennsylvania great again? Are you ready to make America great again? Me too. Let's do it. So my name is Stacey Garrity. I'm your state treasurer. I also spent 30 years in the United States Army Reserves with 3 deployments to the Middle East. Thank you. And if it wouldn't have been that thing called your mandatory retirement date, you veterans know what I'm talking about, I would still be serving because serving was and is the honor of my lifetime. Thank you. And in fact, I see right in this front row somebody I served with in Desert Storm when I was a brand new second lieutenant. Sergeant Muehlheisen, stand up. Yay, Muley. All the other veterans, stand up or wave. Thank you. Thank you for your service. Thank you. So you all gave me the honor of being your state treasurer by electing me in 2020. And I hope that you'll give me that same honor come November, because we need to elect Republican candidates all up and down the ballot. Yes, 2024 is truly the most important election of our lifetimes. And I almost have to laugh when I say that, because I said this every election that happened since I took office. But there's a reason for that, because every election that goes by that we don't get Republicans in office, our state and our country get closer and closer to being lost. Look at what happened in 2022. We lost a seat in the United States Senate, and we lost control of the State House. Yes, look what happened in 2023. We lost 4 statewide judicial elections. So in 2024, think about this. We could very well cede total control of state government to the Democrats. We can't let that happen. Because, folks, the choices could not be clearer. We have to choose between a country of law and order and a country rampant with crime, a country of healthy kids and families, or a country plagued by fentanyl use. A country with an economy based on common sense, or an economy micromanaged by bureaucrats in Washington. A country filled with legal immigrants from every walk of life who want nothing more than to live the American dream, or a country without borders. But it's not enough for you to make sure you cast your vote. You need to make sure your friends, your families, your neighbors do the same, because we only win when voices of people who feel forgotten are heard. I hear the voices of those people. President Trump hears the voices of those people. That's right. And all of our Republican candidates up and down the ballot hear the voices of those people. But it's up to us to make sure those voices are heard on Election Day by casting our votes. Pennsylvania is called the Keystone State. And on November 5th, we need to make sure that Pennsylvania is the keystone of our nation's election success and the birthplace of our comeback. Folks, come Election Day, we're going to have a lot of eyes on us. Everyone across the country will be looking to Pennsylvania to see what direction we're going to take our country in. So let's make sure we take our country in the right direction by making Donald Trump the 47th President of the United States of America. Thank you. God bless all of you. God bless Pennsylvania. And God bless the United States.
Out of the tree of life, I just picked me a plum. You came along and everything started into...
A little bit of the pre-program as we are live here in Pennsylvania with you, waiting for President Trump, scheduled to speak at 7 o'clock. I have been told that has been pushed back a little bit, so we'll certainly keep an eye on that. But we're glad you're joining us on this very active news day. Not only do we have a Trump rally here, and of course thousands, and I would probably say by the time they count them all, Vanessa, I was just during those pre-program, I was trying to peek out there to see what the line still looks like. It's still tremendous. So you've got a busy Trump rally. We also have all this breaking news coming out of the Middle East with Iran and Israel. So we'll keep you updated on that as well. You're probably seeing a lot of stuff on your social media feed, so we'll keep an eye out on that. But, you know, when you walk around this rally, and we've talked to people, there is no mistaking that Pennsylvania, at least this part of Pennsylvania, and there's some of these other sections as well, is predominantly Trump country.
Oh, absolutely. And when you talk to the people on the ground here and you ask them, where are you from? And they tell you different cities in the state, and even over into New Jersey. We spoke to several people from there as well. And I asked them, and you're with me along the way as we ask these people, what is it like in your city, in your town, in your community? And they say they love Trump. Everyone loves Trump. Now, there might be a few people who have fallen off, you know, the rockers and are supporting the other side, and we pray for those people. But for the majority, most people say where they are from and where they live, people love President Trump.
Yeah, they do. Breaking news out of here. I'm getting word that within 15 minutes, missiles are to strike Israel in 15 minutes. I know they've had that active. The Iron Dome was full in fact earlier, but that's what I've been told from a reliable source on that. So we'll continue to monitor that situation. But, you know, one of the things I was going to talk about today actually was the threat of a World War III, and that the fact that, you know, no one's scared of President Biden. He has not done anything in terms of you know, leadership and setting a very solid stance as far as what the U.S. will tolerate. He simply, you know, walked away from a press conference the other day and was peppered with questions, and they asked him, President Biden, do you have a message to Iran about striking Israel? And he turned around and like this, you know, and walked back, and he said, don't, and just walked away. No further explanation on that. The world is not intimidated by President Biden.
No,
they're not swayed by him at all.
No, and this would not be going on under President Trump's presidency. President Trump has posted on Truth Social since the attacks started taking place today, and saying that this would definitely not go on if he were president. There was peace in the Middle East when President Trump was president. We're hearing that Biden will be addressing the nation tonight. Can't wait to hear what lies he tells and puts the blame on someone else, and do what he does best, scream and holler and act angry and mad. But the truth is that he was on vacation knowing that this was going to take place any minute, and he went on vacation anyway. He just does not care. And so now we have more conflict tonight in the Middle East, which will affect America as well. So we tell you all the time to buckle up along for this ride, this wild roller coaster ride that we call the Biden administration. The damage that he and his staff and his administration has done in 3 years is astonishing. It's just it's almost unbelievable, but you should believe it because it is taking place. In 3 years, he has destroyed not only our country, but the Middle East as well.
Yeah, I mean, it's just it's insane. And then when you look at the amount of money that is just pouring out of this country and going into very corrupt countries like Ukraine, it should anger you. And I was talking to another reporter during the program there, and I said, look, I'm 100% against sending another penny to Ukraine. But of course, many Americans, I would think the majority of Americans, have no problem sending their tax dollars to help Israel during this attack. I think it's the right thing to do. I think we have a moral obligation to do that. But we do not have a moral obligation to help Zelensky. And I encourage you, there is a documentary, and I'll put this out on X. I'll share it. I got it from I think it came off of Don Jr.'s X account, actually. It's a documentary about who exactly is Vladimir Zelensky. And if you look into some of the details on him in that country, you don't want to send another penny over there. But yet we do need to focus on helping Israel during this time of conflict, and then it's going to get worse. But that's because Biden has made it like that. He's enabled this chaos to take place in the world.
He has spent and sent over billions of dollars to Iran, and that's helping fund this type of attack on our biggest ally. And it has just really brought me down. We knew it was going to happen, but you always hope that it's not going to happen. But here we are, in Israel under attack tonight. And
yeah, I was just trying to see if there was any more updates on here, and I am going to CNN.com. They seem to have a pretty good live update on this. But they already took possession of a cargo ship of the Iranian forces. So they're active in that Strait of Hormuz there. And here's another thing you think about for a second. Keep an eye on gasoline and crude prices right now. They are about to go through the roof now that we have that Strait of Hormuz that goes. That is a very busy shipping lanes in terms of exporting oil out of that region. You will see a spike in oil, which will result in an incredible spike in gasoline. But that wasn't the case during the Trump administration because we were so energy dependent, right? We had an abundance of oil, actually, and actually the price of oil, some could say, was even too low. We had so much of it. But now we're so dependent on these countries, and if there's ever a time to drill, baby, drill, and President Trump will often talk about it, it's right now.
Mm-hmm. Oh, absolutely. So, when you said you're talking about the ship channel and expect gas prices to go up, too bad we don't have our own oil on our own homeland, right? But we're so dependent on others right now, and yeah, so it's going to be a domino effect. So definitely be on the lookout. I said this earlier, do not ignore or sleep on what's going on here in the Middle East because it does definitely affect America. And so now what's going to happen? Let's predict this, Brian. So what's going to happen is the mainstream media is going to talk about this today. They may hit on it tomorrow, maybe a little bit, just to follow up on it. But they're going to turn their attention to Trump, because his sham trial starts in New York City on Monday. So it's going to be all coverage on Get Trump when this conflict is going on in the Middle East, when our borders are open, when people can't, these people that we talk to, all of these people behind us, they're struggling. And we know this because they tell us. But the media is not going to talk about that tomorrow and into Monday and not what's going on in Israel right now. They're going to talk about getting Trump at the courthouse come Monday.
Yeah, well, it is going to be interesting to see what the media coverage is on the court case on Monday versus the what happens in the Middle East. Obviously, on the brink of World War III, I would think would be the dominant story. That a little court case of some hush money, allegations, some hush money, which does not affect any American right now, other than potentially President Trump. They're going to make that the lead story, unfortunately, because they cannot let the war, potential war, overshadow any negative attention that you would give President Trump. So that's the world. But we talked about the media disconnect, and that's the media disconnect, unfortunately, that we have in this country. I don't think it's interesting because I don't mind saying this at all. During the 60 Minutes interview that they did with Marjorie Taylor Greene last year, I was there for all 3 weeks of that taping. They did off and on for 3 weeks.
Okay.
3 weeks. I saw all of the footage that they shot. I was there every time. I know what the dialogue was going back and forth. And it was really incredible how Leslie Stahl and the producers over at 60 Minutes had no clue, and they were really surprised whenever Marjorie would talk about the reason why she ran for office was because it wasn't that she didn't like Democrats or she didn't like liberals. She didn't like the Republicans in office that weren't working for the American people. So she actually ran on the premise of changing the Republican Party to match and reflect the demands of the people. So when she mentioned that she didn't particularly like Lindsey Graham or Mitch McConnell or some others, they were so shocked by that, Vanessa. They were like, wait a minute, you're criticizing other Republicans? And she's like, absolutely. They have let the American people down. They've let our party down. So that just tells you that a lot of people in the media don't understand. They have such a major disconnect on what our agenda is. The Republicans, the America First agenda, President Trump's agenda is to work for the American people. That's their target audience is the American people. So I'm never surprised when I hear a comment like that people are so blown away that we criticize other Republicans. That's what we do. We have to make this party better.
We do have to make this party better, and you know, and you look at the House, and Brian, I'll be honest with you, I'm really not. I'm really disappointed in what has taken place and not taken place since we've been in the majority. I feel like the House Republicans have fought amongst themselves. You have your few who want to accomplish things and fight the left and get things done, but it's been more of a battle amongst each other. And I think until we do a better job of fighting the left and, you know, instead of bickering amongst each other, we're not going to get anything accomplished.
No, we're not. Well, I will say this for those, and I get attacked every time I say this, but under Speaker McCarthy, we had no CRs, so we didn't continue any of the Nancy Pelosi's agenda and her budget. We got amendments passed. Under Mike Johnson, we've passed 2 CRs. There's going to be another one come September. I think we've gotten 2 amendments passed out of more to go. We have not done the best job, and I will say that's even under McCarthy. That is without a doubt. But you're right. I mean, the American people are fed up. They want results. Actually, what they want, Vanessa, is accountability, and we have not provided accountability for anything that has gone on against President Trump or against the American people at the border.
But if the roles are reversed, the Democrats, you know, you can bet your sweet self that AOC and, you know, all of the people would be after the Republicans and President Trump like nobody's business. But we just have a little struggle there that we need, and until we can get it together. But you're back to what you were saying a while ago. When someone votes you into office, you work for them. You work for your area, your county, that's who you work for. And so I think that the people, if you feel like that, you know, your representative or your senator is not doing what you think that they should be doing, call them. Call them every day. When you're drinking your morning coffee, say, I'm going to call and leave a voicemail today.
Yeah.
Let it be known. Let it be known that they're not voting like they knew you wanted them to vote. So you are their constituent. Make sure that they represent you to the best of their ability.
Here's a good example. Mike Johnson, when he was not the speaker, was adamantly against funding to Ukraine. Matter of fact, he turned down the $300 million to Ukraine. But as soon as he got speaker, he is so willing to just give $60 billion to Ukraine. So what changed there? What changed between Speaker Johnson and the Rep Johnson? And I think that's what people are so angry about. And the thing that we got to, think about this. We have to hold people to the same standard. So if you ran Kevin McCarthy off for this list of items that were so horrible, well, guess what? Speaker Johnson has not only crossed the line on all of those, he's even added some more reasons why you should not support him. And I'm not saying vacate the chair. I'm not saying that. I don't want chaos in the House. But we have got to find out, or I guess focus on rather, what the real mission is, and that's taking back this country and Republicans getting on the same page to defeat these Democrats in November. Let's pull away and show the crowd we're live here in Pennsylvania, very windy Pennsylvania at that. We've got a nice little video. Let's see if we can focus on that for a second.
Out of control inflation, an economy wrecked, a nation in decline. This is Joe Biden's America. Failing, weak. But one man, one movement can change all that for us. Put America, the middle class, first. And put the globalists, the elitist, and the corrupt in their place. Bring back pride and the American dream. To let the world know, don't mess with us. One man focused on the true owners of this great land. One movement focused on the true priorities. Make America great for us again.
I think that message is very fitting right now. I don't know where this young lady went, but there is a lady down in front, and she has Vanessa, the best sign, and when she gets it out and we get our camera in position, we'll show you. Take a look at that. She loves right side. You don't.
Let's see your sign. She loves RSBN. Oh, all the mods in the chat. I love it.
That's right.
She used to be one of the moderators.
Thank you very much. Yes.
Okay, so she used to be a moderator, and she is giving a shout out to all of the moderators in the chat. Thank you. Thank you. Love the sign.
Very nice. Very nice. Happy to have her join us today at this rally. What a great, you know what, we don't talk about the moderators enough in the fact that, you know, they are basically, you know, the keyboard warriors behind all of this, and they're the ones that make sure that the all the chat rooms are, for the most part, everyone gets along. There's no, you know, vulgarity in the chat rooms, and so it is important to make sure that everyone is running smoothly. So shout out to our moderators who do a fantastic job, who really put in a lot of time, just as almost as much as we are, because they're on working when we're on working. So shout out to the moderators out there. Your efforts do not go unnoticed, and so we're glad that you're joining us. It's 6:09 here local time in Pennsylvania. President Trump's scheduled to speak at 7 o'clock. I think that probably we're going to be delayed a little bit. I know he does have a fundraiser, if I'm not mistaken, prior to coming here. So we'll keep you updated on that, as we'll also keep you updated on all of the things that are going on in the Middle East as well. When we get settled back in here, I do want to talk about the housing market, because that does have a big impact on America. Interest rates, mortgage rates, all of the financial aspects into consumer spending. Obviously, with interest rates the way they are, and the pre-owned, you know, auto industry, that is, the interest rates on that can affect it as well. So I'm going to come in here and talk a little bit about mortgage. And we had some breaking news here earlier that U.S. mortgage demand fell in March to its lowest level since 1995. That's according to industry experts. The mortgage demand is now 43% below its recent peak, which was at 16% below in 2008 low. So basically, less people are applying for a mortgage due to the economic conditions, and obviously the interest rates impact that greatly. Also, the average mortgage payment here in the U.S. is around $2,800 a month. That is up from under the Trump administration. And this gives you perspective that basically the average household mortgage payment, Americans have to spend 45% of their pre-tax income in order to pay for that new home. Now think about that for a second. That is 45% of your pre-tax. So obviously you get your paycheck after they take the taxes out. If you're needing 45% of the pre-tax, after it's said and done, Americans are spending more to basically, you know, pay for their mortgage than almost ever before. And so it takes now a six-figure income to apply for that average mortgage. You're in that industry, right. And I know that I've got some family members that are in the mortgage industry, and they tell me, Brian, we cannot wait until President Trump gets back in office, and hopefully we get the economy going back up. But better yet, the feds need to go back down on these interest rates which will help consumer spending.
Right, and you know, being a real estate agent in the state of Texas, we're seeing that people can't get the loans they need because of the high interest rates. People can't afford a higher mortgage than what they used to be able to afford, and so people are they're going to smaller homes. They're doing the best they can with what we have, and so if you look at these houses, Brian, that are, $350,000, $400,000, $500,000 homes and higher, the average American is having trouble paying for that. So your smaller homes and the smaller budgets are selling, but the higher price homes are not at a higher rate like they used to, because people just can't afford the mortgage, like you just mentioned, or the interest rates.
Well, it's taken a bigger chunk out of their salary. So think about this. If you got 45% of your income's going to a mortgage payment, okay, then what percentage is going to a car payment? Which is, by the way, I remember when car payments, the average, this is back in 2000, probably 14, 15, your average car payment for the first time crossed over $500 a month. Now it's over $700 a month is your average car payment here in the States. So you combine the 45% of your income going to your mortgage, and then you combine your average car payment, which is higher than ever. People are tapped out. They're tapped out. And you saw the stat I talked about earlier, how I think it was 42% of the people that were getting a tax refund is applying it to just making ends meet. They're not buying or going on a vacation. They're not buying a car. They're not buying, goods and services. They're making ends meet with their tax refund. We've never seen that. That gives you an idea of the state of the economy.
I used to be a small business owner, and when people would get their tax refunds, that would be,
a big bump in sales, right?
A big bump in sales. We would see it in our local economy. The mom and pop shops, the small business owners, we'd celebrate during that time because we'd see more influx of customers coming into our shops. Whereas now, like you just mentioned, people aren't doing that because they can't afford to do that. So they are paying off their credit cards. The American people are living off credit cards. They are in credit card debt. So when they get this refund this year, that's what they're doing. They're not being able to splurge a little bit or pay for recital costumes for their daughters come, May, June, and put their kids in summer camps because they're having to pay off loans and credit card debts.
Yeah, it's really incredible. And then, of course, the tax deadline coming up on Monday the 15th. So obviously you've got that. If you got people that are filing for extensions, and I noticed that the IRS has a new service, an online service that's free, that the IRS will help you prepare your tax return, and actually, but there are some stipulations on that. I think you can't earn. I think it's $79,000. If you earn more than $79,000, you can't do the service. I've always been amazed with the tax situation. They're the ones that take the money out of your paycheck. So you pay them the taxes, and then at the end of the year, they come to you and say, "Okay, how much do you owe us?" I don't know. You took the tax out of my paycheck. Well, let's just come up with this amount. It's paying taxes is insane. It's the process is insane. I never
taxed on everything. You get taxed on your own money. You get taxed on your own money again. You get taxed on this. You get taxed on that, and you're so
think
taxed
about the car. Your automobile is the most taxed thing you buy. You pay tax when you buy it. Okay, you pay tax on gasoline, obviously. You pay tax on your insurance that you insure it. You pay tax on your registration, and it's something that you obviously drive. You pay tax on the reoccurring gas, obviously, your parts, your service, things like that, your registration every year. It is a income magnet for the U.S. government. And then even with the consumption tax, as far as your mileage tax, there's some states that want to get this. They want to take your odometer to what you started the year with and what you ended the year with, and tax you 4 cents a mile. 4 cents a mile. That's what they're doing in some states. So we don't have a revenue problem. We have a spending problem. We have plenty of revenue that comes in that our U.S. government collects from all of us. We have a spending problem. And part of that is funding wars in Ukraine.
I was about to say, pay your taxes because Zelensky needs you.
Yeah.
He's depending on you.
Zelensky is counting on you to pay your
taxes.
So, no, there's so many things that we can go down the list of things that we would. I mean, look, when you talk about, I'm a nationalist. Like, if it was up to me, I wouldn't have military bases around the world, rather. I want to focus on U.S. I wouldn't just send all these countries, all this foreign aid that goes to very developed countries that they don't need our foreign aid. Why are we giving foreign aid to a very developed country? They don't need us. I would pull all foreign aid. I'd even close up some military bases to a certain extent. But I want to take care of Americans, and that's my priority. It's not about taking care of the rest of the world. It's about taking care of us, and that's what we've gotten away from over the years. We've allowed, I think, I call it the country club Republicans, the deep state, to really take control of the direction of our, not only our country but our money, and we're sending so much money to foreign countries, and I'm over it. I think we're tapped out. I think that we're trillions of dollars in debt, and how much more can you tax the American consumer? Seriously,
I don't know, but they'll find a way, because they always do seem to find a way to make our lives more miserable. And as you talk about that, Brian, and I was listening to what you were saying about the car being the most taxed item we probably own, and I'm thinking about housing, and I'm thinking about the jobs and the multiple jobs people have just to make ends meet. It shouldn't be like this. And I'm thinking about what's happening in Israel right now. The world shouldn't have to live. Everyone's anxious, everyone's scared, everyone's worried about what's going to happen tomorrow. That's not what life should be about. No. But that's what the governments are making life about. We should be happy and free and enjoying our families. And, I'm not saying going on these extravagant vacations, but if I want to take my family to, a couple states away for a week, I shouldn't have to save up for that for 2 years. We should be able, and I'm not just saying we here in America, I'm talking about the whole world. That's not what God intended for this world to be, and we're in chaos.
Yeah, well,
we're in complete chaos.
I don't see how places like Disneyland, Disney World, theme parks, I honestly don't know how they sustain their earnings, because I really don't. Honestly, Vanessa, I don't know one person. Yeah, I do. And they're a single male that's not married, no family that went. Other than that, I don't know anybody that went to Disneyland. Who can take a family of 5 to a destination like that, where it's going to be thousands just to get there, and then hundreds just to go for one day, and then not counting your lodging and things like that? It seems like the American dream of buying a home, raising a family, taking a biannual trip, I don't know if that's a reality for majority of Americans.
And what is the American dream anymore? The American dream used to be work hard, get paid well. The American dream used to be you succeed in school, you succeed at work, success. There's so much to the American dream, but what is the American dream when Americans are put last? When the illegals, aliens coming across our border are getting free housing and free health care, and Americans are struggling. So you may go to college and graduate with a degree that you've been wanting since you were little, and get a job, and you make minimum wage starting out, and then maybe a little later you may make a little more, but by the time you're near retirement age, you may finally get to that salary you've always wanted, and then it's time to retire.
And by the way, you still have student debt.
And you still have student debt.
Yeah. No, but you know what? Even when you look at a college degree, and let us know in the chats right now if you can relate to us, that sheet of paper that you put in a frame and you hang on a wall is basically your receipt to buying into a system that has convinced you that if you don't do that, you're not going to be successful in life. Now, obviously, I know there are professions that require specific training.
Yep.
I'm not saying that for everything.
The trade
schools.
But yeah.
In this economy, in this day and age of this digital world we live in, there are so many occupations and industries that don't necessarily require that, and we have such a demand right now for trades, welders, electricians, pipe fitters, people that work in construction. Those jobs are there because people are retiring every single year, and there's jobs that are opening up for that. There's businesses that are being sold, quite honestly, because there's no one to take over a family business. So I'm not anti-college, even though Charlie Kirk, I love listening to his take on this stuff, because he is even though someone who does a lot of marketing on college campuses like Charlie Kirk does, he is very real. He's a very realist when it comes to is it necessary in this world to have a college degree and make it? And I would argue that you don't need a college degree in this world to make it, that we do have, business opportunities and everything else that can do that.
Right.
We get a statement out here real
from
quick.
President Trump's team, just handed to us.
It came out on March 6th. So this is the Truth Social. I'll hold it and let you read it because it's kind of windy here.
Okay, from Donald Trump on March 6th. Yes, so not today. It is important for the good of our country that Joe Biden and I debate issues that are so vital to America and the American people. Therefore, I am calling for debates anytime, anywhere, any place. The debates can be run by the corrupt DNC or their subsidiary, the Commission on Presidential Debates, which is CPD. I look forward to receiving a response. Thank you for your attention to this matter. So that's the president wanting to debate Joe Biden anytime, any place, anywhere.
Well, I was watching Fox News earlier today before I came here, and they had someone had a Republican strategist on. They had a Democrat strategist on, and the Republican strategist said, I doubt we'll see a debate from Joe Biden. But the Democrat strategist said, no, I'm going to correct you. You will absolutely see 3 debates between Biden and Trump starting late September into October. That's what this Democrat strategist said. And the Republican strategist said, I don't know if that's going to go very well for President Biden, because we absolutely know what his thought process and his cognitive ability to debate looks like. And then the Democrat strategist said this. He goes, I think you guys underestimate the mental capacity of Joe Biden. And unless, stay with me, unless all of this act in front of the cameras that makes him look like he has dementia, the grandpa, the walking, the shoulder turning, if that has to all be an act, and what you saw at the State of the Union, which he basically ran through that speech, he slurred his way through that speech, is that the real Joe Biden? So the Biden that we see in all the other clips, is that just Joe Biden acting like he's got dementia? I know it sounds crazy, and I've heard people talk about that. I'm not saying I necessarily believe that, which I don't, but I've had people say that.
They want you to believe that. It's not at all an act.
They want you to feel sorry
he's
for
old,
people.
He's senile. Look, if he was just everyday, look, I am two types of people that grab on my heartstrings. That's babies, children, and the elderly. And he's in the category of the elderly. If he was an everyday American who was struggling and had dementia and all the things that an aging person in that manner does, of course, I feel for them. But you have the job to run a country, and under those conditions, you are not fit. Well, so no, I will not feel sorry for him in this situation.
I'm not saying I feel sorry for him at all. I don't actually. I think what he's doing is horrible, and I think damn well he knows what he's doing. But we've had mental professionals say, remember with some of the legal trial and all the investigation on the Hunter Biden, they had experts that said he didn't have the mental capacity to really defend himself in a way, you know. And if he doesn't have that, then how in the world can he possibly lead a country? I don't know. Crazy world we live in.
And he can't. And you look at, the findings of the special prosecutor of the documents that were found in his garage, who it even said in the paperwork that was drawn up that he is not he's senile. He's just an aging man. In his interviews where he did not know that the paperwork, the classified information, was just sitting in a box in his garage, but it said right then and there from the special counsel that he's just an aging and since senile. Yeah. So he's too senile to know that there's boxes in his garage full of classified documents, but he's perfectly fit to run as president, run the country. It makes no sense. Make it make sense, Brian.
Make it make sense. I tell you what, I will make sense. We're going to toss to a commercial break. We are live here in Pennsylvania. Well, on the other side of the break, we're going to talk about all kinds of things. One of them is gun control. We'll talk about that when we come back. Vanessa Broussard, Brian Glenn, we're live here in Pennsylvania.
Welcome to the Right Side Broadcasting Network. We're not like the other media outlets out there that cut and edit what other people say. In 2015, we were created by our founder, Joe Seals, to cover President Donald J. Trump's speeches and rallies, to which we continue to do to this day. We've also covered important conservative events like CPAC, TPUSA, March for Life, and many other important events and hearings around the country. We were made for people like you, everyday Americans who are tired of the mainstream media, who are tired of being lied to, manipulated, and fed an agenda. Our goal here at Right Side Broadcasting is to allow you to see the truth, giving our correspondents and commentators a wide latitude to speak their minds. You won't find anything like this in the mainstream media. Your support through your donations, locals, and supporting our advertisers allows us to continue to cover important events around the country each and every day. So, from us here at Right Side Broadcasting, thank you for supporting us and the right side of history.
What's up, guys? My name is Jaden Hurd, and I have a Christian show called Let It Be Heard, where we analyze culture and current events from a biblical perspective. I highly recommend you guys check us out. We now have episodes every Monday, Wednesday, and Friday. And basically, what happens is we react to videos, we have talking points, we have on guests, and it's very exciting. Come check us out on Rumble on the RSBN channel. God bless you guys.
Parents and grandparents, the 2024 Kids Guide to President Trump is here, and it's free. As a bonus, your child gets a free issue of Everbright Kids Magazine and Activity Book, and a free video lesson. Order now at freetrumpbook.com. That's freetrumpbook.com.
You're probably wondering who we are. I'm Patrick, and that's Chase, and this is our next giveaway.
We're giving away this 3-bedroom, 2.5 bath in the heart of the Ozark National Forest. You can win this cabin or $1 million cash.
Go to onecountry.com today, sign up.
Today, sign up?
Or sign up tomorrow.
Sign up today or tomorrow. No, you want to sign up right now.
I'm excited to announce we're having a huge MyPillow spring sale, and here's a few examples. Buy one of our MyPillow 2.0s, you get another MyPillow 2.0 absolutely free. Made with cooling technology, the best pillow ever just got even better. And this just in, 9 brand new colors and styles of our Percale bed sheets. They're made with the finest long staple cotton, and now you can save 50% or more. That's as low as $24.98. And for the first time this year, I'm bringing you our My Slippers and Sandals for as low as $25 a pair. So go to MyPillow.com or call the number on your screen. Use your promo code to get your MyPillow 2.0s. Buy one, get one free. Percale sheets as low as $24.98. My Slippers and Sandals as low as $25 a pair. And for a limited time, when you order $75 or more, your entire order ships absolutely free.
Hi everyone, RSBN CEO Joe Seals here. You know, it's not too often that you hear me on the air anymore, and you know if I do, it must be important. I want to tell you a little bit about OFP Farms, a new sponsor here at RSBN. They're a family-owned and operated, patriotic, America First goat farm, and they provide quality goat milk products for everyday use. Their large collection of goat milk products are enriched with vital nutrients of essential vitamins, minerals, and fatty acids to help promote optimal skin health. And let me tell you, these folks at OFP Farms are the real deal. They sent us a sample box for our family to try. I actually insist on this before I take on any new sponsor here at RSBN, because if it's not something that I would personally use or recommend to one of my family members, we're not going to put it out on the air here at RSBN and recommend it to you, the viewer. My wife and I open up this box, and it's filled with everything from OFP Farms. We have lip balm and the bar soap and the lotion. This stuff smells incredible. My wife is crazy about it. All she wanted to talk about for the next couple of days was OFP Farms. You might want to take it from me on this one, that my wife is an extremely difficult woman to please. So when she goes on and on about something, it's probably worth your while to take a look at it, ofpfarms.com. But we're not just talking about stuff for the ladies. There's a wide selection of products for men as well. It's not just soaps or lotions or lip balms, but they also have a wide selection of magnesium products that really do help with the pain after a long day of work. So really, check them out, ofpfarms.com. Use the promo code RSBN at checkout for 15% off your entire order. That's ofpfarms.com, ofpfarms.com.
All right, welcome back. We are live here in Pennsylvania, awaiting President Trump to take the stage, probably closer to maybe the 8 o'clock hour, as I'm starting to think about that. But nevertheless, we've got a lot to talk about. Obviously, a lot of breaking news overseas right now. Israel, the Iran conflict is kind of escalating as we speak. We'll bring you the very latest as we have it. I know that's probably dominating your social media feed right now, as it should. But obviously, we'll keep an eye on that as well. Before the break, I mentioned the attack, and one of the things we talk about a lot of times is how the attack on our Second Amendment, as far as our right to carry and bear arms. And did you notice that the attack, Sydney, Australia, 6 people were stabbed to death by a man with a knife. Okay, so this guy goes into a shopping mall, stabs 6 people. Unfortunately, they lost their life and injured others as well. Well, then the police showed up and shot the guy, and now the suspect is now dead. But that was a classic example how you stop bad guys when a good guy has a gun. And that's exactly what happens when you have a country like Australia that has one of the strictest gun laws in the world. It opens up an opportunity for people to basically do horrible things without really the threat of being stopped by their citizens. And so I want to talk about that right now. This we often hear President Trump say this. We hear a lot of Republicans say this as well, as they want to protect our Second Amendment right to bear arms, and that it's constantly under attack.
Right, and if you look at what happened in Australia, it was a police officer who fired the shot at the gunman and ultimately killed the gunman. So it wasn't a citizen, because they have very strict gun laws there, and hard to protect yourself. So when someone starts coming at you with a knife and mutilating you and killing you, and you're have your hands tied behind your back because of the gun laws there, you have to wait for an officer to get on the property and on the premises to de-escalate the situation. And in this case also, multiple others were injured, including a child. So it goes to show you, if someone there at the mall where this attack happened was carrying, they could have saved more lives.
Yeah, these gun-free zones is what really opens up opportunities for criminal activity. If someone knows, if a bad guy knows that where he's going is a gun-free zone, some of these shopping malls, in the U.S., and there's other areas that are gun-free zones, that just opens you up. So the criminals know, well, if it's a gun-free zone, chances are they're not going to fight back. Look, I got, kind of heckled one time talking about this, and I don't mind talking about it again. I think the way you stop school shootings, okay, you have a mental health problem for one thing. We don't have a gun problem. We have a mental health problem. Is I personally would put armed guards, police officers, which a lot of schools already have, at every single school. And I would position, and I'd go back. Can you imagine if we had the $60 billion that we're sending to Ukraine, if we had $60 billion to rework the infrastructure of every single school in this country? We can make sure that we had safety entrances, we had metal detectors, we had systems and technology in place to make sure that guns aren't brought into school, and we won't allow someone to walk off the street with an AR or any other gun. It doesn't have to be an AR, any other handgun, and prevent enact these crimes. Like, it should be stopped. We have the ways to stop it, but you can't take guns away from good people. You can't do that. We have to enable good people to stop bad people with guns, and that's the way you do it. And I know a lot of people say, we don't need guns in school. No, we do need guns in school. We need police officers and law enforcement. Can you imagine retired military? How many people would sign up to work at an elementary school to stop a gunman from coming into a school? We have the people that are willing to do it. We have the technology to scan for these guns and protect them from coming into schools. We just don't have a desire to stop it.
No,
we just don't.
No.
Because that narrative pushes the gun grabbers, because they'll keep saying about, well, there's shootings in school, we got to take away the guns. No, we don't.
We definitely have a mental health issue in this country. We can see it daily, and I feel like it's getting worse and worse, unfortunately. But at the same time, we could be here all day, and we may have the time until President Trump arrives to talk about it. But first, I have covered many criminal cases in court. And that's what my job was as a reporter. Every Monday I sat in the courthouse covering docket and usually covered these criminal cases. And Brian, I think the average person would be very surprised at how many times someone can get a slap on the hand before they're put in jail. They do this, they're released, you're going on probation. Okay, you're coming back for your second, third, fourth, seventh, eighth, ninth offense. And the judge says, okay, now we're going to put you back on probation for 3 months. Don't do that. And if you do it again, you're going to go to jail. And so these people who are repeating offense after offense after offense are walking our streets before they're allowed in jail, are being put in jail. And then on the flip side, you also have the Democrat-run cities who are letting these people run free. And, we're going to New York on Monday, and that's a prime example of, it's a TikTok trend right now, Brian, that women are getting hit in the face walking to their job or the grocery store in New York City by men or a man, I'm not sure which, and they run off and they have bloody noses and broken noses. Like, that's the America we live in. So these crazy people are running rampant on our streets, like you mentioned, entering our schools. That's a mental health problem. And I'm sorry, if I ever had to face a judge one time, if the time ever come when I'd had to, and he says, Vanessa, I'm giving you 3 months, don't do this again, I would never do it again I wouldn't do it to begin with, but I would never do it again in my lifetime. But these people are making offense after offense after offense, and that's the type of people who don't get it, that they're not law-abiding citizens, and they're coming into our schools and into our malls and to our neighborhoods, and they're shooting people. So the guns don't shoot people on their own. The person pulling the trigger shoots the gun. In Australia, the knife didn't cause the attack. The person holding the knife caused the attack.
Yeah, so let's go ahead and take away knives in Australia.
We needed to take the criminals off the streets, and we need to get some better mental health awareness and education and help for the people who are mentally ill.
Take a look at this. We've all seen the video in California where these mass amounts of young teenagers go into an iPhone store or a department store, and they're looting and they're stealing all this stuff, and they're running out, right? They all got like little hoodies on. They all kind of like little mask on. All.
Remember that, because I have something to say about that too.
Okay. Well, here's the reason why they do it. Because there's no consequences to getting caught. And I will even say this. Fort Worth, at one point, passed an ordinance where they lowered the penalties for basically shoplifting. So if you stole something that was under, I think it was like $750, it was more or less a misdemeanor rather than a higher crime. And it didn't, a lot of times it doesn't even come with jail time. They take the merchandise back, they slap them on the hands and say, don't do it again. There's no consequences to breaking the laws in this country. There's just not.
No.
There's not. We protect the criminals. And actually, and let's kind of go back for a second, because this might really spark some conversation online right now. O.J. Simpson passed away at the age of 72. I don't know, something like that. I saw so many political and news personalities saying that, kind of reflecting on his life as the athlete. And sure, he was a great NFL player. There's no question about that. But he murdered 2 people. And we know he murdered 2 people. The evidence showed it, but we had a very, very warped sense of reality there when it came to justice. And there was a lot of racial discrimination that was claimed. And so I've even heard Stephen A. Smith even said it on ESPN, that he murdered 2 people, Nicole Brown Simpson and Ron Goldman. He murdered 2 people. He got away of a slick, an attorney, a criminal defense attorney, basically saying, if the glove don't fit, you must acquit.
Correct.
He had
Johnny Cochran.
Johnny Cochran. But we have people that even said, and this is insane, that yes, we know he murdered 2 people, but you know what? Back there, blacks were indiscriminately being targeted by police, so they justified getting him off from these murder charges because blacks are being indiscriminately targeted by police. And this is back in the, and as we know, back in the early Rodney King verdict and all that good stuff. So it's like they justified it. They knew that he was guilty, but it was okay because it's all in the name of racial inequality and racial justice on behalf of African Americans. And so that kind of set the tone to we have a justice system now that we protect our criminals more than we protect law-abiding citizens. It's just the way it's set up because we have so much sympathy, and if someone steals, it's because they didn't have the opportunity to have they were at an economic disadvantage. That's why they had to resort to shoplifting. It is insane what has happened to our justice system.
And my feelings are hurt, and that offends me. And so let's just cater to them because their feelings are hurt. And going back to the O.J. Simpson trial yesterday.
Remember following that trial? Remember
every
the
single
white
night,
Bronco?
watching Nancy Grace every single night when I'd get home from school. I would watch that.
I was watching NBA playoffs at the time. It was the Houston Rockets. I was in a hotel in Houston watching the playoffs, and then they cut to this white Bronco going down the 405 freeway in Los Angeles.
Yes.
It mesmerized this country. And, of course, that trial, like
Here you
said.
had an all-star athlete who was just the American dream at the time, the American
By
dream
the way,
athlete.
did you see Caitlyn Jenner's post on this?
Yes. Good riddance is what Caitlyn Jenner said. That's a tough one. At the end of the day, when we talk about feeling sorry for people, I feel sorry for the children in this case. The kids, the 2 that he had with Nicole Brown Simpson were young age, I believe 8 and 5 when when she passed away and Ron Goldman passed away. And then he had the older children with his first wife. But can you imagine, Brian, the struggles they've gone through being known as O.J. Simpson's children? They've all kept private lives. They've all been very successful from what I've been told. Great for them. But even looking at the internet yesterday, I'm thinking to myself, God, I hope this family does not look at these memes and they're just, because at the end of the day, you can believe and feel about OJ any which way that you want, but he still has a family. If you think he's guilty, the family's innocent, and they still have to cope with now not only the murder of their mother for the 2 youngest children, but also now the father being deceased, and it's just jokes being poked at. But that's the world. That's the internet world we live in.
And if we want to go ahead and honor that, the criminal system found him not guilty. He did the civil case. He did spend
guilty.
7 years in prison. All right, let's talk about our friends over the Birch Gold Company. We talked about the economy, talked about investment, we talked about your home, and we talked about buying homes.
Yes.
Well, guess what? People aren't being able to save and buy a home because of inflationary rates is so high. But our friends at Birch Gold Group want to help you save for your future. Simply text the words Trump to 989898. Get that free information kit that can show you how to invest in gold, silver, and precious metals. Historically, gold and silver has been a great place to put your money.
Yes, absolutely. And there's no better place than the Birch Gold Group. They have a 5-star rating with the Better Business Bureau. Thousands of happy customers who give them 5-star ratings as well, A+ ratings. So definitely give them a shout. Very easy to do. Text the word Trump to 989898. Trump to 989898. Let the Birch Gold Group handle your future for you in these tough times when you don't know what you're going to do and how you're going to do it. They'll figure it out for you and help you with it along the way. So again, text the word Trump to 989898.
Yeah, it's interesting because when you look at that civil case, that was, I want to say that happened in Las Vegas when he kind of stole. It was some of his memorabilia that was taken. He claims was taken from him. So the other side claimed he broke in to get, which was originally his. It was a big mess. Anything OJ related was a big mess. He was found guilty. He went to prison for 7 years, I want to say. So anyway, obviously, It's a very debated topic on the O.J. Simpson, but if you're, like we said, we pray for the
family,
kids, and the
you know,
family.
because at the
Because
time
now they have to relive all of this.
they have to relive all of
yeah,
it.
that's
Yep.
what kind of sad.
And then you wonder too, you know, that's when your faith comes into play too. As look, and this goes to me, and this is my personal opinion. Do not slam me at home. They still had a wonderful relationship with their father after Nicole Brown Simpson was murdered, okay? So the older two children and the younger children had a wonderful relationship with their father. Keep that in mind. If there was any doubt in their mind, would they have this relationship? You know, because I try to put myself in their shoes. Like, what would my relationship be with a parent who's accused of murdering my other parent? They were all by his bedside,
Yeah.
along with grandchildren, and it just makes you wonder, who was OJ away from the spotlight? Because everything he did big. Whether it was, you know, on the football field, whether it was if he committed this murder, whether it was going in and getting his memorabilia back in Las Vegas, whether in the last few years, Brian, he would post on X videos, and the people, I mean, he still had his huge following, whether you liked him or not. People would comment on OJ's videos. So he was just a superstar. But who was OJ away from the spotlight? That's where his family really knew the OJ we've never seen, I don't believe.
Yeah, you're right. Let's talk about the freetrumpbook.com. That's a great publication. It actually lays out all the accomplishments of President Trump. It does it in a fun, illustrated way. The website, freetrumpbook.com. That's freetrumpbook.com. It's absolutely free, as the website says, but you do have to pay a small shipping and handling fee. But it's one great way to, you know, kind of share the accomplishments of President Trump. They often say that you're not going to learn about all of his accomplishments on the news. I mean, matter of fact, that's quite the opposite. You're not going to learn about it in school. It's quite the opposite. But you can read about it. You can watch us as well. freetrumpbook.com, freetrumpbook.com. Information is on your screen to get that.
All right. So if you are a dad watching right now, or if you just know a wonderful mother in your life, I have the perfect Mother's Day gift for you. And you're welcome. I just reminded you that Mother's Day is coming up soon, next month. Go to OFPfarms.com. Browse their selection. Right now, they are celebrating moms with an exclusive Mother's Day garden gift box. Now, this company is family owned and operated. They are America First patriots. They are producing quality goat milk products for everyday use. That's soaps, that's lotions, that's lip balms, beard products. Hopefully not for mom. All natural pain. You never know. All natural pain relief. Goat milk is packed naturally with essential vitamins that help to heal skin and promote the regrowth of dead skin cells. There's nothing more that a mom needs at this time than just to feel rejuvenated, to feel good about herself. This is the perfect Mother's Day gift. So again, go check out the Mother's Day garden gift box. That's on OFPfarms.com on their website. Browse their selection, type in the RSBN code, and you'll get a discount. I've heard great things about this company.
I've heard great things, and by the look of my skin, I need some moisturizing soap.
Especially after we're getting beat up by the wind
it's
today.
Crazy. Let's step aside and kind of show what the crowd looks like right now. We are inside this area, and if you watched the pre-show before, the amount of people that are here is really staggering. So if you're on the way out here, the chances are the line has probably gone down a little bit, I would imagine, because they're all inside. But come check it out as we're live here in Pennsylvania. And this is kind of a typical, I would say, this is the attendance this is what I'm expecting, without a doubt. This is what I was expecting to show up here. We've got some people that are obviously, I can always tell when people watch us, because when we turn the camera to the crowd, people start cheering and waving like they're looking for our cameras. And that's exactly what we have down there, and I see them waving. I knew it. I knew they saw us, and we're going to have Joe pulling tight on these guys. That's kind of what we're known for, is showing the crowd.
Yes, we love to show the crowds here at Right Side Broadcasting Network. You know, the mainstream media doesn't really like to show you all of the people who come out to support President Trump because they want you to believe otherwise. But here on Right Side Broadcasting Network, we make sure we show you every single person that walks into these gates. That's why we started at the end of the line today and made our way all the way to the front so you could see just how packed it is here. Thousands and thousands of people still pouring in as we await President Donald Trump to take the stage within the hour. It's a pleasure to be here in Pennsylvania. Pennsylvania is Trump country. He won this great state in 2016, and we're hoping to pull out another win in 2024. But by the looks of it and by the sounds of it from these eager patriots, President Trump has a very good following and a good support system here in Pennsylvania. Very breezy, very windy here in Schnecksville, Pennsylvania today. Schnecksville, Pennsylvania is where we are. It's about an hour north of Philadelphia. And a programming note, mark your calendar, President Trump has sent out emails in the last 48 hours saying Monday, all hell will break loose as history yet again unfolds in New York City, as President Trump will be the first former president to ever be on trial. He is starting his trial in New York City on a hush money case, accusations from Stormy Daniels and Democrats. We believe that is a sham case, anything to cause election interference, something they're starting right here, right smack dab in the middle of his campaign season. They could have done this if it was true, done this years ago, but they wait right now until they know that Trump is hot on the campaign trail and he's number one with Americans, and America and the MAGA movement are strong and they're scared. So they are starting this. Trial on Monday, and Right Side Broadcasting Network will be there with you as President Trump arrives in court. We'll have team coverage with Brian Glenn at the courthouse, and I'll be at Trump Tower with my photographer, and we'll cover both ends of the spectrum from New York City on Monday, so make sure you get notifications and sign up for our notifications on that as we get more word from Trump's team on exactly the timing of everything on Monday. And we'll definitely have that for you. And again, you can get more information if you sign up for our newsletters. Go ahead and do that. You can do that on RSBNetwork.com, RSBNetwork.com. Sign up for our newsletter. That way you'll know exactly where we are, where President Trump is, because where he goes, we go. Also, make sure you're following us on all social media accounts. And on Truth Social, on X, on Instagram, YouTube as well. Rumble, if you're watching on Rumble, thank you for watching. All right, so again, we are waiting on President Trump. It may be some time before the president arrives. We do know that he had an engagement to attend before he arrived here in Schnecksville. But we want to give you a great opportunity. If you want a dream home in the Ozarks, now is your chance. One Country is the company, and they are giving away an all-new Ozark cabin. I'm not making this up. This is true. They are giving away an all-new Ozark cabin. One lucky winner and their crew will unpack a new life in this beautiful $1.5 million 3-bedroom, 2-bath cabin. Take advantage of these ideal amenities for the Ozark getaway, including a stone fireplace, an open floor plan, spacious living areas, complete with 2 stories of covered balcony space, overlooking thousands of acres of Ozark National Forest. And that's not all. The list goes on. Gain access to an abundance of nationally known hiking trails, waterfalls, some of the best views you'll ever find in America. The Ozark National Forest also features some of the best fishing. So all the fishermen out there, this is great for you. Hunters, there's hunting. Some of the best in North America. So if you do want to try to join this giveaway, but say, you know what, the Ozarks just aren't my thing. I don't know why they wouldn't be, but they may not. You can either take the Ozark cabin, or you can have the option of taking $1 million cash instead. So One Country has been giving away $8.9 million and counting, so don't miss your chance to be the next winner. So here's how it works. Become a One Country member and get automatically entered into all active giveaways every month. So you can join the digital destination for country and Southern lifestyle fans. All that information is on your screen. So another good part about this is if you go to their website, /RSBN, onecountry.com/RSBN, you get 300 free entries. So it's not just signing up and getting one entry. You'll get 300 entries. So that increases your chances tremendously of being a winner every month. So good luck to you. Thanks for joining in on the fun, and hopefully you're a winner. And if you're a winner, let us know. We'd love to come visit you there in the Ozarks. I'm going to step out of the way here just a moment to show you the crowds. They're on their feet. Luckily, there's a lot of food trucks here today for this crowd. They were ready for them. So you're seeing people. It's just about dinner time as we near the 7 o'clock hour. Just about dinner time as people get ready for President Trump. They're having a little dinner. So I've seen some hot dogs, some pretzels, all kinds of things. Blankets, lots of blankets here. You know, back home we're nearing 90 degrees, and where we are now is in the 40s. I can tell you honestly, I wasn't prepared for this. I saw the forecast before I came, but I was not mentally prepared for 40-degree weather with high winds. All right, taking a look at some of the polls. President Trump doing very well in the battleground states. He's also doing very well in head-to-head matchups with Joe Biden, which is great news. Interactive Polls is a big polling location to follow on Truth Social. I follow them daily and try to get an update every single day on what the poll numbers are like in different states and also across the country. But the key battleground states, President Trump seems to be leaning as the winner right now, and then also in the head-to-head matchup with Biden. You know, Pennsylvania is the home state of Senator John Fetterman. Let's talk about John Fetterman for a minute. You know, he comes into office. He's a stroke victim. He can barely pronounce sentences because he is a multi-stroke victim. He's had several. And he loves his hoodies. He loves to dress comfortable in his, I guess, Nike shoes. I'm really not sure. I never paid that close of attention. But not like your typical representative or your senator, comes out of the blue and wins against Dr. Oz here in the state of Pennsylvania and goes to the Capitol. And in his photos with his family is, again, in his hoodies and I'd like to call them pajama pants, but they're comfortable joggers, I guess is what the hip people call them these days, and then his tennis shoes. I think he's starting to dress better now, and he's dressing more the part, which is a suit and tie, and we haven't heard really much from John Fetterman until just recently, and he seems to be going against his party, because when he first chimed in or came into the election and into the political game and went into the arena going head to head with Dr. Oz, he seemed to be pretty far left. And so when he won, we all thought, oh no, here we go with another, say AOC in Congress. And so he really shocked a lot of people here recently when he sided with Republicans in a way, saying that this border should be closed, that we should be fighting for tougher immigration laws. That comes from Senator Fetterman. So here's this man who seemed to lean far left, saying that, you know, he doesn't believe that the American people should be housing illegal immigrants like these Democrat mayors are wanting their citizens to do, saying, hey, open your homes to these illegals. Senator Fetterman is saying, no, absolutely not. Our people should not be opening their homes to the illegals, and we need tighter, tougher security measures in place at our border, tougher immigration laws at our southern border. So kudos to Fetterman. I don't think I'd ever say that, but I'm saying it today. Kudos to Senator Fetterman for talking about what's right and doing what's right. So maybe he'll come around. We'll hope and see what happens there. But this is the home state of Fetterman, and a lot of people here were, of course, Dr. Oz fans and voted for Dr. Oz, but they were pleased to hear that he too, in terms of Fetterman, wants a closed border. So we'll see what he does in the future. Maybe he'll come around and our prayers will be answered that we saved another person from falling far left. Okay, we're going to continue to watch what's going on behind us as we see more and more people start to come in the gates. As we wait, we want to talk more about what's happening in Iran and Israel, that strike going on right now. Supposedly Joe Biden is going to address the nation tonight. Now, if you're just now joining us, I'm sure you've seen it all over news networks and also all over social media about drone strikes against Israel happening right now. Joe Biden knew that this was going to happen. We knew that this was going to happen any moment now, but Joe Biden... So Joe Biden was on vacation whenever this happened, and he was ordered to leave vacation and head to the White House when there was word that Iran and Israel were, in a sense, at war. So if you're watching the news right now, say a prayer for Israel, one of our biggest allies. We talked a little bit about Australia earlier and the strict gun laws they have there. Mall stabbing there in Sydney left 6 people dead, including the gunman. And then again in 48 hours, less than 48 hours, we will be in New York City for the trial and that hush money allegation scheme with Stormy Daniels. Look, Biden and the Democrats, they want Trump in jail. They want him in prison. And President Trump is saying, end this witch hunt. And Americans clearly know that that is exactly what this is. This is a witch hunt. Okay, we're set back on camera, Brian. I'm dropping everything here. It's windy. I'm trying to hold on to everything, but I'm dropping everything instead. So we are... still waiting. I'm looking at the overflow crowd right now, Brian, and the people. It's just crazy to see how many people are here. Hey, I guess no better way to spend a Saturday night than to come see President Trump. We were told that somebody's celebrating a birthday today, and they were asked, what do you want to do for your birthday? And he said, I want to go see President Trump. I want to go see President Trump.
There we go. Well, I was given an update just now. We're looking at around 7:45-ish to anticipate the president was wheels down in Philadelphia not long ago, and he was making his way to here. And as you know, since you drove in here, it's about an hour outside that airport. So, you know, hopefully we can get this thing in the next 40 minutes or so. And
Come on, President Trump.
Which is, you know,
we're ready to see you.
Yeah, think about this for a second, Vanessa. I had to run off, and I saw some friends to text me and say, hey, we're here. And I thought, well, let me go say hi to them real quick. We talked to people that had been here since early this morning. So think about a crowd like this. If you have somebody that's up front, chances are they got here probably around 8, 9 o'clock this morning, and they've stood outside for now 8, 9 hours, right. And then all of a sudden you're going to stand for another hour and a half when President Trump comes on. So the dedication that the supporters have, and I often say this, where is the enthusiasm from the Democrat Party. I mean, I'm trying to think of someone in their party, either active or retired, that would be able to draw a crowd like we have here.
There is no enthusiasm and there is no event as such, what you're seeing here today. So where their enthusiasm comes, Brian, is going to be Gay Pride Month on the White House lawn, flashing everybody and wearing thong bikinis. Yeah, that's their idea of a America First rally. But nothing of this sort where you see America First patriots. They love their country. They wear everything red, white, and blue. They want a country that their parents were raised in. It's that simple. God first, America first, freedom, family. Sounds easy, but it's just not. It just can't be easy with the left and the Democrats. They want to make it as hard as possible. And if you say yes, they're going to say no. And if you say no, they're going to say yes. And they're going to fight you tooth and nail to. It's almost like they want to make us miserable.
Well, and President Trump often talks about the American dream, and it's changed so much. And it's almost like, this is really interesting. I was talking to an Uber driver the other day, and they said, you'd be surprised how many young people use Uber. And I'm like, well, of course they do. He goes, no. They have zero desire to get a driver's license. They have. I remember when I turned 16, I was burning down the door to get my driver's license. But that is not the case now, because young people are in this state of mind where everything is kind of like on demand. They live kind of an on-demand lifestyle where, when it comes to food, I can just order it. Or if I want something, if I want to, buy a new pair of shoes, I don't have to go to the mall. I can just go online and click, and it gets delivered to my house. Our economy has changed. Our lifestyle has changed so much, and it's really interesting that this American dream. What is the American dream anymore? Is it basically growing up in a country that gives you the God-given rights, and that you are able to get an education, have an opportunity? If you need a small business loan, you can go do that. I mean, is it having a family? Is it buying a house? I mean, things have changed so much, and it is interesting. I don't think the way it is now, that the American dream that we knew growing up, I don't think it's no longer obtainable. These young people can't get out of college, get a decent salary, a decent job, go buy a home somewhere, get a decent loan, take a vacation, buy a car, have a family, have affordable health insurance. It's really tough for that to happen now. And it's kind of, President Trump often talks about it. That's what he wants to get back to.
Where I think our downfall too, there's so many, but another one we haven't discussed is the social media influencers. You have The Real World on MTV. Do you remember that show? It was the first reality TV show that ever came about. And Hollywood, in their defense, you won't hear me defend them often, but in their defense, it was taking jobs away from Hollywood. So you had actors and actresses without jobs as reality TV started coming about, because just, an everyday person off the street could go audition for this reality show. And so they're filling prime time slots in the evening, and that's taking away from sitcoms and other jobs for actors and actresses. So over time, Brian, what you see are coming to light your Kim Kardashians of the world and the Kardashian family and social media influencers that if you get more clicks, you get paid. And so that's what people are wanting to do right now. They're wanting to just sit at home, get online in a skimpy bikini, hoping that every male in America or across the world hits like on their photo, and then they'll get paid by social media for all of the likes and follows they get. And so that's literally how our country is turning into, unfortunately. So instead of going out and getting a degree, or, you don't even have to get a degree. You can be successful without a degree. But instead of going to work and working hard, your 8 to 5, going home and supporting your family and doing schoolwork with your kids and getting up and doing it all again the next day, the young people are just saying, I want to be a social media influencer and I want to make money and I want more followers and I want to get paid for it.
That's kind of what our society has said. That's success.
And I believe, in my opinion, again, it comes back from, it's just taking time. That started with reality TV. Oh, I want to be famous like so-and-so, or I want to do this, or I want to do that. And then filters come into play, and it's not real. Britney Spears is a lot of things, but in her book, which I read, she will tell you multiple times, Hollywood is not real. It's not real. It's all fake. That's not reality.
Well, what's really interesting is I heard a guy was watching Fox Business, which I love Fox Business, by the way. I love it. But they had a guy. They were talking about the trade industries and how he suggested that young people go out and learn a trade, be a plumber. Go to school, get trained to be a plumber. Then go out and start your business. You can start with going into a business listing, find someone who's selling a business that's retiring, that's been in business for 35, 40 years.
Already has a great following, yep.
Always had a great following. You can able to go buy that business and start it and then grow it and then continue to take over and grow the base of the base of business that he already has, like the base of customers, I should say. But that's the safer bet than to just hope you're going to be some kind of marketing genius or some kind of influencer on the internet, and these dream jobs that are completely made up in college. And they even got jobs based around DEI, actually. In the Capitol, you're not going to believe this, but in the Capitol, there is a DEI office inside, I think it's the Rayburn building, it specializes in that. And people can now go to school to learn more about this industry.
You know what?
And quite frankly, they're laying off these, like University of Texas system closed down that portion of the university. So you got to get into a career that actually has a stability and a track record of performing.
I don't care what color you are, what ethnicity you are, what religion I don't care. If you are the best man or woman for the job, you are the best man or woman for the job. Now, is that going to be 10 African Americans? Is that going to be 10 white people?
Vanessa,
is that going to be 10 Hispanics? Is that going to be 10 men or 10 women? I don't know. Who's the best for the job?
When you walk on a plane, do you care if your pilot is a man, female, gay,
I just
black,
hope they know
white,
how to fly
straight?
the plane.
That's it. But United Airlines a couple of years ago had this whole diversification push to basically put more, minorities or more LGBTQ pilots in the cockpit there. And I'm like, well, I don't really care because I just want to make sure they have enough hours under the belt to fly the plane. That's all that people really care about. So, I would beg, I don't care I really don't care. We want the best of the best. And if a company was honest with themselves, they want the best and the brightest employees at their company. They don't want to just make a check mark. I will say this, Pete Buttigieg, the Secretary of Transportation, is the biggest diversification hire in the history of diversification hire. The guy has no experience in the industry that he is over and is totally incompetent. And because he is a white, gay male, is the only reason why Mayor Pete, the mayor previously of a very small town, which gives him no qualifications to be head of such a massive department, of the Department of Transportation. So that's what you get when you click the boxes. You can go a step further with Kamala Harris as well. No business.
Look at the press secretary.
And his own, press secretary, yeah, I'll give the press secretary. Actually, let's talk about her for a second. I think she has the toughest job in the White House because she has to try to spin everything that Joe Biden does and keep up with Peter Ducey, who's hitting her with straight facts, and she's got to manage how to deflect that. But Kamala Harris, that's why you don't even see the Democratic Party covering for Kamala Harris. They don't want her in this conversation of a potential, someone that can potentially take on the Biden administration to the next level and become that first female president. It's not going to happen. It's not going to happen. So, you got to hire the best people of what they do, period, regardless of their skin color, regardless of their gender or their sexual orientation. You and I don't care about that.
No.
I just don't care. I just don't care.
This one, the best person for the job. It should be easy. The DEI needs to go away, and regardless of, like we said, it doesn't matter your ethnicity, your religion, what sexual orientation you prefer. are you the best person for the job with the most knowledge and the most experience and can get the job done? Okay, then we're going to hire you.
Yeah. Programming note, Vanessa and I will be live from New York City on Monday, starting around 9 o'clock Eastern. We're going to play around with that time to cover President Trump in New York City for that trial. I'll be at the courthouse at the Collect Pond Park, which is across the street from the courthouse. You'll be at Trump Tower there to get any remarks that the president might give, either after that trial or before the trial or that particular day. I don't know. That trial was supposed to last 4 to 6 weeks, I believe. He is scheduled to be in court on Monday, Tuesdays, and Thursdays. So 3 days a week he'll be in court. Politico had a kind of an interesting article today about what the Trump campaign looks like in the middle of all of this court transactions. Nope, we might have somebody up front. Maybe not. It's an audio check, I believe. We'll get to see exactly what that looks like. I think he's going to do, obviously, still doing some rallies on the weekend, maybe some type based rallies, some virtual rallies. At least that's according to the article. So, and I've said this, and some of you may not like this, because our business model is based upon pretty much covering Trump. He doesn't need to do another single rally. People just need to go to the polls on November 5th, and they will do it. Mm-hmm. And the base is behind him. He has so much support that it's almost like a gift when he does a rally. He doesn't need to. No. The people love him. The base is there. The people, the Americans are there, obviously. And you know what? It's good for, like, every time something happens like that in court, you have fundraising. You have his poll numbers go up. The only time I think that it helps them is people that have been agnostic to politics. They see what's happening in the court system and they are fired up about it, and they have actually been a part of this independent movement. People have never voted in an election. People have stayed home on election day. They see exactly what has happened to President Trump, and they're going to come out and vote for him. That's why his poll numbers go up amongst the independents.
Yes, the independent voters are moving, swaying toward President Trump, and we're seeing a lot of that in this election. And we're also seeing some Democrats who are switching over as well. Brian, back at home, I know several people who are staunch Democrats who have always voted Democrat their entire life, but they're even sick of the Democrat Party and what they stand for, and they're switching over, and they're starting with President Trump. So it's good to see the momentum there, the movement there, the change there. But, maybe it took us getting to, I wouldn't say we're at rock bottom just yet, but we have to be close to get people to open their eyes and realize just how bad this country can turn in just 3 short years. Because can you imagine another 4 years of this? Like, we won't have a country left. And that's not us just saying this. Just think about how bad it has been in the last 3 years, how bad it has become, and how worse it could get with another 4 years.
I can't. If you look at the southern border, how, destructive that has been. When you look at the economy, and it's really interesting how the Biden administration is now kind of walking back Bidenomics. They actually know it's not working for the Biden, administration to try to label something that's been a huge failure. Think about that for a second. His economy is such a huge failure that they once labeled it as a good thing, but now they're walking all of it back because they realize the American people aren't buying that. They don't buy this 3% inflationary rate. It's more like 27% on stuff like food. They understand that the inflationary rate is not 3 or 4%. It's like 30-something%. If you look at, this is what's really interesting. If you look at pre-owned cars, just look at pre-owned cars, and people would say, okay, well, that's not necessarily an everyday necessity, but it's something that nevertheless we live in a very, a day and age where people need transportation. 31% pre-owned cars are up from the Trump administration.
Also looking at the numbers right now, I just pulled it up for you. Eggs are up 49.3%. Yeah. Gas is up almost 48%. Peanut butter, some of the everyday items as in every household, up 40%. Might have a cracker with your peanut butter. That's 38% up. Salad dressing up 30%. Baby food up 30%. Sugar up 29%. Soups up 26%. Frozen vegetables up 28%. Steaks up 25%. The list goes on.
Yeah, it does. And those are just the items right there. I mean, that's not talking about lumber and electricity and just certain aspects of buying a home and goods and services. Let's see what we have here. I guess I would imagine that off camera they probably saw
there's the motorcade.
The motorcade pulling. Let's see if we can maybe get that. I don't know if our second cam is getting a shot of that or not. I think they are actually. This is good news. That means that President Trump, let me kind of unpack some things. If he's on the ground here at 7:20, I give him about 25 minutes to do that. Okay. You got a situation where, you got to do some clips behind it with some donors and some special guests. So he's probably 25, 30 minutes out from taking the stage if I was to bet on it right now.
And you can see right now the motorcade arriving with law enforcement officers, the black SUVs. President Trump will be stepping out momentarily. And the crowd is loving it. So we're going to let you listen in as we can see right here President Trump arriving in Schnecksville, Pennsylvania. All right, so it'll be some time before President Trump comes on stage, but I can see right here from where we're standing, members of his team walking, carrying some bags behind the stage there. So it'll be momentarily before he comes out, Brian.
I would think so. Hey, shout out to go to my Twitter account. One of our viewers took a screenshot video of the light stand falling down next to us and almost hitting Vanessa.
I love it.
Head.
Thank you for sending that because I wondered.
Yeah, it was somebody clipped it out there.
I'm gonna have to go back to your Twitter and find that, or X.
Yeah,
so yes.
Yeah, so go check it out. I appreciate
Brian always taking care of me.
Yeah, well,
making
it's
sure.
Quick reaction.
Yeah.
Because the wind is pretty blistery here. But thanks for joining us. Lots in the news today. We're not going to try to act like we don't have some very serious. We can have a good time up here at the Trump rally and talk about all of this, which we enjoy doing. But we've got to, obviously mention a lot of the horrible things that are going on right now in returns to the Middle East, and we'll keep an eye on that. I haven't seen in the last few minutes what's going on, but Vanessa, we figured because of what the intelligence was telling us that this day was coming.
Yes, we were warned. We've been told that day was coming. We knew days ago that it could be any moment now, and it happened. It happened today, unfortunately, and so the world is watching what unfolds in Israel as Iran sends drone strikes, hundreds of drone strikes to the country. And so our hearts and prayers are with the people of Israel. We'll be watching closely.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome to the stage Congressman Dan User.
Turn up, come again, please.
Brandon, President Donald Trump is in the house. Are we ready to save America? Are we ready to make America strong again? Make America safe again? And to borrow a phrase, to make America great again. Is Pennsylvania Trump country? Are we ready to elect Donald J. Trump, the next president of the United States? Have you had enough of sleepy Joe Biden? Man, and his left-wing crazies that are running the White House. Everybody, we could all go through A to Z the crises and problems that Joe Biden has created for the American people. A, Afghanistan. B, border. C, crime. D, deficits. E, energy crisis. F, let's go, Brandon! All right. Let's go, Brandon! So, we all know that victory in 24 runs through Pennsylvania. It runs through the Lehigh Valley. And you know what? Along with making sure we re-elect Donald Trump, we have some House races that we can win. One right here in the 7th Congressional. Have you heard of Susan Wild? Well, we got at least one of the candidates running against her that's here, Maria Montero. You know what Maria calls her? Maria calls her San Fran Susan. You know why? Because she votes 100% of the time with Nancy Pelosi. Oh, yeah. We also have Rob Bresnahan from the 8th Congressional. All right, Rob's out there. Let's give Rob a hand. Let's make sure we help him as much as we can. We also, through Pennsylvania, have the opportunity to take that gavel away from Chuck Schumer. We need to elect Dave McCormick, a U.S. Senator of Pennsylvania. He's a great man. And, of course, the White House. And we must elect the superior-minded, the intellectual, the strategic, the great negotiator, the great leader, Donald Trump, the next president. 47. Hey, he's already once proven to be a great president, right? He sure has. And what do you think the next 4 years are going to look like under Donald Trump's presidency? Think about it. Think about it. Our national security will greatly be strengthened. USA! 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 US aid chants will come back, and we won't listen to Let's Go Brandon anymore either. Our border will be secure under President Trump. He did it once, he'll do it again. Our energy policy won't be the gas backwards policy of the Biden administration. Gasoline will be $1 less, and it will fuel our economy. Our military recruitment will be up, and woke will be down. They will be proud. Hey, by the way, we got servicemen and women here. We have veterans here today. Thank you for your service to our country. Our allies will respect us under President Trump, and our adversaries will fear us. And we will have peace rather than the chaos created by this administration. Peace. Our economy, spending will be curtailed, inflation will be over, interest rates will come down, trade for our farmers and our manufacturers will once again be enhanced, taxes will be competitive, regulations will be minimal, and small businesses will thrive again. Of just a few things President Trump's delivered before and will deliver again. What about crime? How about the crime that's existed here?
How about how strong President Trump is on crime and how much he supports the men and women in blue? Pennsylvania's America's finest. Thank you for your service. And keep this in mind, folks. The swamp. Who's going to drain the swamp? It needs to be drained more than ever. President Trump is the man, the person to do it. Trump, 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 Trump. Freedom. Our freedom will stop being eroded as it is in this administration, and freedom will ring throughout America. Our constitutional republic under President Trump will be secure. And you want to know what? It's going to drive the biased media crazy, isn't it? We need to unite. All that truly love America, we need to unite. We have to vote. We need to vote early. We need to vote on Election Day. This is the most important election of our lifetime. We cannot take anything for granted. Volunteer. Be all in. In God we trust. But as we maximize the voting, we elect Donald J. Trump, we will do all our part for our country, for the world, by winning Pennsylvania and assure, in the words of the great Abraham Lincoln, that this nation, under God, shall have a new birth of freedom, and a government of the people, by the people, and for the people, shall never perish from the earth. God bless you. God bless Donald Trump. God bless the United States of America.
Are delivering a couple remarks here, a little live in Pennsylvania. We'll see if the pre-show continues. Well, that was about it. All right, so a couple, Dan Muser coming out there, talking a little bit about, obviously, the need to get President Trump back in office. And Dan Muser, very familiar with him on the Hill, great American, obviously a supporter of President Trump's agenda. Anyway, we are glad you're joining us. 7:33. We could be 15 minutes away probably from, I would think, that the open for President Trump. To kind of recap some of the things we talked about at the top of the show, if you missed our broadcast, you can just simply go back on Rumble and review some of the things that we've talked about. Our great partners with Rumble. That's what I deal with the things falling down here on the set with the wind. We talked about the economy it really being a top issue along with the border this year. Obviously, Speaker McCarthy and President Trump had a great press conference yesterday in regards to election integrity and the need to make sure that when people do vote, that they are actually a citizen. And if you missed that broadcast yesterday, you can go to our Rumble page and pull that up. And now, in all fairness, they are going to bring up this bill, but the chances that it would actually go through and pass on the Senate side is really, I would expect it would not pass. That's what I would expect with the current conditions. But once the White House and once the Trump administration gets in, then obviously when we take control of the White House and hopefully the House and the Senate, we can push bills like this that just make total sense as far as somebody's, the common sense of having someone must be a U.S. citizen to vote. It just, I don't know, call me crazy, but it just makes a lot of sense. But we can look forward to that. Also, the border, and what we're seeing now with this threat overseas in the Middle East between Iran and Israel is now we have such a threat with domestic terrorism through the broken border and the fact that we have had so many people come inside our country, which we have no idea where they're from. We don't know what their intentions are, and that is due to really the broken border. So now we have an heightened security risk in regards to that. So on top of all the foreign threats that we have overseas, we now have this domestic threat because of the broken border. So, if you look at the FISA and what that means, and if you guys missed some of that, now the way the FISA is set up and is that they do not need to have a warrant to basically come and spy on you. And President Trump likes to say often that they did not have, they spied on his campaign, they spied on him. And so the way it's set up now is they don't need a warrant to spy on you, but if you're a member of Congress or if you're an elected official, they have to notify, they would notify Speaker Johnson in this example that they're spying on someone in Congress, but that does not apply to everyday citizens. And I think that indeed, if someone knows, and a lot of times this is so abused by the system that it's yes, it has very good intentions, but of stopping terrorists, but many times it's abused. So I think you should be able to have to get a warrant in order to spy on anyone in that regards, and I think that should be the standard to all of this. Are you staying warm over there?
I'm trying to, Brian, but I'm watching Secret Service bringing some people to the back of the stage and also starting to get in place, meaning that President Trump is just minutes away from being here with us. We're just a couple of weeks away from the Pennsylvania primary, so this is a great state to visit as primaries are nearing here. Even though President Trump is a presumptive nominee for the Republican Party, we still want you to get out and vote and show the Democrats just how powerful the MAGA movement is. So know your voting locations and make sure you go out and vote if you're watching from Pennsylvania this evening. If you're watching us on Rumble, thanks for watching. Make sure you follow us on Locals too. They're on Rumble, and also all the other sites as well. We are glad that you choose Right Side Broadcasting Network. We are your campaign headquarters for the 2024 presidential election, and we'll be with you along the way. And then after today, on Monday, we'll be in New York City as President Trump goes to trial.
Do you remember, Vanessa, when we kicked off this campaign, we had the Iowa caucus, and we went to New Hampshire, and we did South Carolina and Nevada. It just seems like it has been incredible that we didn't quite know. I mean, of course, we knew because we saw the support, but it's like, who is the nominee going to be? And Iowa was dominated, New Hampshire was dominated, South Carolina was dominated, Nevada was dominated. And then we get to this point now where we have this massive support for President Trump and head-to-head with Biden. And let's take a look at that for a second. His numbers head-to-head with Biden are insane. I don't trust a lot of times what that what they report the numbers is. He might have a 3 to 4, maybe 6 point margin depending on what state you look at and what state and what poll. I think the margin is much, much higher than that.
I believe so as well, because I was talking to a political consultant in a local election back home a couple of years ago. And what she said really hit home. A lot of these polls don't want the conservatives to win. So they'll usually lean left anyway. So when you see that a conservative is winning in the polls, even if it's just by a small margin, the reality is they're winning by more. They just don't want to give you that much. We saw this in 2016, Brian, with Hillary Clinton. President Trump would say, don't watch the polls, don't listen to the polls, because they had Hillary Clinton leading by, double digits in some of these polls, because there's nothing they wanted more than a Democrat and a Clinton to be back in the White House and your first female president as well. And so what these polls do, especially if you're seeing right now that President Trump is leading in the polls, you're right. It means that he's leading by more than what they're actually showing.
It's incredible. 2016 election night, the day before the election, there was like a 90% chance that Hillary Clinton was going to win, according to the media. And then, of course, we know how that, music dies down. Let's see what happens. Well, a little bit more music, but the media had Hillary Clinton all but winning on 2016. We saw exactly how that was. And on election night, it was simply incredible that you had such a turnaround. And when they were holding out on Florida, as it was too close to call, and then we later found that that was not remotely the situation. So, this election, I got to be honest with you, we're going to have full court press on this election, obviously, the way we cover it. But it's going to be a very exciting night come November, and I know that we will be there every step of the way on election night this year, without a doubt. Of course, they're playing the very staple YMCA song. Music's a big part. Oh, here we go. This might be it right here.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome the next president of the United States, President Donald J. Trump.
Today, 'cause there ain't no doubt I love this land. God bless the USA. From the lakes of Minnesota to the hills of Tennessee, across the plains of Texas, from sea to shining sea, Detroit down to Houston, and New York to LA, where there's pride in every American heart, and it's time we stand and say that I'm proud to be an American, where at least I know I'm free. Forget the men who died, who gave that right to me, and I gladly stand up next to you and defend her still today, 'cause there ain't no doubt I love this land. God bless the USA. And I'm proud to be an American, where at least I know I'm free. And I won't forget the men who died, who gave that right to me, and I gladly stand up next to you and defend her still today, 'cause there ain't no doubt I love this land. God bless the
Wow. Hello, Pennsylvania. What a great place. Thank you very much. The pilot said it's too windy to land, sir. I said, that's okay. Land anyway. We have no choice. It's windy out here. It's windy, but it's beautiful. It's Pennsylvania. It's our place. I'm thrilled to be back in this beautiful Commonwealth with thousands of proud, hardworking American patriots. That's what you are. With your help, we're going to win Pennsylvania. We're going to defeat crooked Joe Biden, and we're going to make America great again. Before going any further, I want to say God bless the people of Israel. They're under attack right now. That's because we show great weakness. This would not happen. The weakness that we've shown is unbelievable, and it would not have happened if we were in office. You know that. They know that. Everybody knows that. But America prays for Israel. We send our absolute support to everyone in harm's way. This is an attack that would not have happened. I mean, to think about what we have to go through and the things we put up with the border, with no energy independence, with all electric cars. Would everybody like to buy an electric car for the rest of your life? But we will return the world to peace through strength, and it'll happen very quickly. I will revive American strength abroad, and we will restore American strength at home. We were respected 4 years ago all over the world. Today, we are considered a joke. It's not going to be for long. Believe me, it's not going to be for long. We will quickly rebuild the greatest economy in the history of the world like we had it just 4 years ago. It was just announced that inflation is once again raging. It's close to 4% again. Here we go. When I left office, we had virtually no inflation. First of all, Crooked Joe, he claimed inflation was transitory. Remember that? Then he said it was temporary. Then he said it won't happen. It really won't happen. And then he said, well, it's much higher than expected. And then the supply chains closed. And then the energy went through the roof. Putin, they called it Putin price hikes. It wasn't only Putin. It was Putin and plenty of other things that Biden got wrong. Because frankly, with Putin, Ukraine would have never happened. Israel attack, both October 7th and today, would have never happened. Then he blamed price gouging and junk fees, but all of America knows that the real blame for this nightmare lies with one person, Crooked Joe Biden, as crooked as you can get. That's why the people of Pennsylvania are going to tell Crooked Joe, you're fired, get out, you're fired. One of the leading drivers of Biden's inflation disaster is his war on American energy, and Pennsylvania energy is a big problem.
Genocide Joe! Genocide Joe! Genocide Joe! Genocide Joe! Genocide Joe! Genocide Joe! Genocide Joe!
They're not wrong. They're not wrong. He's done everything wrong. Think of it. We've been in this mess together for 3.5 years. Only a little more than 6 months until that most important day in the history of our country, November 5th. Think of that. But what has he done that's good? Nothing. Has anything that he's done turned out? Everything he touches turns to shit. True. That's true. Under Biden, gasoline prices are up over 50%, and electricity prices are up 39%, rising 13 times faster than under the previous, think of that, 13 times faster than under the previous 7 years. When I'm back in the White House, we will end Joe Biden's inflation train wreck, and we will tell Pennsylvania, drill, baby, drill. Get back to drilling. Under my leadership, we had energy independence, and soon we would have had energy dominance. We were going to be dominant. We were bigger than Russia. We were bigger than Saudi Arabia. And then he stopped. But then he started again. He went back to Trump policies because the price started going up so high. But the day after the election, first of all, If he wins, our country is going to be destroyed. The day after the election, if he wins, he will stop drilling and he'll go back to wind, which doesn't work. He'll go back to all sorts of things that don't work, and they've proven that. When it comes to Biden, he launched an extremist crusade actually to smash oil and gas, but Pennsylvania is one of the big oil and gas, largely due to me. He wanted to smash it. Biden has imposed a savage natural gas export ban that's putting countless Pennsylvania jobs at risk. He's risking your lives. He's risking your jobs. But he doesn't care because all he cares about is the Green New Scam, the Green New Deal, the Green New Scam. The Green New Scam, one of the biggest hoaxes. Biden's also trying to abolish gasoline-powered automobiles and force everyone into an all-electric car. But I have good news for you, all of you that love those trucks. He wants to make your truck all-electric, too. No more gasoline-powered. On day one, I will terminate Crooked Joe's insane electric vehicle mandate. Gone. Day one. That's going to happen on day one. And I'll end Joe Biden's natural gas export ban on behalf of the people of Pennsylvania, who I love. I went to school here, right? I went to school in Pennsylvania. I love Pennsylvania. As we rescue our economy, we will also rescue our democracy. Our democracy is really under siege. Our Second Amendment is under siege, but not with me, it's not. With me, they don't touch it. But our Second Amendment is under siege. Our democracy is under siege because of Joe Biden. Joe Biden loves to say that democracy is on the ballot in this election. If it is, we're going to win in the greatest landslide in history. Because we're the ones who are fighting to save our democracy, and Crooked Joe Biden is the demented tyrant. He's a demented tyrant who is trying to destroy our democracy. 2 days from now, the entire world will witness the commencement of the very first Biden trial. They're all Biden trials, you know that, right? And I'm proud to do it for you. Have a good time watching. Have a good time watching. On Monday in New York City, I will be forced to sit fully gagged. I'm not allowed to talk. Can you believe it? They want to take away my constitutional right to talk. I have a crooked judge. This has never happened before, by the way. You do know that, right? Fully gagged before a highly conflicted and corrupt judge who suffers from TDS. Does anyone know what TDS is? Correct. Trump derangement syndrome. As the radical left Democrat Party seeks to do anything possible to keep me from running and winning in this election. And let me tell you, we're leading by so much, they don't know what's happening. But you know what they'd love to do? I did nothing wrong from day one. I did nothing. You had Russia, you had Ukraine, you had every hoax imaginable. With all of the things they did, with millions of pages of study, they found nothing, which makes me perhaps the most honest guy almost in the world, I think. They found nothing. But like all true communist show trials, this is what you call a communist show trial. And we're going communist, don't kid yourself. We don't win this election, this country is finished. Thank you very much. I love you too. I love you too. That's why I put up with this stuff. Remember, I've been indicted more than Al Capone, the great gangster. I never heard the word indictment. I didn't know. Now, all of a sudden, if I fly over a Democrat state, they call it a blue state, I get subpoenaed before a grand jury. It's horrible. Honestly, it's horrible what they're doing. They're ruining this country. They're destroying the country in every way. There's not a thing he's done that's been good, but this is a case of blatant manipulation of the law and the facts, like Russia, and all of the other hoaxes that we've had to endure. The phony indictment has been torn apart and demolished by legal experts from across the political spectrum. Every single legal expert, without exception, that I can find, has said, as an example, Alan Dershowitz said, I've been doing this for 60 years, teaching criminal cases, defending criminal cases, writing about criminal cases, and this is by far the weakest criminal case I've ever seen in my 60 years. There is absolutely nothing here. There is no misdemeanor. There is no felony. There is no federal crime. Every American is in danger if we don't have an objective standard of justice that's equally applicable to all. That's Alan Dershowitz. He's a Democrat. He's no fan of mine. He's a Democrat and a Harvard professor, smart guy, but he's a Democrat. He writes that. Here's another one. Highly respected former federal prosecutor Andrew McCarthy stated, it would take us an hour just to flush out all of the problems with this case. The premise of this prosecution is falsification. What Bragg, that's Alvin Bragg, he's a Soros-appointed prosecutor. And by the way, crime in New York is at record highs. The violent crime, murders, killings, all of the stuff, muggings, and he leaves them alone. They've got when I go into court over nothing, it's not a crime. When I go into court, they've got like 9 prosecutors, and in the meantime, people that murder, nobody does anything. What Alvin Bragg is trying to do is enforce federal campaign finance law, which he doesn't have any authority whatsoever to do. He's not allowed to finance. And by the way, the federal government looked at it, turned it down. It's a garbage case that he himself rejected a year earlier. When Bragg came into office, he's the district attorney. He said, I'm not doing this case. This case is bullshit. And then what happens? He does the case. And here's the thing. They could have done this case 7 years ago. You know the way they're trying to rush it? This case would have been fine 7 years ago. Do whatever you want. They do it right smack in the middle of our election campaign. And I talk about our campaign. We want to do it now. And the same thing with deranged Jack Smith, all of these people. These are Biden people. He can't win an election. He can't put 2 sentences together. He can't find the stairs on a platform to walk off after he makes about a 2-minute speech. Here I got 1, 2, 3. I got one in the back. I got them all over the place. He can't find them. He's looking around. Where are the stairs? All they're trying to do, they're weaponizing government. They're trying to harm your favorite president, hurt him, so that we can't win an election. They've weaponized elections like a third world country, like a banana republic. Renowned legal scholar, very smart guy, Jonathan Turley, likewise stated, it's a real Frankenstein case. It's made up of different parts that don't hold together, and it's frightening if this can be replicated in the future. You can't do cases like this. This is an outrage. A veteran New York City attorney told left-wing Rolling Stone magazine, this is a magazine that I've never read, but probably doesn't like Trump. Left-wing is, to put it mildly. This case, they say, this is Rolling Stone. This case is a joke, frankly, and I've litigated against this office for 33 years. This case is an absolute joke. These are people that hate me, they're saying this. Can you imagine if they liked me, how good they'd be? And a liberal Fordham University law professor writing in the New York Times called the case a disaster, a legal embarrassment, and a setback to the rule of law and order, and a really bad thing for New York. And businesses aren't going to move into New York because of what they're doing. Their legal system is shot. It's a joke all over the world. But when I walk into that courtroom, I know I will have the love of 200 million Americans behind me, and I will be fighting for the... That's right. That's right. And I will be fighting for the freedom of 325 million Americans. This election is a choice between the Biden fascist state or the American Republic. It's called, we are going to make this country so great again, and we're going to do it fast. We're going to do it really fast. You know, right now, millions of people are entering our country from prisons, from mental institutions. They're coming from all over the world. All over the world. A vote for Joe Biden is a vote to end the rule of law, and it's a vote to destroy America as you know it. A vote for Donald Trump is a vote to save America's future, a vote to save American democracy, and a vote to save American freedom. And as I say, and I've said tonight, and I'll say it again and again, and I mean it so much, you know, when we had a beautiful November day, 2016, we won an election, and people are still angry about it because we weren't anticipated. They rig everything. We weren't anticipated to win that election. And what I've done to insult them is we won that election, and then we did much better in 2020 than we did in 2016, getting millions and millions of votes more. But this is going to be really special because I will tell you, 2016, we had spirit like nobody's ever seen before. 2020 blew the spirit away of 2016. We had, not only did we get millions more votes, I think the spirit was even greater. But now, because we've seen how bad they are, added to the fact that you like the job I do, you like the fact that countries respect us, you like the fact that we were energy independent, and all of the things. You like the fact that I got you the largest tax cut in the history of our country? And they're going to raise your taxes by 4 times. 4 times, think of that. Take your taxes and multiply times 4. That's what you're going to be paying if this person gets in. But I say this, and I say it, I said in 2016 that this is going to be the most important election we've ever had. But I say now, because 2016, I won to a certain extent on the border. And then I fixed the border. And when I fixed it, I wanted to make speeches in 2020 about the border. And my people said, sir, but the difference is I listen to myself. I don't listen to anybody. He listens to his people. He listens to his communist handlers, okay? He does whatever they want him to do. But my people did say, sir, they don't want to hear about the border. You fixed it. I said, I want to talk about the border. They said, sir, you fixed it. We went on. We had an unbelievable election, getting millions more votes than we did in 2016. But the election was rigged. The election was rigged. Pure and simple. 2020 was rigged. It was a disgrace. We can never let it happen again. The difference, though, is this is compared to 2016 and the border. This border is 100 times worse. This is the worst border of any country in the history of the world. There has never been a border like this where millions and millions and millions of people are coming in totally unchecked and unvetted. The American people are going to stand up, and they're going to stand up to the lies and the witch hunt and the corruption of Biden. He is the most incompetent president in the history of our country. He is the most corrupt president in the history of our country. And he is the worst president by far in the history of our country. And we have to get him out. On November 5th, we have to get Biden the hell out of office and send him back to wherever he comes from. We have to get him out. Thank you very much. We have to get him out. You know, you look at all the things that are happening, everything, the whole world is ablaze. You know, it's interesting, Viktor Orban, who's the Prime Minister of Hungary, very strong guy, very strong person. I think happens to be a very good person, but a very strong person, doesn't play games, didn't want any illegal immigrants in his country. You know, then they say, oh, he's such a bad. Well, they asked him 3 weeks ago, what's going on with the world? What's going on? Everybody's fighting. Russia, Ukraine, Israel, the Middle East is blowing up. Everything's blowing up. China's going to be next with Taiwan because of weakness. China's going to be next. What's going on? He said, bring Donald Trump back as president and it'll all stop. It'll all stop. He said it. And he said something else, and I wouldn't say it because I wouldn't really like the word. China was afraid of Donald Trump. Russia was afraid of Donald Trump. Everybody was afraid. I don't want to say that. I want to say they respected me. But the fact is, none of this stuff would be happening. None of it would be happening right now. We'd have a country that would be peaceful, prosperous. We would have had no inflation. Inflation was caused by energy. This stupid person, what he did with energy was that it went up 40, 50, 60%. That affects everything. Everything. If you make donuts, everything is more expensive. It's so bad. When you look at food prices now, where it's gone up by double and triple and quadruple, and you can never get that back, but we're going to get it way down, I promise you. And we're going to bring your energy so low, we're going to bring your energy prices so low that other things will follow. And that's what happened. It's very simple. Instead of trying to have corrupt prosecutors fight his battles, what he's doing, he's incompetent. And what he's doing, and it's not, I don't believe it's even him. I think it's the people that want to keep their jobs around him. They're communists. They want to keep their job because I don't think he has any clue. I don't think he has any clue. So listen, we have a little, look at this one. That's for him. It's slight. I call it slight. See the podium? I'm calling on crooked Joe Biden to debate anytime, anywhere, any place. Right there. And we have to debate because our country is going in the wrong direction so badly. And while it's a little bit typically early, we have to debate. We have to explain to the American people what the hell is going on. Because they're looking at the border and they're looking at inflation and they're looking at the economy, which is terrible. They're looking at every single aspect of our country. They look at the fact that the world is laughing at our leader and laughing at us. And just 4 years ago was the exact opposite. We were the most respected country in the world. We were the most respected that we were ever respected. We were never more respected than we were 4 years ago. It's no wonder Joe Biden and his thugs, that's all they are. They're weak thugs. They're so desperate to stop us. They know that we are the only ones who can stop them. And all of this persecution of Donald Trump, I don't mind. I'm doing it for you. I'm doing it for you. But all of this persecution is only happening because I'm running for president and leading very big in the polls. We're leading so big, they're going crazy. They are going crazy. In the Wall Street Journal, they just came out with a poll. We're leading big in a place called, have you ever heard of Pennsylvania? And nationwide, we're leading by 4 points, 6 points, 9 points, 11 points. We're leading by a lot. Now, they cheat, so we have to give ourselves a lead. They cheat like hell. And when you see them cheating, you get out there and start screaming. Start screaming. The radical left Democrats rigged the presidential election in 2020, and we're not going to allow them to rig the presidential election of 2024. Every time the radical left Democrats, Marxists, communists, and fascists indict me, I consider it a great badge of honor because I am being indicted for you. Thank you very much. I appreciate it. Never forget, our enemies want to take away my freedom because I will never, ever, ever let them take away your freedom. I will not let it happen. That's what they're trying to do. They want to silence me because I will never let them silence you. And in the end, they're not after me. They're after you. And I just happen to be standing in their way, and I always will be in their way. So job number one is going to be, and as soon as we take office, we will seal the border. Is that okay? And we're going to stop the invasion and send Joe Biden's illegal aliens back home. We had the safest border, the most secure border in the history of our country 4 years ago. The safest border in the history of our country. There are charts out that just came out from Homeland Security, if you can believe that. And I don't know where the hell your board is. Put it up instead of the back of my head. I'd love to have that chart. But it shows that the lowest number ever of illegal immigrants coming in was my last week in office before this very, very, very horrible president took over. You know, one thing good about it, though, Jimmy Carter's a nice man. Jimmy Carter looks like a brilliant president by comparison to crooked Joe Biden. Crooked Joe Biden, he is the worst. Jimmy Carter is a happy man. Oh! Hey, that's a good staff. I didn't think that'd find that one. That's the one. See the arrow in the bottom? That's when exactly when I went. See the number? That's the lowest number in the history of our country the week that I went out. And then look at after that, it looks like a rocket ship. It's a rocket ship of illegal immigrants and people that we have no idea where the hell they come from. People don't even know the names of the country. The people coming here don't even know the names of the country from which they came. And you see the right-hand side when it goes up? If you extend the chart a little bit, we could modernize it a little bit, add another 25%. There has never been anything like it. In Venezuela, violent crime is down 67% because they're taking their gangs and their thugs and their criminals and dumping them all across the United States of America. How about that? How about that? They're sending prisoners, murderers, drug dealers, mental patients, and terrorists, the worst anywhere in the world. These are the only thing good about their criminals is they make our criminals like nice people. Because our criminals, I think, are much nicer than their criminals. But, you know, people think, oh, isn't it wonderful the migrants are flowing in. These migrants are coming from mental institutions, insane asylums. They're terrorists. They're coming from prisons and jails. There's a little difference. They're coming from prisons and jails by the millions. Are we crazy to take this? This man, what he has done, you know, I say it often. I say it at the rallies. This is a nice rally, by the way. This is a hell of a rally. I just heard there are 42,000. You know, we expected maybe, because it's freezing, right? It's freezing. I'm freezing my ass off up here. At least they could have given me a little bit of a heater underneath us. They gave me nothing. See, they take advantage. My own people take advantage of me. They gave me nothing. But it's one of those things, isn't it? But, you know, we expected maybe 10,000 people. We have 42,000 people tonight. 42,000. As far as the eye can see, I wish the fake news media would turn those cameras. Look at all those cameras. Wow. 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 Wow, that's a lot. You know what? I wish they'd turn those cameras back, and all the way back as far as the eye can see, you have people, and I hate like hell to give them the prime spot, the media, because they don't deserve. Look where that goes back to. That's a lot of people. That's a lot of people. But they never turn the cameras. You know what? Even our so-called friends, I won't get into it, who's our so-called friend, they never turn the cameras. And I always thought, you know, I'd say, please turn the camera, show the crowd. You'd think that would be good for, you know, like for television purposes. Positive, they're showing these big crowds. They never want to show that we have these giant crowds because they don't like it, because they don't want us to win, because they're basically progressive. They don't use liberal anymore. They don't like the term. They call it progressive. I think progressive is a beautiful word, but it doesn't apply to them. It doesn't. It's too good a word. So we'll call them liberal. But they're liberal, and they don't want to do it. And you know what? I thought when I first started this, They wouldn't. I'd say, turn around and show the crowd, show the crowd, show the crowd. And look at all these cameras. So we had all these cameras from day one. We never had an empty seat. We literally, figuratively speaking, because we don't have too many seats, we have people standing. But we never had an empty spot. We never had an empty seat. I'd say, show the people behind you, show all the people. They wouldn't do it. And then a fight broke out in the darkest, deepest corner of the place, a fight. And those cameras turned around like a pretzel. They could do it. I thought they were just stuck. It was steel. The cameras turned around like a pretzel to show the fight, because that's a bad thing. But people are coming from the Congo. Last night, we had 20 people come. Welcome to our country from the Congo. Where do you live in the Congo? We live in prison. Oh, that's right. They released them from prison. I don't think they wanted to ask what they did, but they're coming in from Africa. Well, a lot of people coming in from Yemen. We're bombing Yemen because this idiot wants to bomb people. He likes to bomb people. You can solve the problem with a phone call if they respect you. They're coming from Somalia. They're coming from Syria. They're coming from all over the place. What is disconcerting, we have 31,000 people over the last few months, Mr. Congressman and Mr. Congress. We got a lot of great congressmen here tonight. We have senators, we have congressmen, we have governors. And it's so cold, I don't think I'm going to even introduce them. But think of it. They're coming in from China, 32,000 over the last few months, and they're all military age, and they mostly are men. And it sounds like to me, are they trying to build a little army in our country? Is that what they're trying to do? And Biden doesn't know because the guy doesn't have a clue. This is country changing, this is country threatening, and it's country wrecking. They're destroying our country, they're wrecking our country. As a citizen, I demand that Joe Biden close the border immediately. Close it. Close the border, Joe. You can do it. He doesn't need Congress. As president, I never had Congress tell me to close the border. I closed the border. Again, the best border, the safest border in the history of our country. I built 571 miles of wall. I got Mexico to give us thousands of soldiers free of charge to protect us while we were building the wall. We were going to add 200 miles of wall, and then we had a rigged election. And he took over. And you know what he did? He sold. All of it was, all you had to do is, it would have been done in 3 weeks. He sold it for 5 cents on the dollar. He sold our beautiful wall panels. People want our country. It's true, though. Can you imagine that? That's when I realized this guy actually believes. Think of the things they believe in. High taxes. They're going to quadruple your taxes. They're going to destroy your Social Security because all of these people putting in are going to make it impossible for them to service Social Security. You're not going to have Social Security. Biden is killing your Social Security and your Medicare. But think of little things like, for instance, he wants to have men play in women's sports, okay? Now, I don't use that. I mean, I think it's terrible, but I just say from a common sense, isn't it ridiculous? I'm always embarrassed when I say, and I will stop men from playing in women's sports. Who the hell would care? Did you see the weightlifting record the other day? I mean, I don't want to get into it. It's very demeaning to women, and I love women more than I love anything. I love women. But it's very demeaning. A record that stood for years and years. They couldn't beat it. They just couldn't do it. They'd put like a half an ounce on one side. They'd put a half an ounce of that barbell. And that woman got up, and she's a champ, and she couldn't do it. She just couldn't. And Mom and Dad, it was very sad. Mom and Dad are in the front row. But they put a little bit on one side, a little bit on the other. It was a world record, stood for a long time. And then what happened? The guy comes up who happened to change his gender, right? Gender, proper word, right? They said, have you lifted before? No, I haven't. Oh, well, give it a shot. He goes like this. Bing, 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 bing. I think he broke the record by 129 pounds, didn't he? Like 120. For years, they couldn't do an ounce. Half an ounce, half an ounce. They couldn't do an ounce. He broke the record by 129 pounds. Are we crazy? How about the swimmer? She's a world-class swimmer. And she was badly injured, as you know, badly, badly injured. She was a top swimmer. She grew up with the top swimmers all over California, all over the country. And she wanted to break that record. She was going to break it too. She was close. She looked left just before the whistle went off. She looked left, and there was people she's grown up with for 15 years. She swam against them. She looked right, and there were people for 15 years she swam against them. She knew every one of them. They were all good, but she was better. But then she looked to her very right here, and there was this giant human being. A man who about 3 weeks before was a man. But now he's a woman. And she was seriously injured. You know why, right? Because he went by her so fast that the wind burn was just more than she could take. They immediately took her to the hospital. She suffered massive wind burn from the speed at which he went by her. And she was trying to break the record by 1/10 of 1 second. He broke the record by 37 seconds. Are we crazy? Is it crazy, really? Just this week it was reported that an illegal alien, and you just look at this, what's happening, but it was reported that an illegal alien migrant from Afghanistan who's on the terror watch list was released into the United States along with many other terrorists by crooked Joe Biden, despite being a member of a terrorist group which is responsible for the slaughter of American troops in Afghanistan. He was looked for all over the world. They're looking for him. And he's in our country now, and we're looking for him. Isn't that wonderful? He should never have been here. You know, I had a report that came out recently, and it was on, I think it was on Deface the Nation. Ladies and gentlemen, it's Donald Trump on Deface the Nation. But I think it was Deface the Nation or Meet the Fake Press. And it showed charts. And it actually had I think it was 2019, that was one of my years, terrorists into our nation, 0. It actually said 0. I don't even believe that. I mean, I want to believe it, but that's hard to believe, right? But it actually said 0. And then you go on to 2021, 2022, and they had thousands of people pouring in, terrorists. But it actually said 2019, 0. 0. I don't believe that, but I know it was very low because we really watched it closely. We watched it like nobody has ever watched it, and I was very proud of that. It's probably the only time they ever said anything that was actually better than the fact, right? Right here in eastern Pennsylvania, you had an illegal alien criminal who murdered a woman in Chester County, stabbing her 38 times in front of her 7-year-old daughter and her 4-year-old son. A violent criminal. He was a violent person. Then in September, that same illegal alien escaped from Chester County Prison and prowled through suburban communities. You all know about him. Hiding in backyards, breaking into homes until he was found with a stolen gun, and he was ready to do massive damage all over your community. Joe Biden's border bloodbath, that's what it is. It's a bloodbath, a word that they misrepresented. His border bloodbath ends the day I take the oath of office. We will stop the plunder, the rape, the slaughter, the destruction of American suburbs and cities and towns. We will end deadly sanctuary cities. You know, the Democrat mayors want to all end them, but they don't want to, really take on because they end up getting indicted. You know, they go after these people. When they go against D.C. establishment, they end up getting indicted. So the Democrat mayors don't like sanctuary cities, but they're afraid to get indicted. I will shift massive portions of federal law enforcement to immigration enforcement. We will enforce our immigration laws stricter and stronger than anybody has ever done, including me. We will impose a naval blockade on the cartels. You know, when we stopped them on land, they're very rich. They had ships, the most beautiful ships you've ever seen. I mean, these guys are loaded, nothing but cash, and they were having boats and ships on the ocean. The Gulf, come in through different ways. They're very ingenious. The only thing they understand is strength. They understand strength, and it'll all stop. You know, when I met with President Xi of China, I said, do you have a drug problem? No, we have no drug problem. Why is that? Quick trial. I said, tell me about a quick trial. When they catch the seller of drugs, right, the purveyor of drugs, they immediately give them, the drug dealers, they immediately give them a trial. Takes one day. At the end of that day, if they're guilty, which they always are, according to people that study this, I don't think anybody has never been guilty. Within one day, that person is executed. They execute the drug dealers. They have zero drug problem. Zero. They have zero drug problem in Singapore and other places. Instead, we set up blue ribbon committees made of dilettantes from all over the country that know nothing about the genius, the evil genius of these drug lords that are taking us for a ride, and the cartels that are making billions and billions of dollars because Joe Biden is a stupid person. We have a president who's a stupid person. On day one, we will begin the largest domestic deportation operation in the history of our country. So we're pleased to be joined on this extremely beautiful but little chilly, but chilly, this is not bad. When I won the primary in Iowa, we won in a record. By the way, on the primaries, every single primary, we won in the record numbers that have never been gotten before. From Iowa to New Hampshire, we won the caucuses, the Iowa caucuses, in double the margin that had ever been won before. We won New Hampshire, the largest number of votes ever gotten in the primary. Now think of this, Republican or Democrat. Now you had Kennedy up there. It's a little area for the Kennedys, and others. We got more votes than anybody has ever gotten in New Hampshire. We went to Nevada. We went all over. We went to South Carolina. We beat a certain governor there by so much. So much. I'm the only one that can absolutely beat somebody by numbers that are unbelievable. And they say, and set a record in doing it. It was a record. And then I have to hear, he should have done better. Should have done better. In Nevada, we set the record. We set the record in every single state. So I'm very honored by it. And it's really great. Really great. You know what bothers me, though? This bothers me. I'm always watching. Joe Biden and Donald Trump are the two candidates. They are both very unpopular people. I'm not unpopular. He is unpopular. But I am not unpopular. With 95% in the Republican Party, and a lot of Democrats are going to vote for us because they don't want to have open borders and drugs for everybody, okay? They don't want to have it. They don't want to have a nation that's not respected and wars that take place. Thank you.
We want Trump! 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 We want Trump!
Thank you. Thank you. But do you ever hear it? Joe Biden and Donald Trump are two very unpopular people. I'm not, and in all fairness to this guy, I don't get it because he can't speak. He can't walk. He almost fell out of a helicopter the other day. There's only 4 stairs. He held on for dear life. Oh, thank goodness. Those 2 fingers were just strong enough to hold him. But in all fairness to him, he beat all the competition. He beat it. Now, they did things that aren't, what they did to Kennedy was terrible. That's what they do. They're fascists, okay? But what they did was terrible. But he did beat the competition. He did it, I think, probably unfairly, just like they cheated on the last election. But they did beat the competition. But I'm really popular. And I'm popular not necessarily. I think I have a nice personality. What do you think? I think so. And it's not terrible. Our great First Lady said, I can't imagine why they think you're not a nice person. She might be kidding when she says that. I don't know. But I get these levels of I'm popular. Ronald Reagan was at 86%. Donald Trump is at 95%. That's popular, right? So why do these thugs and these fake news people, and there's so many cameras back there, I can't believe, that's a lot of cameras. But you know what? Whenever I start talking about them, the cameras go off because I start talking about how bad they are. They're less popular than Congress. Can you believe that? And speaking of Congress, But we have great ones. We only deal with the great ones. And we have great people here that love our country, and they're members of Congress. Dan Muser, Dan. Lloyd Schmucker. Lloyd, where is Lloyd? He's around here someplace. Lloyd, where are you? Yes? Hi, Lloyd. These are great people. Former congressman, he was a great congressman, Fred Keller. Where's Fred? Hi, Fred. Are you cold in there? You don't have a coat? He's all man, that guy. I'd like to do that too, but I just refuse to freeze. I love these guys. Well, Mike Kelly, he used to come up with just an undershirt on. It would be like 2 degrees out. But he's a very special guy. Mike Kelly. What a great guy. State Treasurer Stacey Garrity. Whoa. Beautiful, beautiful person. She's a beautiful person. State Senator Jarrett Coleman. Jarrett. Where's Jarrett? Hi, Jarrett. Good job you're doing. State Representative Zach Mako. And Mulo McKenzie. And we have a special person with us tonight. RNC chairman, just newly installed. He's a tough cookie. He's going to stop voter theft. He's going to steal the vote. He's going to stop the steal. We have lots of different. The bottom line is we don't need any votes. We have all the votes. What we need is on election day, which unfortunately is now called election period because some of these things go 48 days. What the hell are they doing for 48 days? You know what they're doing? They're stealing the vote. But this guy was the head of the Republican Party in North Carolina, and North Carolina was solid. It wasn't like Pennsylvania. It wasn't like other places that went at the very end when all those votes came in late or early in the morning. Remember, we won Pennsylvania. We were up like by hundreds of thousands of votes. And then all of a sudden, and we all know what happened. But it didn't happen in North Carolina, and it's not going to happen in Pennsylvania, and it's not going to happen in Georgia this time. It's not going to happen. RNC Chairman Michael Whatley. Michael. Great job, Michael. That was like he had 600 lawyers working for him, and there was nobody tougher on Stop the Steal. And thank you also to our super volunteers, Mike O'Hare and Al Smith, Bob Smith, and Jessica Ware. They've been unbelievable, the job they've done from day one. And they've been with me, and they said, we've never seen enthusiasm like this time. The one said, Jessica said, you know, in 2016, it was good, really good. It was incredible. It was like a happening. 2020 was just as good and maybe even better, sir. This blows both of them away, and I think it's true. Because you know what? You look at this crowd, which you can't see the end of it, but you look at this crowd, and in all fairness, we're 6.5 months away from, that's a long time. Most of these candidates on the night before the election would have a crowd that would be their largest crowd, and they wouldn't have anywhere near the people that we have right now. We're 6.5 months away. I wish we could move the election to Tuesday. Is there anything we can do? I want to move the election to Tuesday. You know, in the UK, they can pick their election. They say, we're going to have the election next week. I want to be able to do that. Would that be possible? From the very first day that we take back the White House from crooked Joe Biden, I believe we're going to have the 4 greatest years in the history of our country. In my first 4 years, I kept my promise to Pennsylvania, and we ended the disaster known as NAFTA, the worst trade deal ever made, and replaced it with the brand new USMCA, that's Mexico, Canada, the best trade deal, they say, ever made for our country. And frankly, I know it's good because Mexico and Canada want to redo it. They want to renew it, and they want it changed. And crooked Joe Biden will probably do it. How much? How much? Give me a couple of $1 million, I'll get it done. How much will it take to get crooked Joe? Don't change the USMCA. They took advantage of us with NAFTA for years. Don't change it. Don't change it. They have to have it. But it's always nice when you make a deal and they want to change it. I took on communist China like no administration in history, bringing in hundreds of billions of dollars, pouring into our treasury. When no other president had gotten even 10 cents, China gave no other president 10 cents. I also gave $28 billion out of that money. I gave it to our farmers. And I put powerful tariffs on foreign aluminum and foreign steel, which kept the steel industry in our country going and vibrant. But now Biden is changing that. We're going to end up with no steel industry with this guy. Can you imagine? We're in a war, and we need steel to build our ships and build our tanks, and we don't have any. You're in a war with China. And we need, because you see what's going on today, we're very close. We're very close to a world war. We're in a war with China, and we need steel. So our guys, Joe Biden will call China. Listen, could any deal, can we make a deal? Can we have some steel? We have to build army tanks to protect us from you. This is where we are. Our country is sick. Our country is sick. We're like a house that's burning down. And it all happened over the last 3 years. And we've got to turn it around. We love our country. We've got to turn it around. We've got to turn it around fast. Under Biden, U.S. Steel is being, so think of this, United States Steel Company, one of the great companies of the world 50 years ago, is being sold to Japan. Congratulations, Japan. U.S. Steel is being sold to Japan. In my next term, you love that one, don't you? Who would believe that, U.S. Steel? I would not let that deal go through. In my next term, I will pass the Trump Reciprocal Trade Act. If China or any other country makes us pay a tariff or tax of 100 or 200%, we will make them pay a reciprocal tariff of 100 or 200%. And you know what that is, basically? You screw us and we screw you, and then everybody is even. And you know what happens? There's no tax, because everyone says, just forget it. We will always protect Social Security and Medicare for our great seniors. Biden can't do that. As president, I kept that promise, and I will keep it once again. I didn't touch your Social Security or your Medicare, and there were plenty of Democrats that said, do it. We're not doing it. You know, we have liquid gold under our feet, so much so that we don't have to do things that people think. We have more liquid gold, oil, gas, a lot of things, coal. You know, coal fires up the plants. Do you know that China right now is building a massive coal plant every single week? They're opening up a coal plant every single week while we struggle with wind. Where's the wind? You know the other problem? We can't get the windmills. You know why? They're made in China. China says, don't worry about America. We'll give them. But wind doesn't work anyway. It's too expensive. It doesn't work. Kills all your birds. If you'd like to see a nice bird cemetery, walk under a windmill sometime. You'll see more dead birds than anything. You know, if you shoot an American eagle like a bald eagle, they put you in jail for 5 years. But the windmill, they kill them by the thousands. You know that, right, Mr. Congressman? They kill them by the thousands. So we're very off as a country. Before I even arrive at the Oval Office, shortly after we win the presidency, it's we, I will have the horrible war. That's right. I will have the horrible war between Russia and Ukraine totally settled. I will settle it, and I will and I'm the only one that can say this because these other people have no clue. I will prevent World War III. And remember, World War III would be a war like no other because of nuclear weapons and many other types of weapons that are at a level that nobody can even imagine. You don't even want to talk about it. We're going to rebuild our cities into beacons of hope, safety, and beauty better than they have ever been before. We're going to rebuild our cities, and we're going to work with Democrat mayors and Democrat governors if we have to, but we're going to rebuild our cities because our cities are going to hell. We will take over the horribly run capital of our nation in Washington, D.C., and clean it up, renovate it, and rebuild our capital city so that it's no longer a nightmare of murder and crime. Do you see the crime that's going on in Washington, our beautiful Washington, D.C.? People are being murdered all the time. They come from Pennsylvania and they want to go and see our capital, and they get murdered. So much crime, so much horrible, violent crime. but rather it will become the most beautiful capital anywhere in the world. We're going to clean it up and we're going to make it safe so our congressmen can walk into that wonderful place. That should be a wonderful place, and right now it looks like hell. It's filthy dirty with graffiti all over the place, garbage all over the streets, roads with potholes. On day one, I will sign a new executive order to cut federal funding for any school pushing critical race theory, transgender insanity, or other inappropriate racial, sexual, or political content onto the lives of our children. I will not give 1 penny to any school that has a vaccine mandate or a mask mandate. And as I very embarrassingly said before, I will keep men out of women's sports, okay? And I will fully uphold our great Second Amendment, which is so important. You know, for 4 years, despite tremendous efforts by the Democrats on the Second Amendment, we didn't budge an inch. We didn't budge an inch, and I think you all know that. We will protect innocent life, and we will restore free speech, and we will do it quickly, and I will secure our elections. We're going to end up paper ballots, same-day voting, and voter ID. Our goal will be that we want to have paper ballots. We want to have proof of citizenship. We want now, because you know they have all these people coming in, we want proof of citizenship. It's very important. But until then, Republicans must win. We want a landslide that is too big to rig. If you get the numbers, too big to rig. I love these people. Look, they're huddled together. They're huddled together. It's freezing out here. They're huddled together. I love it. It's freezing. I hope they know each other. Do those people, they're so close. I hope you're related. I don't know if they are. I think that he'd never met her in his life. And his wife is sitting right over here. This is not a good situation. This is politically unacceptable, sir. I have to call you out. If you took the 10 worst presidents in the history of the United States and added them up, they would not have done near the destruction to our country as Joe Biden and the Biden administration have done. The worst president in history. So if you want to save America, then get everyone you know, register them, register Republican, and vote. The Pennsylvania primary is Tuesday, April 23rd. Go out and vote. And you know, sir, you know what? Somebody that you have to vote for. All our congressmen are in great shape, right, Dan? I think you're in great shape. All of them are in great shape. Everybody, they've all got. But I am officially giving my endorsement to David McCormick tonight. He's a good man. He wants to run a good ship. He's a smart guy. He was a very successful guy. He's given up a lot to do this. And I'll tell you what, he's the nominee of the Republican Party. David McCormick, go out and vote for him, because Casey doesn't do a damn thing, I tell you. He doesn't do a thing. So go out and vote for him. Sign up, volunteer for our campaign, and let's win big in November. In conclusion, together, we are taking on some of the most menacing forces and vicious opponents our people have ever seen. They are vicious and they are horrible. But no matter how hateful and corrupt the communists and criminals we're fighting against may be, you must never forget this nation does not belong to them. This nation belongs to you. This is your home. This is your heritage. And our American liberty is your God-given right. Your God-given right. From Harrisburg to Pittsburgh, from Easton to Bethlehem, and from Johnstown to Allentown, we stand on the shoulders of American legends who poured out their blood, sweat, and tears for our rights and for our freedoms. And it's been a very rough period of time, I'll tell you what, for this country. It's never had. I don't think our country has ever been so low. But we're going to change it. We're going to get numbers like nobody's ever seen. I think we're going to swamp them. And this isn't drain the swamp. We're going to swamp them. We're also going to drain the swamp. It's a double swamp. Pennsylvania is where our founding fathers declared American independence. So much history. I mean, you have so much history here. Just think of it. It's where the Army weathered its brutal winter. We're sort of weathering it right now, but I don't say. Theirs was much worse. It's where the Army weathered its brutal winter at Valley Forge, where General George Washington led his men on a daring mission across the Delaware, and where our Union was saved by the immortal heroes at Gettysburg. Gettysburg, what an unbelievable battle that was, the Battle of Gettysburg. What an unbelievable, I mean, it was so much and so interesting and so vicious and horrible and so beautiful in so many different ways. It represented such a big portion of the success of this country. Gettysburg, wow. I go to Gettysburg, Pennsylvania to look and to watch. And the statement of Robert E. Lee, who's no longer in favor. Did you ever notice that? No longer in favor. Never fight uphill, me boys. Never fight uphill. They were fighting uphill. He said, wow, that was a big mistake. He lost his great general. And they were fighting, never fight uphill, me boys, but it was too late. And this is the state where generations of tough, strong Pennsylvania miners, factory workers, and steel workers forged the greatest nation in the history of the world. But now we are a nation in decline. We are a failing nation. We are a nation that has lost its confidence, willpower, and strength. We are a nation that has lost its way. But we are not going to allow this horror to continue. 3 years ago, we were a great nation, and we will soon be a great nation again. And remember, it was hardworking patriots like you who built this country, and it's hardworking patriots like you who are going to save our country. We will fight for America like no one has ever fought before. 2024 is our final battle. That is our final battle. We are either going to have a great nation again or we're going to have a failed nation. With you at my side, we will demolish the deep state. We will expel the warmongers from our government. We will drive out the globalists. We will cast out the communists, Marxists, and fascists. We will throw off the sick political class that hates our country. We will rout the fake news media. We will drain the swamp. And we will liberate our country from these tyrants and villains once and for all. They are tyrants, they are villains, and they hate our country. Like those patriots before us, we will not bend, we will not break, we will not yield. We will never give in, we will never give up, and we will never, ever, ever, ever back down. With your support, we will go on to victory, the likes of which no one has ever seen. And we will evict crooked Joe Biden, the worst president in the history of our country, from the White House on November 5th, 2024. And that date will go down as the most important day in American history. I believe that, because we're ready to be a failed nation. We're a failed nation right now. The great silent majority is rising like never before. And under our leadership, the forgotten man and woman will be forgotten no longer. It wasn't forgotten 4 years ago, I can tell you that. We are one movement, one people, one family, and one glorious nation under God, and together we will make America powerful again. We will make America wealthy again. We will make America strong again. We will make America proud again. We will make America safe again. And we will make America great again. Thank you very much, Pennsylvania. God bless you. God bless you all. Thank you.
President Trump wrapping up a very energetic speech here on a very chilly night in Pennsylvania. Hello, everybody. Brian Glenn, Vanessa Broussard providing a little bit of post-program commentary as that's what I expected out of President Trump, coming out here and really giving it and showing respect off the top of the show for what's happening in Israel.
As a true president would do and should do, and that's exactly what President Trump did this evening, giving his respects to Israel during this difficult time overseas and in the Middle East. Of course, he hit on a lot of hot topics, especially talking about the dangers of this country right now with our open borders and the crime rates that are skyrocketing in these Democrat-run cities, and how Washington, D.C., our nation, is
today.
Mother's Day.
Oh,
Great for the
my All right, before we go, programming note, Vanessa and I will be in New York City tomorrow to cover the trial on Monday. Day one of that trial should be posted up probably somewhere near Trump Tower. I'll be in front of the courthouse. So if you're in the New York area, you want to come out and support President Trump and all of the, just hideous things that are going on, meet me at the court, right in front of the courthouse at Collect Pond Park is where I'll be.
Yes, so make sure you're tuned in to us on Monday. It's history in the making. The first time a former president has been going to trial. So we'll see what happens there and what, again, President Trump calls a sham. It's a hoax. It's an election interference. And so we'll see what happens come Monday in New York City. But for here in Pennsylvania, that'll do it for us tonight, Brian. Oh, you got something else?
Hey, happy birthday to Mama Seals. Tomorrow
I didn't know
is
that.
her birthday, and I want to give her a shout out.
Happy birthday.
She does a lot of things behind the camera that no one ever sees, so thank you to all that you do, and very happy birthday to Mama Seals.
Happy birthday to you. Enjoy your day.
Yeah. So, all right.
Yep.
For Vanessa Broussard, Brian Glenn, we say so, everybody, from a very chilly Pennsylvania. We'll see you back here tomorrow in New York City.
Parents and grandparents, the 2024 Kids Guide to President Trump is here, and it's free. As a bonus, your child gets a free issue of Everbright Kids Magazine and Activity Book, and a free video lesson. Order now at freetrumpbook.com. That's freetrumpbook.com.
What's up, guys? My name is Jaden Hurd, and I have a Christian show called Let It Be Heard, where we analyze culture and current events from a biblical perspective. I highly recommend you guys check us out. We now have episodes every Monday, Wednesday, and Friday. And basically, what happens is we react to videos, we have talking points, we have on guests, and it's very exciting. Come check us out on Rumble on the RSBN channel. God bless you guys.
Philip Patrick joining us here from the Birch Gold Group. Now, this is where we drill it down. What can they do to ensure that they don't get tangled up in this cobweb of tragedy that's ahead, and they can secure their financial future?
That's what we at Birch Gold Group specialize in. Precious metals in climates like this, they work very well to protect against the realities of a Biden economy. These things all drive gold and silver up. So it works as a very effective hedge against the problems we have, and like I said, the realities of Bidenomics. So I would encourage everyone to get educated, start reading. I think it's very simple. We got to text Trump to 989898. We'll give a free information kit to the viewers. Get educated, and once you see the problems, the solutions will present themselves.
Thank you, Philip Patrick, the Birch Gold Group.
Thank you, Brian. The honor is mine.
You're probably wondering who we are. I'm Patrick, and that's Chase, and this is our next giveaway.
We're giving away this 3-bedroom, 2.5 bath in the heart of the Ozark National Forest. You can win this cabin or $1 million cash.
Go to onecountry.com today, sign up.
Today, sign up?
Or sign up tomorrow.
Sign up today or tomorrow. No, you want to sign up right now.
I'm excited to announce we're having a huge MyPillow spring sale, and here's a few examples. Buy one of our MyPillow 2.0s, you get another MyPillow 2.0 absolutely free. Made with cooling technology, the best pillow ever just got even better. And this just in, 9 brand new colors and styles of our Percale bed sheets. They're made with the finest long staple cotton, and now you can save 50% or more. That's as low as $24.98. And for the first time this year, I'm bringing you our My Slippers and Sandals for as low as $25 a pair. So go to MyPillow.com or call the number on your screen. Use your promo code to get your MyPillow 2.0s. Buy one, get one free. Percale sheets as low as $24.98. My Slippers and Sandals as low as $25 a pair. And for a limited time, when you are
Broadcasting Network. We're not like the other media. Our founder, Joe Seals, to cover President Donald J. Trump's speeches and rallies, to which we continue today. Covered important conservative events like CPAC, TPUSA, March for Life, and many other important events and hearings around the country. We were made for people like you, everyday Americans who are tired of the main. We're tired of being lied to, manipulated, and fed an agenda. Our goal here at Right Side Broadcasting is to allow you to see the truth, giving our correspondents and commentators a wide latitude to speak their minds. You won't find anything like this. Your support through your and every day. From us here at Right Side Broadcasting, thank you. Us, side of history.